Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 151, One Planet in Hand. Chapter 151, A Planet in Hand. First update. Pa. Bullets were fired one after another, stopping the werewolf who wanted to leave. Looking at his fellow tribesmen falling to the ground one by one, Laza froze in his place. Especially when he saw the marks left on their chests, he said in disbelief, "It's actually a silver nitrate bullet targeting werewolves." At this time, Alexei did not stand still. He stepped forward and gave a powerful kick. Boom! The giant wolf that Les transformed into was kicked out and hit the stone pillar of the platform. The entire stone pillar was immediately full of cracks. Les slowly slid down from the stone pillar. The kick dislocated his internal organs, and he immediately released his werewolf form and shouted, "Stop, stop." Faced with the powerful judge and countless snipers hiding in the dark, Les knew that their resistance was futile. Hearing Les' words, the other werewolves also stopped. Seeing this scene, Alexei made a sword flower and said helplessly, "You fell down before I even exerted any force." The other side, Selena and Soren in the stronghold faced a large number of werewolves, holding guns in both hands and shooting continuously. Some werewolves did not transform, but held special ultraviolet bullets and shot at the Death Walkers. The two sides continued to exchange fire and avoid each other's bullets. Both sides continued to shoot, because the special weapons had amazing killing power against both werewolves and vampires. Faced with weapons targeting their respective races, their proud recovery abilities were useless at this moment and were completely suppressed. In an instant, both sides were injured and died in extremely painful ways. Some other werewolves transformed into giant wolves and attacked from outside the walls of the building. Their main purpose was to take Michael away. Selena noticed the other party's behavior and fired several shots towards the window of the room. Wow! The window shattered, knocking down a werewolf who was about to come in. Selena looked at the situation of being attacked from both sides and said, "We can't stay here anymore, let's go." Selena leaned out and shot wildly at the werewolves around her, knocking them all to the ground and killing them instantly. After emptying the magazine, Selena grabbed Michael and said, "Go, let's go." Seeing this scene, Michael could only climb up to the window as Selena instructed. But after just one look at the height of nearly 20 meters, his legs felt weak and his eyes were dazed. "Jump!" Hearing the order from behind, Michael turned around and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" At this time, the werewolves on the roof had begun to break out. Looking at the huge movement on the ceiling, Selena kicked Michael, who was still hesitating, down. She knew very well that Michael had passed the dangerous period and had the physique of a werewolf, and falling from this height would not kill him. What? Michael spun 360 degrees in the air and landed smoothly while screaming. He did not suffer any injury at all. Such a result was almost unbelievable to him. Selena quickly changed the magazine and said to Soren and others, "This place is not suitable for fighting, let's retreat too." As she spoke, Selena fired several shots at the unusual location on the ceiling. Boom! After the bullets penetrated the ceiling, several werewolves fell down. Soren and others immediately shot them again and killed them completely. Then he immediately walked to the window and prepared to evacuate. Then, in the short time it took Michael to land, he saw an armored vehicle approaching. Several strong men got out and started beating Michael up, knocking him to the ground before stuffing him into the vehicle and driving away. Everything happened so quickly, the armored vehicle was gone in a flash. When Selena saw it, only the rear of the car was left. She fired a volley of bullets, but it had no effect. Faced with such a result, Selena was helpless and jumped directly from the building. After getting up, she didn't even see the taillights of the car. With the evacuation of other Deathwalkers, Selena was surrounded by vampires. At this time, the attacking werewolf received the signal and stopped chasing the prey since it was already in its hands. It immediately evacuated the place with the body of its companion. Soren looked at the team that had lost half its members with a gloomy face, and then asked, "What's next? Do you want to save him?" Selena shook her head and said, "Let's get the Dragon Ball first." I'm afraid Michael won't be able to keep it a secret. We have to get it before the werewolf gets there. Soren also nodded. As for the others, no one cared about Michael, who was captured by the werewolves. Because Selena no longer had those life and death experiences with Michael, she didn't care much about him, especially since her focus was on Dragon Ball now, and Soren was in charge of the werewolf affairs. The other side, in the vampire castle. At this time, Victor had restored his strength through blood replenishment, and the return of strength also allowed him to return to his original appearance. At this moment, the door to the sleeping place opened, and Craven walked in. He looked at Victor, who was getting dressed, knelt on one knee and said, "Owner." Victor had received all the information at this moment. Looking at the man kneeling in front of him, he said, "It's Selena I need to see right now, not you." Craven slowly stood up, took 2 steps forward, and said, "She hasn't returned since she ran away with the Death Walker, Master." Victor looked at Craven standing below. "Contact her now, immediately, by phone." 100 years before he fell asleep, the earliest telephone had already existed, and from Selena's memory, he knew about mobile phones. The ability of the vampires to acquire memories is what allows the 3 elders to take turns sleeping without worrying about not being able to keep up with the changes of the times 100 years later. Craven explained, "I tried before, but neither Selena nor Soren or anyone else answered the phone." But when Craven called, Selena and others were fighting. Victor said in a cold voice, "Then keep calling until they get through." Craven nodded and said, "Yes, Master." The other side. Selena, Soren and others came to the sewer location that Michael mentioned, and when they pulled up the manhole cover, they saw the box hanging above it. Selena took the box and opened it, and there was a planet inside. Seeing the things in her hands, Selena smiled. At this time, the phone rang again. Selena put the Dragon Ball into her pocket, took out her mobile phone, saw that it was Craven, and chose to answer it. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 152. Let me make the decision for you? Go and confess to those ordinary people. Chapter 152. Let me make the decision for you? Go and confess to those ordinary people. Part 2. When Craven saw the call was connected, he immediately said, "Selena, Elder Victor wants you to come back immediately." Selena glanced at the Death Walkers and, thinking that she had already obtained the Dragon Ball, she agreed. "Yes, we will return to the castle." Seeing Selena hang up the phone, Soren asked doubtfully, "What do you want this thing for? And why are the werewolves looking for this too?" Selena looked at Soren and said, "This concerns the glory of my blood clan and its future evolution." Hearing Selena's serious words, Soren was a little confused as to how a bead could be related to the glory and evolution of the vampires. What was the use of this thing? Without waiting for Soren to continue asking, Selena waved her hand and said, "Elder Victor has awakened. Now we return to the castle." At this time, a Death Walker asked, "Then why don't you give Michael the money? He will completely turn into a werewolf sooner or later." Selena thought for a moment and then said, "Fight. I said I would buy his Dragon Ball, so I will buy it. As for him turning into a werewolf, the werewolves naturally won't want to kill him, so there's no need for us to protect him." After hearing Selena's words, everyone nodded and got in the car to return to the castle. The other side. London Brotherhood of Assassins. Alexei and Mr. X returned here with a group of werewolves and are now in an interrogation house. Mr. X asked, "Tell me about your situation with the vampires, and why you're arresting innocent people everywhere. Oh, and the reason for selling vampire information to the Assassin Brotherhood. And what are you doing collecting vampire blood?" Mr. X produced the test tube filled with vampire blood that he had found among the werewolves. Facing the powerful Alexei and Mr. X, Les said, "Sir, you have to take charge of us. Those vampires are such bastards. You know about the Civil War and the Black Liberation Movement. Those vampires are a bunch of beasts. They don't treat us werewolves like slaves and have been oppressing us. They even whipped us for fun and killed our own kind. We resisted for freedom and survival. This is also the reason why our 2 tribes are constantly at war." Mr. X frowned slightly, looked at Les in front of him and asked, "Are all you werewolves black?" Les was stunned for a moment, then said, "Sir, we are all werewolves. There is no distinction between black, white or yellow. Of course, there are relatively few people with my skin color in the tribe." Mr. X was relieved to hear that there were relatively few people with this skin color. If werewolves looked like this, God would probably choose not to keep them. Alexei, who was standing by, stepped forward and kicked Les, then said, "Set your status straight and see what it means to make the decision for you. Answer whatever is asked of you. Tell me, why are you arresting ordinary people?" Les grimaced after being kicked by Alexei, but he didn't dare show any ferocity, making himself look more naive. "We're not arresting ordinary people. In fact, we're looking for the relatives who are the source of our bloodline. Hearing this, Mr. X became interested and asked, "Tell me more about it." Les didn't dare to hide it, so he explained the relationship between vampires and werewolves, their third uncontaminated bloodline, and how they plan to use it to make up for the flaws and merge with the vampire bloodline. Alexei was also shocked after hearing this. Doesn't this mean that the elder brother enslaved the younger brother, and that the younger brother's bloodline had been enslaved for thousands of years? He was greatly surprised to see that this lineage of theirs was really good at making money. Mr. X knocked on the table and said, "Why, are all those men you captured before from that lineage?" Leza lowered his head and said, "No, those are just ordinary people. However, we have already found the heir of that lineage, so we won't be arresting anyone anymore. Sir, please let us go. We haven't attacked other ordinary people. We rarely even show up on the ground. As for vampires, they are too abominable. I believe the righteous assassin brotherhood will definitely punish them, so I leaked the information." After getting the answer he wanted, Mr. X stood up and walked out with Alexei. As he opened the door, Mr. X turned and looked at them and said, "Go and repent to those ordinary people you captured and killed." As the two men walked out of the door, a team of killers equipped with silver nitrate bullets, with assault rifles, fired at the werewolves in the room. Duh, duh, duh. Alexei didn't care about the gunshots and screams coming from behind him, but asked, "What are we going to do next? Is it the vampires' turn this time, or should we continue to dig deeper into other werewolves?" Mr. X said, "We already know the castle where the vampires' headquarters is. Tomorrow, the Assassin Brotherhood will send an inquiry letter to the vampires to learn more about the situation. We will then pay them a visit." Hearing that Mr. X completely disregarded the so-called vampires, he was amazed at the strength of the Assassin's League. "I heard that these two races are both long-lived. Aren't you tempted? But there are some shortcomings." As a member of the upper echelons of the Assassin's League, Mr. X naturally knew about dragon bones and was more aware of their function. He said with disdain, "Turning myself into a bastard? I have no interest in that." Looking at Mr. X's genuine demeanor, Alexei once again looked up to him. Although the other party's physical fitness was not as good as his, he also had unique abilities. He sighed in his heart that one should not underestimate anyone in the Assassin's League. The other side. Selena and the others returned to the vampire castle and went directly to the room where the elder was revived. Looking at Victor on the throne, Selena knelt on one knee and said, "Elder, you are looking for me." Victor stood up and walked down to Selena, stroking her head and said, "Why call me elder? Call me father. Get up quickly." Looking at Selena who stood up, Victor stared at her face and said, "My dear daughter, you always surprise me." Victor felt a different kind of comfort in his heart towards this adopted daughter whom he had created out of his bad taste. He killed her entire family, falsely told her it was a werewolf who did it, and turned her into a vampire. Then, over the centuries, the other party has always regarded him as his father, and has always rushed to the front line to hunt werewolves, making a great name for himself in the tribe. Today, he was given something he had never known before, a Dragon Ball that could make a wish. P.S. There will be updates before 12 o'clock. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 153 Victor and 039's Ambition. Chapter 153 Victor's Ambition, Part 3. Victor looked at his adopted daughter, smiled kindly, and said, "In the memories you transmitted to me, besides the werewolf's worries and Craven's lies, there is something more important. Can you let me see it?" Selena didn't hide anything and took out a Dragon Ball from each of her left and right pockets. "Father, this is the Dragon Ball I found. They are 1-star and 3-star Dragon Balls. Once you collect all 7, you can make a wish to the dragon. Weakening the vampire's weaknesses and initiating new evolutions is just around the corner." Victor already knew Selena's wish through his blood memory. Victor agreed with the wish of getting rid of their own shortcomings. As the only 2 combat sealings of the Blood Clan, they could improve their shortcomings and perhaps they could also change the clan rules without any need for sleep. After all, he found that the changes in the world seemed to be quite big during this sleep. However, the wish may be better expressed through description, such as, Victor took the 2 Dragon Balls from Selena's hand, played with them for a while, and then asked, "Do you have any clues about the other Dragon Balls?" Selena said, "We've contacted a black market buyer. He'll be arriving tomorrow and we've agreed to meet in the evening. The other party is collecting Dragon Balls. I suspect he has some too. As for the other Dragon Balls, John Wick in New York is rumored to have 2. I plan to take someone there to check them out after I finish dealing with things here." When Victor heard that Selena had found the clue to the 3 Dragon Balls in one go, the smile on his face became even wider. "Good, very good. You certainly did not disappoint me. As for collecting the Dragon Balls, I will mobilize the power of all the vampires and make sure it's accomplished. As for Kraven's matter, I will give you an explanation. If he really deceived me, then he will face the most cruel punishment. Someone, bring Kraven up here. Soon Soren appeared in front of Victor with Kraven. Kraven, is Lucien dead or alive? Hearing Victor's words, Kraven knelt on the ground and said, Master, Lucien died a long time ago. I brought back his mark. Have you forgotten? At this time, Soren spoke, You're lying. I saw a werewolf wearing the same necklace as Lucien. All you brought back was a scrap of skin. Kraven was about to argue when Victor said, Don't bother, let me see for myself. In an instant, Victor appeared in front of Kraven, grabbed his arm and bit his wrist. In an instant, blood entered Victor's mouth, and then Kraven's memory played in Victor's mind like a slideshow. Soon Victor saw that Kraven had mentioned that he was going to see Lucien not long ago, and that the two had a conversation. Victor's face turned pale when he saw the scene. When Kraven brought back Lucien's skin, he chose to trust the other party, and even handed over his own tribe to the other party during his sleep. He didn't expect this to be the result. Boom! Victor slapped Kraven on the head, and the huge force directly blew his head apart on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Kraven, whose head was blown off, was lifeless. Although he had a strong self-healing ability, he could not grow a head, so he died on the spot. Bump! Kraven's body lost its support and fell to the ground, blood flowing out. At this moment, the door to the sleeping room was opened, and a team of fully armed Deathwalkers came up. The leader said, Master, a member of the council was assassinated. This news left Victor stunned. What? How's Amelia? The Deathwalker who led the team said, The blood has been drained, and Kong En and the others who came to support them are all dead. Upon hearing the news, Victor and Selena looked at each other, then closed their eyes in silence. But Victor started to curse, Damn Kraven, killing you with just one slap is too easy for you. However, through the memory just now, Victor knew that Amelia's whereabouts were also leaked to Lucien by Kraven. Selena asked doubtfully, What do they want with the Elder's blood? Victor also shook his head. There was no such information in Kraven's memory. At this time, Selena said, Father, one of the planets was obtained from Michael, and the werewolves are also trying to catch him, probably for the Dragon Balls. Do you think there might be Dragon Balls among the werewolves? Hearing that the werewolf might also possess the Dragon Ball, Victor's eyes lit up and he immediately said, The most urgent thing is to find the Dragon Ball and kill Lucien and the damn werewolf. Notify all Deathwalkers that the war is about to begin. After saying that, Victor walked out of the sleeping room first. He wanted to collect all the Dragon Balls and get rid of the damn werewolf. As everyone left the sleeping chamber, Kraven's blood continued to flow, soaking the ground and flowing into the coffin where Marcus was still sleeping. The other side, in the werewolf base, Michael was brought back by the doctor and Connor. He was tied up and his limbs and mouth were restrained. When he woke up at this moment, his eyes were dazed and confused. Lucien looked at Michael in front of him and said, You were injected with an enzyme to prevent the transformation. It will take some time to dissipate this unstable state. After all, what I need is your purest blood. At this time, the werewolf on the side was about to draw blood from Michael, but due to Michael's fierce struggle, the syringe in his hand fell off and the dropped syringe shattered into pieces on the ground. Seeing this, the werewolf next to him went up and gave Michael a big slap in the face. Snapped. Enough. Lucien stopped his men and said, Let's go see why Lates is delayed. With their preparation and strength, it shouldn't take that long. When the werewolf's subordinate heard Lucien's order, he looked at Michael with disdain and turned away. Seeing his men going to work, Lucien walked up to Michael with a syringe and said with a smile on his face, I do owe him an apology. He desperately needs to learn some manners. Speaking of etiquette, I am Lucien. After saying that, Lucien stepped forward and took off the hemp rope that was tied around Michael's mouth. The hemp rope on his mouth was removed, and Michael gasped and said, Let me go. I gave Selena the address where I kept the thing you're looking for. The Dragon Ball should be in the hands of the vampires now. You won't be able to get it even if you capture me. I don't want to participate in your war. Let me go. Hearing Michael's words, Lucien stopped and looked at Michael. Did you just say Dragon Ball? Lucien didn't know what this thing was, but from the other party's tone, it seemed that he had given it to a vampire. Dragon Ball? Is it related to dragons? Dragon Balls or something? Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 154 I wish there were no vampires in the world. Chapter 154 I wish there were no vampires in the world. Part 4, Michael said, You captured me just for the wish-granting Dragon Ball, didn't you? I hid that thing, but before you came, I told Selena the address. It's been so long now, the thing should have been in her hands by now. Hearing Markel's words, Lucien turned his fingers and said, "You mean, you have a dragon ball in your hand that can grant any wish, and you think we arrested you because of the dragon ball? And you gave the dragon balls that can grant any wish to those vampires?" At this point, Lucien bent down and laughed. "Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard this century. If those so-called dragon balls can really grant wishes, why don't you use them yourself?" Seeing Lucien's reaction, Michael was also stunned for a moment. At this moment, he realized that the werewolf did not capture him for the dragon ball. Then it was really stupid of me to take the initiative to give the dragon ball to Selena. I hope Selena and the others can deposit the 10 million yuan for buying dragon ball into my account. And then I said, it's really pitiful. A werewolf who has been fighting vampires for so many years doesn't even know about the dragon balls. Selena knows about the dragon balls and is even willing to pay a high price for it. And she said that there are people buying this thing on the black market for 500 million US dollars each. You need to collect all 7 of these to make your wish come true. Do you think an ordinary person like me has the ability to get 7 dragon balls? Also, if you're not after the dragon balls, then why did you capture me? I'm just an ordinary person with no power or influence. After hearing Michael's story, Lucien looked him up and down and asked uncertainly, "Are you telling the truth?" Seeing the other party's look of disbelief, Michael didn't want to bother with him anymore. He didn't think of selling it to other people at the beginning because he didn't want to explain the ability of this thing. Seeing that Michael didn't say anything, Lucien didn't force him but walked directly to the laptop and started logging into the dark web. He soon searched for information about Dragon Balls and found that the price was exactly 500 million US dollars per piece. Seeing that there were really people collecting the so-called Dragon Balls, Lucien began to believe what Michael said. "Depend on. Craven, you're a piece of shit. You didn't even tell me about such an important matter." Lucien was very angry at this moment. The Dragon Ball that could fulfill wishes was such a magical item, but the vampire beasts got it first. If he were to get the Dragon Ball, he would make a wish that there would be no more vampires in the world and that all vampires would die. Thinking of this, Lucien looked at Michael and asked, "How many Dragon Balls do they have?" Michael opened his eyes and said, "You believe it now? I don't know how many they have, but the one I have should already be in their hands. And they believe in the Dragon Balls, which means they have at least one." Michael said, "It doesn't matter how many there are, as long as they are not all collected." Looking at Michael in front of him, Lucien's eyes lit up. As long as the blood of the vampire elder arrived, combined with Michael's blood, he would be able to become a being beyond werewolves and vampires. At that time, he would lead all the werewolves to complete their evolution and directly attack the vampire's base. Then he would have the advantage whether destroying the opponent or obtaining the Dragon Balls. At this time, Michael's eyes trembled as he looked at the other person. Lucien picked up the syringe and began to draw blood from Michael. "I've already told you the secret of the Dragon Balls, but you haven't told me why you captured me. And your war has nothing to do with me." Lucien wiped the veins on Michael's arm with an alcohol cotton pad, then looked at the tied-up Michael and said, "No, no, no, this is our war now. You are already a werewolf. The vampires will kill you if they see you again, simply because you will become a werewolf, one of us. I don't know what you got in exchange for the Dragon Balls, but believe me, you won't survive once they find out you're a werewolf." Hearing Lucien's words, Michael thought of the changes in those people before and after seeing him being bitten by a werewolf. Thinking of this, Michael accidentally saw the necklace on Lucien's neck. Clearer fragments of memory appeared in his mind. He saw Lucien chained to the ground in the castle, and witnessed a vampire woman executing the punishment in front of him and turning into ashes. At this time, Lucien rolled up his sleeves and injected the blood that had just been drawn from Michael into his body. "They forced you to watch her die, Sonia. This is the spark of war. I saw it as if I were there." Listening to Michael's words, Lucien smiled and then said, "We were once slaves, the vampire's daytime protectors. I was born into slavery, but I didn't hate it. I even married a vampire. This is forbidden by the Alliance. Victor is afraid of the mixing of species, very afraid. So Victor killed Sonia, his own daughter. Burned alive by the sun, just because she loved me. This is his war, Victor's. He spent his last 600 years trying to exterminate our clan." After hearing these words, Michael asked the question that concerned him most. "Selena said she would keep me safe." Lucien smiled disdainfully and said, "Unless she wants to die. If Victor finds out, she won't be able to survive. If you were an ordinary person, there would still be a possibility, but unfortunately you are a werewolf now." At this time, a team of werewolf warriors with guns came in and said to Lucien, "Chief, Les and the others had an accident." After hearing his subordinates report, Lucien cursed, "Damn it, what the hell is going on? Tell me the details of the situation." After saying that, Lucien walked out of the room where Michael was imprisoned and came outside. After listening to his subordinate's report, Lucien's face turned ugly. It was Les who led his men to successfully kill the vampire elder, but in the end they were taken away by the Assassin's League and never appeared again. However, this information was told to them by someone who saw the Assassin's League taking Les and his gang away. Thinking about the reasons for all this, Lucien suspected that this was caused by Les selling information to the Assassin Brotherhood. He really felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. At this moment, the sun is rising slowly and a new day has arrived. P.S. I don't have time for the 5th update today, so here are 8,000 words. Please support me by voting for the minimum monthly ticket in November. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 155 Ross and 039's invitation. Chapter 155 Ross's invitation. First update. The next day, Smith Doyle, who had just woken up from bed, heard the dull voice of the artificial intelligence. Master, there's an incoming call from General Ross. Hearing that it was General Ross, Smith thought for a moment and decided to join. After all, the other party was now one of his major clients. Put it in. Soon a virtual projection appeared in front of Smith Doyle, with a photo of Ross on it. Smith, this is Ross. Smith smiled and said, General Ross, what brings you here so early? Ross, smoking a cigar and looking at the documents in his hand, said, I'm going to capture a fugitive, but his power is more than just extraordinary. So I need your help with this. Hearing that it was a fugitive far beyond the ordinary, Smith thought to himself, isn't this the green fat man? Going to help Ross catch Hulk by himself is a losing business. Smith Doyle immediately said, General, you should contact SHIELD for this kind of thing. They are responsible for extraordinary cases. When Ross heard the word SHIELD, he frowned. He had found several good talents in the past year, but they were all intervened by SHIELD in the name of dealing with extraordinary people. This time, he didn't want SHIELD to know about the news about the Hulk, lest those guys come to steal his achievements. You have to know that the Hulk appeared several years earlier than Tony, the Iron Man, and there has been no clue since he escaped in 06. Ross refused, I don't have a good impression of those guys. This is our military's own business. Although Smith wanted to have a fight with Hulk, he suppressed his thoughts and said, General, I am a capitalist, not a soldier charging into battle. Ross was not angry when Smith Doyle rejected him, but said, it seems we can only solve it ourselves. As the call ended, Smith Doyle shrugged. I'm really looking forward to it more and more. It looks like it won't be long before Hulk comes. In Smith's opinion, there is no need for him to follow Ross to Brazil. Bruce Banner will return to New York on his own. If you really want to compete, there will be plenty of opportunities later. The other side. After Ross hung up the phone, he immediately went to the U.S. military base and dispatched a team of elite soldiers. All of these soldiers have reached the human limit of 8 points of combat power. One of them, named Bronsky, has even exceeded 8 points of combat power, becoming the only one in the team to surpass it. Looking at the team in front of him, General Ross was very satisfied. Very good, boys. Set off. On the helicopter, General Ross said, this is an arrest operation. This is the mission objective and location. The requirement is to capture them alive. You must use tranquilizer guns and only shoot when absolutely necessary. The police will assist, but we cannot alert the suspects. At this time, Bronsky looked at the documents in his hand and then asked, will the other party resist? At this time, General Ross, who set out together, said, the target is a fugitive from the U.S. government who stole military secrets and is suspected of killing 2 scientists, an Army officer, an Idaho state trooper, and 2 Canadian hunters. So don't wait for him to resist, tranquilize him and bring him back. The other side, London. Victor's castle is now completely closed. Not a single ray of sunlight can penetrate the castle during the day, but the entire interior is still brightly lit. At this moment, Selina came in with an envelope, came to Victor and said, Father, this is a letter from the Assassin's League courier. Victor heard this familiar and patterned name, paused for a few seconds and then said, I didn't expect that after so long, this organization still exists. Victor has lived for 1,500 years, and the Assassin's League is as long as he is. He has dealt with and come into contact with this organization before, and their earliest headquarters was on the British Isles. You have to know that the United States was founded only about 200 years ago, and the Assassin's League moved there later. But after some contact, Victor found that the other party's ideas were completely inconsistent with his own, and he had no intention of becoming a vampire, so he had no further contact. Victor took the letter from Selina and said, it's been over 100 years. Tell me about their changes. Victor opened the letter and checked the contents, while Selena introduced the other party's information. The League of Assassins is currently headquartered in New York. Their leader, Smith Doyle, codenamed God, is a household name in the United States and possesses extremely powerful and terrifying strength. Currently, its subsidiaries include the Global Assassin Brotherhood, the Universal Capsule Group, which produces combat effectiveness detectors, and some other supporting enterprises such as textile factories. As she spoke, Selena took out a tablet computer and played some battle footage of Smith Doyle that could be found on the internet. Victor couldn't help but sigh when he heard Selena's words. I didn't expect that they would change so much in just over 100 years. No wonder he dares to call himself a god. Such strength is truly terrifying. At the same time, in the video, Victor saw that Smith Doyle had the ability to fly, and could also emit light waves with both hands to destroy his opponents. His speed was also extremely fast, and his defensive ability was not inferior at all. Victor knew that he was absolutely no match for this god, even with the blessing of the night. Selena asked, I wonder what they are sending the letter for? Victor said, the Assassin Brotherhood received intelligence from the vampire and sent an elder and an adjudicator to investigate the matter. 2 people will come to investigate the situation later, mainly focusing on the vampires injuring and killing humans, and imprisoning and creating blood slaves. Hearing these words, Selena said angrily, it's slander, it's blatant slander. We vampires basically don't fight humans. Even the blood we use now is artificial plasma and cloned blood. Besides, cloning blood has become a new profit point for our vampire industry. How could we do something like imprisoning and creating blood slaves? As for killing humans, it's sheer nonsense. Some of London's upper echelons were even willing to pay a high price and asked us to convert them into vampires, but we remained unmoved. Victor smiled and said, so, anyone who sells information should be punished. The Assassins' League isn't easy to deal with, but it seems they're no longer engaging in acts of killing without warning or mistaking cause for effect. Selena was a little confused and didn't understand what her father meant. Okay, get ready, the guests are coming. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 156 Even if you don't give us face, you have to give the leader face. Chapter 156 Even if you don't give us face, you have to give the leader face, Part 2. At this moment, Selena remembered something about John Wick and immediately reported, Father, that John Wick in New York had 2 Dragon Balls in his hands a year ago. He's now a member of the League of Assassins. According to investigations, he seems to be appearing more as Smith Doyle's driver. Victor became interested after hearing Selena's words. Is that so? Could it be that Smith Doyle's strength was gained by making a wish through the Dragon Ball? Selena shook her head and said, that shouldn't be the case. We have both 1-star and 3-star planets in our possession, but we can't fulfill the wish. Victor thought about Selena's memory of obtaining the Dragon Ball, and then asked, tell me in detail how you obtained your first Dragon Ball. Then Selena told Victor how she discovered the Dragon Ball and how it was originally a piece of stone she brought back. Victor analyzed it for a moment, then said, Selena, is there a possibility that after a wish is granted, the Dragon Ball will turn into stone and appear all over the world, requiring the passage of time to replenish its energy? When did the information first appear that John Wick possessed the Dragon Balls? Selena thought for a moment and said, it seemed like a year ago. Victor continued to ask, then when did the leader of the Assassins' League step forward and demonstrate his strength? Selena continued, more than half a year ago. At this moment, Selena suddenly realized, Father, do you really think Smith Doyle's strength is due to the Dragon Balls? Victor smiled and said, that's very possible. Of course, it's also possible that the Assassin's League is also collecting Dragon Balls. After all, this speed would be hard to find anywhere in the world without some special means. Victor is worthy of being an antique who has lived for more than 1,000 years. Although the situation is different from what he expected, it is very close to the essence. Well, don't keep our guests waiting. Let's arrange for a few people to open the door. Selena nodded, and according to her arrangements, the electronic door outside the castle opened automatically under mechanical control. Then 2 vampires stood behind the door and slowly opened the castle door. As the gate opened, sunlight shone into the castle for the first time in 100 years. Alexei looked at the open door and said to Mr. X, it seems we are quite famous. These vampires actually welcome us during the day. I thought we would have to wait until night to meet them. Mr. X said calmly, if you don't give us face, how can you not give the leader face? The 2 then walked into the castle. As they entered, the 2 vampires behind the door closed the door again, tightly shutting it so that not even a ray of sunlight could enter the castle. As the door closed, the vampire hiding in the dark without the sunlight finally came out. At this time, Victor came out with Selena and applauded, "Welcome to the judge and elders of the Assassin's League. This castle has not had any guests for a long time." Mr. X looked at the man in front of him, combined the information given by the leader with the ancient records of the Assassin's League, and said, "Lord Victor, I didn't expect that after more than 1,000 years, you still look as young as in your portrait." Victor was a little surprised to hear that the other party actually knew him, and then he said, "I never thought that after all this time, the Assassin's League still kept records of my information. It's really surprising. I already know the reason for your visit. I will have someone cooperate with you to understand the situation later." Then he pointed to the conference table beside him and said, "Please take a seat, both of you. Sauron, bring the information up for you two to review." Seeing how cooperative the other party was, Mr. X and Alexei went straight to their seats at the conference table and sat down. At this moment, Selena looked at Alexei and Mr. X with a combat power detector. Selena bought a few of this product after it was released, but she rarely wore them because she didn't use them. This time, when she saw the members of the Assassin's League coming to her house, she brought them with her, wanting to see their strength. When seeing that Mr. X's combat power was only 8 points, he just regarded it as the ceiling among ordinary people and did not care. But after locking onto Alexei, he was surprised by the 50 combat power points on the combat power display. Then he immediately whispered in Victor's ear, "Father, the combat power of the one on the right has reached 50 points." Victor was surprised to hear that the opponent's combat power had reached 50 points, but fortunately he had no intention of starting a conflict. You have to know that Selena is the combat power ceiling among the Death Walkers, and her combat power on the combat power meter is only 18 points, and he only has 30 points when he wakes up. But the man in front of him actually reached 50 points. He remembered that Selena said that a value exceeding 1.3 times would mean a crushing battle, just like when he dealt with ordinary werewolves. Soon, Sauron came up with a file as tall as a person and placed it all on the conference table. Mr. X looked at the documents he had brought and said, "Lord Victor, I need to know about your food supply and production methods." Victor did not hide it and directly ordered, "Selena, please explain to the two of you how we obtain our blood." Selena stepped forward, took out the information about Zerdi's Industries, placed it in front of the two of them, and began to introduce it. "The only thing we vampires can eat is blood. All other foods and fruits become unbearable in our stomachs. Our main source of blood right now is this company. Zerdi's Industries is a major blood cloning company. They not only serve as a food bank for the vampires, but also supply cloned blood to hospitals and pharmaceutical companies around the world for emergency treatment and drug manufacturing. So the accusation of imprisoning humans to create blood slaves is nonsense." X and Alexei also looked through the information and found that the scale of this enterprise was not small and could indeed support the entire vampire population and still be wealthy. Victor, who was standing aside, looked at the two of them with a smile on his face and asked, "The Assassin's League has really changed a lot. I remember that they didn't collect evidence in the past, and they even dealt with criminals before they made any mistakes." Mr. X looked at Victor, nodded, and said, "Times are changing, and so are we. It is unfair to prematurely resolve the situation for someone who has not made any mistakes." Victor nodded upon seeing this. This group of diehards had changed so much in the past 100 years. He wondered if it had anything to do with the new leader. P.S. There will be updates in the evening. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 157, Dragon Ball Battle Qualification. Chapter 157, Dragon Ball Battle Qualification, Part 3. After Mr. X and Alexei got to know each other, they were basically certain that the vampire clan had become self-sufficient, no longer dependent on the blood of ordinary humans, and had abundant assets to squander. Moreover, in this country, there are many supporters from top to bottom, and even the other party's bloodline is still alive, cleaning up for them from time to time. Mr. X stood up and said, "Very good. The vampire clan hasn't done anything out of the ordinary in recent years. But this is only in recent years. The older accounts are not so simple." Victor smiled and said, "Excuse me for coming here." At this time, Mr. X asked, "The first person to collect the Dragon Balls was Miss Selena, right?" After hearing what Mr. X said, Victor and Selena both froze in place. They didn't understand how the other knew about this. At this time, Victor even planned to keep the two of them in the castle, but considering the other party's strength and their fearlessness in entering here, he knew that there would be no hope even if he forced them to stay, and it would increase the difficulty of collecting Dragon Balls later. Selena's expression was stiff, but she finally spoke slowly, "It's me. At this time, Mr. X took out a gold coin with the Dragon Ball logo from his pocket and said, "Congratulations, you have obtained the Dragon Ball. This is your ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. We will give tickets to everyone who holds a Dragon Ball. Ultimately, through fair and just battle, win the Dragon Ball from the opponent. The leader will personally assess the holder's wishes. If they pass, they will become a wish granteur and make a wish to the dragon." Selena took the coin from the other person and got the admission ticket. She just didn't quite understand what the Assassin's League's identity was in carrying out this matter, and why Smith Doyle had to examine the wishes of the wishers. What if the wish doesn't come true? Alexei said, "You don't want to know the answer to that." Mr. X slowly uttered 2 words, "Die." At this time, Victor said, "We now have 2 Dragon Balls in our hands. Can we get 2 tickets?" Although Victor didn't understand how things turned out like this with Dragon Ball, he immediately made the best choice. Mr. X said, "Oh, it seems that the unlucky gentleman lost his Dragon Ball before he even got the ticket. By the way, he won't be killed by you, will he?" Selena looked at X and asked, "Do you know him?" X smiled and said calmly, "We know the identity of every Dragon Ball holder." Selena was terrified when she heard this. She wondered what was going on with the Assassin's League. She felt like a small boat in the ocean that could be destroyed by the other side at any time. Selena shook her head. "I didn't hurt him. I paid $10 million for the second Dragon Ball. But he was captured by a werewolf. I don't know if his life is in danger. By the way, it's not a violation to obtain the Dragon Ball before the other party qualifies for the battle, right?" X's face showed no extra expression, and he said calmly, "You are such a smart girl. If you can collect all the Dragon Balls before the others qualify for the battle, the leader will take you directly to the test." Hearing Mr. X's words, Selena thanked him. "Thank you." Mr. X then looked at Victor and said, "You only have 1 ticket for the battle. Even if you defeat other Dragon Ball holders and obtain their Dragon Balls, the number of tickets you have will not increase." "Okay, that's it, we have to leave." When Victor saw that the other party wanted to leave, he waved his hand without trying to persuade them to stay. The 2 vampires opened the door again and watched them leave. Selena then shouted, "What does that scramble mean?" Mr. X said without turning his head, "When you meet someone with the same ticket, you'll understand." As the door closed again, Victor lost his initial composure and said with a gloomy face, "It seems the Dragon Ball incident is more troublesome than we imagined." Selena turned to look at Victor and asked, "Father, the black market buyer that night, we still?" Victor said with a sullen face, "Let's proceed as planned. If the other party has a ticket, at least we can know what the so-called battle is all about. If you don't have a ticket, there's no need to hold back. After dealing with the black market buyers, we will go out and eliminate the werewolves to see if they have any Dragon Balls." After hearing Victor's arrangement, Selena nodded and said, "Yes, father." The other side. Mr. X and Alexei left the castle and got in the car, heading towards the Assassin Brotherhood. On the way, Alexei asked, "Are Dragon Balls really as magical as you say, and can grant any wish?" Mr. X looked at Alexei who was driving and said, "This time, you will witness the greatness of the dragon." Alexei said helplessly, "How can such a treasure be released like this? It should be taken back to the headquarters and strictly guarded." Mr. X said calmly, "This is the leader's will. The Dragon Ball is the sacred object of the Assassin's League. If you didn't have this opportunity, you wouldn't be able to access this thing with your identity." Alexei did not refute after hearing this. Having carried out missions in the Soviet Union, he knew very well that people like him who joined in halfway would never be able to come into contact with such magical things in their lifetime without the leader's permission. "Haha, it seems everyone has accepted us. I'm very happy." X looked at Alexei and said slowly, "If you have any ideas about the Dragon Balls, maybe there will be a chance to compete for them next time." Alexei became interested and said, "Could it be that the leader wants us to participate in the fight?" Mr. X nodded. "If you think you can impress the chief, you should be able to participate next time. The leader asked us before this operation, but no one had any wishes that needed the Dragon Balls to fulfill." Hearing this, Alexei nodded silently. To be honest, with his current living conditions and family around him, he doesn't really have any special wishes that need to be fulfilled. The benefits of the Assassin's League are very high, life is very good, and strength has been steadily increasing through training with the leader. In addition, the occasional missions are to fight against evil and protect the good. It is really a beautiful and hopeful life. I hope Longju won't disrupt his current life. The past 6 months have brought him a beauty that he has never experienced before. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 158 The Hulk appears. Chapter 158 The Hulk appears. First update, the other side. Michael was taken down from the shelf by Lucien and then fell asleep on the bed. At this moment, the text message ring of his mobile phone woke him up. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it in a daze, then immediately woke up. He took out his phone and started counting the numbers on it. A full $10 million had actually been deposited into his account. This amount of money was something he had never imagined before, but considering his current situation, he was about to become a werewolf and was involved in a war between two tribes. Would he really have the chance to spend the money? Michael felt a little depressed when thinking about this, but then he comforted himself that no matter what, he had the money, and at least Selena was trustworthy. No longer thinking about the money, Michael put his phone back into his pocket and continued to sleep. He was too tired after having his blood drawn. The other side, Ross brought his elite men to the area near where Bruce Banner lived in Brazil. Before Brinsky set off, General Ross took out a box containing a combat effectiveness tester. Take this with you, it may be helpful in the upcoming battle. Even Ross couldn't afford to equip every member of the combat team with a combat effectiveness tester worth $3 million. Bronsky took the combat capability detector, put it on, and saluted. "Thank you, sir, for your kindness." Ross nodded and said, "Let's go and bring the target back to me." When Brinsky walked out of the command vehicle, he no longer felt relaxed as at first, but became solemn. The combat power detector can be said to be the most valuable piece of individual combat equipment. He used this thing to lock the target. God knows what kind of freak the enemy is this time. He knows that although he is a transcendent, he has only barely broken through and his combat power is only 8.5. There are transcendent beings above him, even extraordinary beings, but I don't know which category the target is this time. The most important thing is to capture him alive and hope there will be no accidents. Bronsky was fully alert and led his team towards Bruce Banner's room. In order not to alert the enemy, Bronsky did not let go of even a dog along the way, and knocked it down with a shot of anesthetic. Soon the entire team arrived at the door of Bruce Banner's room. In order to determine the target's movements, the team members took the detector tube and inserted it through the crack of the door to see if the target was in the room. However, Bruce Banner had a pet dog in his room. When he saw a foreign object coming in through the crack in the door, he bit it directly with his mouth. As a result, the instrument only vaguely saw the target as if it was sleeping and was held in the mouth of a dog. General Ross, who saw this in the command vehicle, immediately gave the order, "Don't alert the enemy. Retrieve the equipment and break in the door to arrest them." The soldiers who received the order put away their equipment without any hesitation and placed small C4 bombs for directional blasting at the four corners of the gate. Boom! As the button was pressed, the bomb was detonated and the door to Bruce Banner's room was blown away. "Go, go, go!" The soldiers swarmed in and immediately rushed into the room and into the bedroom. Looking at the target lying on the bed and seemingly sleeping, he immediately pulled the trigger and the anesthetic was shot out. However, Bronsky, who came in at the same time, found through the combat power detector that there was no sign of life in the room except a dog. "Stop, the target is not in the room." Although Bronsky reacted quickly, the anesthetic needle still shot onto the bedding. Bronsky ignored the suspected target on the bed and immediately checked. He found the open window and immediately stuck his head out to check the target. At this time, the team members also removed the bedding. There was no one on the bed at all. Only a pillow wig doll was used to pretend that there was someone. However, Bruce Banner had already discovered their whereabouts when the team surrounded them and immediately stopped their escape plan. "The target is not in the room. The target is not in the room. Everyone go down and search immediately." At the same time, he shot a shot of anesthetic needle at the barking pet dog in the room and knocked it down. Brinsky then opened the window and saw the rope Bruce Banner had left behind from climbing. "He's down there, hurry." At this time, Bruce Banner entered the room of his beautiful neighbor downstairs, gave her a passionate kiss and ran out. "Thank you." Bruce Banner was wearing a red sweatshirt, a hat and a backpack. When he saw the soldier, he immediately turned around and wanted to walk away as if nothing had happened. However, according to Bronsky's combat power meter, the opponent's combat power value exceeded that of an ordinary person, reaching the maximum of 8 points. Note, Bruce Banner in his ordinary state only shows a combat power of 8 points. Seeing that the target only had a combat power of 8 points, Bronsky was relieved. As expected of a fugitive who had killed many people, he was indeed quite capable. The target is the guy wearing a red sweatshirt and carrying a backpack. Bronsky shouted to alert his teammates and immediately raised his gun to shoot. However, Bruce Banner reacted quickly and immediately dived into the crowd, preventing the soldiers from attacking. Ross, who saw all this in the command vehicle, immediately arranged for his men to evacuate the people and shouted, "Don't lose track." Bronsky immediately ran after him, and with his physical advantage, he left the others behind. but Bruce Banner was better. With his super physical strength and familiarity with the terrain, he moved between the houses and left all the soldiers behind. However, as luck would have it, Bruce Banner ran into his mortal enemy in the unit while escaping, and the other party immediately chased after him with his companions. Bruce Banner also took the opportunity to run back to the factory where he worked. He planned to hide by relying on his familiarity with the factory. Although Bruce Banner ran very fast, Bronsky, who had already locked the target through the combat power detector, immediately caught up with his soldiers and reported the situation to General Ross. Bruce Banner returned to the factory and was blocked by several enemies. The other party took advantage of old and new grudges to put Bruce Banner on a rack and started beating him up. Faced with the beating from his colleague, Bruce Banner's heartbeat rose rapidly, and he persuaded the other party to leave quickly, otherwise there would be bad consequences. But the other party ignored him and became even more unscrupulous and beat him. At this time, the soldier had already aimed at Bruce Banner, but the people who were beating him blocked him. The soldier could only give him an anesthetic injection and deal with the people who were in the way first. Just as the soldiers were dealing with the people who beat Bruce Banner could no longer control his heartbeat, which exceeded 200, and he transformed into Hulk. At this time, a soldier who observed the changes inside through night vision goggles shouted, "Did anyone see that?" Compared to the soldier's surprise, Bronsky was extremely shocked, and his whole heart was trembling. He actually saw that the value of the combat power detector was soaring rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, and soon reached the triple digit of 100 points. Seeing this sudden change in the Hulk coming out, Bronsky immediately shouted, "Shoot, everyone shoot, this is a transcendent." Following the order from Captain Bronsky, all the team members immediately pulled the trigger. Countless anesthetic needles whizzed past, but none of them pierced Bruce Banner's skin and fell to the ground. Bruce Banner became even angrier under attack, and the numbers in Bronsky's eyes continued to rise. Change to live ammunition quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit Hulk's body like metal hitting metal, snapped. But in the next second, the value of Bronsky's combat power detector exceeded 150 and exploded instantly. Bronsky, who saw the scene, murmured, "150. It's actually 150. This terrifying number made Bronsky a little dumbfounded. If he didn't know anything and saw this green giant, although it was scary, he would still dare to charge. After learning that he only had an 8.5 and the goal was over 150 points, Bronsky was filled with deep fear. But as a soldier, he could not be afraid or retreat. He immediately pulled the trigger and fired all the grenades and howitzers. However, the effect was minimal and no substantial harm was caused to the Hulk. In the end, the other party made a big fuss, broke through the wall of the factory, and disappeared from sight. Of course, Bronsky did not get nothing. He found Bruce Banner's backpack, which contained his computer. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 159, Not a Malfunction, Combat Power Exceeds 150 Points. Chapter 159, It's Not a Malfunction, Combat Power Exceeds 150 Points. Second update. Bronsky opened his backpack and took out the laptop. When he opened the laptop, he found a photo clipped inside. I picked up the photo and saw that it was a woman. It seems he has an accomplice. This should be the target's girlfriend. General Ross took the photo from Bronsky and said, "This girl has nothing to do with the mission. He lives alone and we haven't been in touch for many years." Obviously Bronsky didn't know that the girl he just saw was General Ross's daughter Betty. Hearing the general's denial of the photo, Bronsky took a deep breath and said, "General, there is a situation I feel needs to be discussed. Today's mission target, Bruce Banner, is not an ordinary person. He has turned into a green monster. He threw the forklift at me like a shot put. He was much more terrifying than the average transcendent. General, you'd never guess that his combat power value has exceeded 150 points. The combat power meter exploded because of it." General Ross stopped, turned and looked at Bronsky and said, "Wait, what's the breakthrough in combat power?" Bronsky took out the exploded combat power detector and said, "Over 150 points, if the instrument isn't malfunctioning." Hearing this answer, General Ross was not afraid, but even more delighted. Bruce Banner is even more powerful than he imagined. 150 points, what a terrifying number. I guess I need to ask Smith Doyle if it's a malfunction of the instrument, or if the explosion will occur after the combat power exceeds 150 points. However, Bronsky's attention was not on this, but he said, "General, if it's a transcendent of this level, next time I hope to know the truth in advance so I can formulate a better battle plan." General Ross looked at Bronsky and said, "Boy, you did a great job this time. But this guy could have been taken down with the tranquilizer gun before he transformed, but we missed the chance. Okay, let's get ready to go home." General Ross then left first, followed by the other members. From the helicopter, General Ross called Smith Doyle. It was already evening. Smith Doyle first received a report from Mr. X today. 2 Dragon Balls appeared in the hands of the vampire, and the ticket for the battle had been successfully delivered to the other party. This was the second time he saw Ross's call. Smith Doyle guessed without hesitation that the arrest must have failed. General Ross. "Smith, there is something I want to consult you about." Smith Doyle said, "General, you say." Ross was not polite and started speaking directly. "Is there a limit to the combat power meter? What happens if it exceeds 150 points? When Smith Doyle heard the question asked by Ross, he knew that it seemed that Hulk had blown up the combat power detector. The upper limit of the first-generation combat power detector is 150 points. If it exceeds this value, it will explode due to overload. But don't worry, even if it explodes, it won't harm the user at all. Hearing this, Ross asked, "First generation, it seems your second-generation product is about to be released?" Smith Doyle laughed and said, Come on, come on." He had no plans to release the second-generation combat effectiveness detector before the first-generation product was sold out. The characters that appeared now would not need it, so he only needed to put it on sale before the New York War. "Remember to notify us when the product is released. The military also needs to upgrade." After giving these instructions, General Ross hung up the phone, and at the same time became more eager to win Bruce Banner's heart. With a combat power of more than 150, it will be invincible. If we can capture it and study it, or even cultivate more controllable Hulks, then, thinking of this, Ross decided to improve the strength of his men, and Bronsky was a good candidate. Because of the failure to capture and the loss of the target, Ross led the team back to the Pentagon in New York by helicopter. In an armory, there were armored vehicles, tanks, missiles and fighter jets. At this time, Ross and Bronsky were talking inside. "What I'm about to tell you is very sensitive, both to me and to the military. You should know about the U.S. weapons development program. During World War II they were conducting experiments on biotechnology power enhancement." Bronsky replied, "To create the super soldier and thus Captain America." Ross stopped at this moment and looked at Bronsky and said, "That's right. It's not that simple, but it's true. That experiment only produced one person, so I ordered them to conduct another bold experiment. While R&D only wants to build better weapons, we want to build stronger soldiers." Ross then continued, "Banner's experiments have only reached a preliminary stage and are not applicable at all. He thought he was researching ways to combat radiation, but I never told him the truth. But he was so sure of himself that he went into private human experiments, and it either went terribly wrong or he got it exactly right. His body belongs to the United States military." Listening to Ross's story, Bronsky also raised his own questions. "You're saying that such a powerful transcendent was created by an experiment?" Ross looked at Bronsky and said seriously, "We have developed a serum with great potential. As for Bruce Banner, he underwent unauthorized experiments, which led to his own transformation. You have seen his strength. His combat power exceeds 150 points." Bronsky nodded and said, "It doesn't look like the equipment is malfunctioning, but why did he flee? He should be a scientist in our military." Ross explained, "He's a scientist, not a soldier." Faced with the sudden change, he panicked and even made a mistake. At this time, Ross stood opposite Bronsky and suddenly asked, "How old are you?" 45. Bronsky didn't understand why General Ross suddenly asked this, but he still said, 39 years old. Ross laughed and said, "At this age, you've actually managed to break through 8 points in combat power. You're a rare genius." Ross shrugged and said, "With your record, you could be a colonel." Bronsky said, "I like the state of the front line. I can break through 8 points of combat effectiveness. The experience of the front line is very important." After listening to Baranski's words, Ross pondered for a moment and then said, "I can make you stronger. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 160 I Won't Let It Go. Chapter 160 I Won't Let It Go. First update, The Other Side. Suzyling came to London with the men from the Golden Dagger Club. After arriving in London, Suzyling immediately scouted the transaction location and arranged his men to ambush around it. Although she is the buyer and has no intention of robbing the cheaters, it does not mean that the other party does not have this idea. For this purpose, she also used channels to equip her subordinates with the corresponding weapons, assault rifles, and pistols. Everything was complete, except bulletproof vests, which were not available for purchase due to time constraints. At this moment, the sun has completely set and darkness has enveloped the earth. Victor watched Selena lead a team to the transaction location and waved his hand. The rest of the Deathwalkers, follow me. Tonight, we will completely wipe out the werewolf clan. Selena arrived at the transaction location with her men, only to see Su Xialing and others who had been waiting for a long time. After getting out of the car, Selena, who was wearing a black leather jacket, immediately locked onto Su Xialing with a combat power detector, and the opponent's combat power immediately appeared on it. However, Selena was surprised to find that the opponent's strength was not weaker than hers at all. Selena used the combat power detector, and Su Xialing also observed the opponent's combat power. After discovering that the other party was not simple, Su Xialing was very glad that she brought a team of people with her, otherwise she might have been in trouble this time. Have you brought anything? Su Xialing didn't waste any time and asked directly. Selena took out the Dragon Ball and asked, do you think you can get the Dragon Ball with just $500 million? Seeing that the other party did have a Dragon Ball in his hand, Su Xialing said, sister, it's not a good habit to increase the price at the last minute. Selena looked at the other party, smiled disdainfully, and said, I don't know if you're playing dumb, or if you don't know what the Dragon Balls do. If it's only $500 million, then I'll pay 1,000 million to buy the Dragon Ball from you. Seeing the other party's expression change, Selena continued, you don't have a Dragon Ball in your hand, do you? Selena looked at the other person's expression and felt a pang in her heart. Could it be that this guy had heard about Dragon Ball from somewhere and was trying to take advantage of the situation? Thinking of this, Selena took out the coin that Mr. X had given her, representing the ticket to the battle, and asked, do you know what this thing is? Su Xialing looked at the coin in the other person's hand. Although it was dark, the visibility was not low at all under the illumination of the surrounding car headlights. Gold coins from the Assassin Brotherhood? Although the patterns on them were different, Su Xialing still saw the Dragon Ball on one side and the mark of the Assassin's League on the other. After hearing the other party's words, Selena immediately put away the two things in her hands. She knew that she would return empty-handed this time. The guy in front of her didn't even have a Dragon Ball, let alone a ticket to the battle. Seeing Selena's actions, Su Xialing waved her hand and said, it seems you have no intention of making a deal. Since I've robbed you like this, I'll have all these things. Fuck me. With a command, Su Xialing's men who were lying in ambush around rushed out and launched a direct attack on Selena's group. As soon as the people from Golden Dagger rushed out, they directly fired at Selena and others with their rifles without any buffer. However, Selena and others reacted even faster, dodging and counterattacking the moment Su Xialing gave the order. Obviously, the Deathwalker's reaction was even faster. All the bullets fired by the Golden Dagger team hit the car body, and very few bullets hit the target. A few bullets managed to land, but since they weren't vampire-specific, their impact was ineffective, and many were killed in the enemy's counterattack. Because time was short and the enemy wasn't involved, Su Xialing's men weren't equipped with heavy weapons. They had no grenade launchers, rockets, or anything like that, only assault rifles and pistols. Facing the sudden attack, Selena cursed, asshole. Originally, she wanted to rob the robbers, but she didn't expect that the other party also had the same idea. Go out and take care of them. After seeing that the attack was not a special bullet, the Deathwalker behind Selena no longer worried about being injured. He rushed out directly from inside or behind the car, moving quickly to avoid the shooting while fighting back. When Su Xialing saw that the other party was not afraid of bullets, she became unwell. What kind of thing is this? It's not like the opponent can ignore the bullets. The wounds caused by the bullets that penetrate the body heal in the blink of an eye, and the bullets remaining in the body will be quickly expelled. When Su Xialing joined the battle, she swung the dart rope in her hand with great force, and each dart made a hole, but the effect on the enemy was not obvious. At this moment, a Deathwalker who had run out of bullets rushed in front of Su Xialing. Looking at the dart rope that had been shot out and had not been retracted yet, he took a step forward and kicked it. Bump! Su Xialing's strength was so great that she kicked the Deathwalker away. At this time, a subordinate came to Su Xialing and said, Boss, retreat, we are no match for you. Su Xialing looked around and found that even if the enemy's men fell down, they would stand up again quickly, but her men really fell down. Faced with this situation, Su Xialing gritted her teeth and shouted, concentrate on me, and retreat in full force. The Golden Dagger's men did not collapse directly, but instead gathered towards Su Xialing, protecting her as they retreated to the rear. Selena looked at the Deathwalker who was about to catch up, raised her hand to ask everyone to pause, and said, there's no need to get entangled with them. We have more important things to do. Since the other party doesn't have Dragon Balls, Selena doesn't want to waste time on him. Although the enemy's overall strength is not good, that woman still has some strength. What's more important now is to wipe out the werewolves. Let's go and join the main force. Let's go and wipe out the werewolves. Soon Selena and her group got in the car and drove towards the werewolf's lair. However, just as Su Xialing and others escaped and the vampires retreated, a helicopter came from the sky. A team of fully armed special forces quickly descended along the ropes. After landing, they took the bodies on the ground, cleaned up the traces at the scene, and then evacuated the place directly. After Su Xialing and others escaped by car, one of his subordinates reported, "Boss, the other party didn't catch up." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that the people had not caught up with them. However, Su Xialing punched the seat in front of her angrily. "Damn it, we've lost a lot this time." Su Xialing also understood at this moment that the so-called seller was just someone who lured her into the trap. If the other party had not guessed that she did not have the Dragon Ball, she would have had a hard time surviving today. Moreover, the opponent was very strange. Except for the female leader, although the combat effectiveness of the others was higher than that of his men, it was not outrageous. They were not as good as himself in a fight. However, the opponent's recovery ability was abnormal, and the bullets had no effect. I won't let it go. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 161 Promise Her. Chapter 161 Promise Her, Part 2. Su Xialing was not reconciled at the moment, but she was also sure of one thing, that is, the other party really had a Dragon Ball in his hand, and a gold coin that she didn't know what it was used for. Now she had a choice, which was to tell her father about it. She believed that with her father Su Wenyu's strength, he would definitely be able to crush the opponent and take away the Dragon Ball, but she is also an ambitious woman. Because of her mother's death and her brother's escape, she did not live the life she wanted with her father. After learning martial arts, she escaped from home and founded her own Golden Dagger Club, and more importantly, during all the years she had escaped, her father had never come to find her. It could be said that she was truly not valued. Thinking of this, Su Xialing knew that she couldn't tell her father, but she needed to find out what the situation was with these enemies and what was going on with the gold coin. Go to the airport, back to New York. Notify the club and get all the good players to come to me. After saying that, Su Xialing took out her cell phone and called John Wick. "John, I'm Su Xialing. Ms. Su, have you decided how to use the token?" Seeing that it was Su Xialing calling, John Wick hoped that the other party would use the token as soon as possible. He knew that the longer it was delayed, the more difficult it would be to resolve the problem and the greater the price would be. Su Xialing didn't directly mention the token, but asked, "John, do you know what's going on with the person in London who controls the Dragon Ball? Why don't bullets have any effect on them? And they have a gold coin with the Assassin's League emblem on one side and a Dragon Ball on the other. What's the use of that thing?" Hearing Su Xialing's words, John Wick was surprised. "It seems you've already fought them. Is this the information you want to exchange for the token?" Su Xialing sneered. "John, is this all your promise is worth? Tell me the information, and this time I will decide how to use the token to free you completely." John Wick sighed, knowing that giving this thing away would be extremely troublesome, which was why he had to do it, otherwise he would not be able to get the Dragon Ball. As far as he knew, other members of the organization had not given out any tokens. Instead, they had gained a lot of favors and items similar to tokens by eliminating evil forces and criminals. Even the boss he was following was killing a group of Black Widows and Natasha's family. It's true that if you compare yourself with others, you will die, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away. Okay. I hope you can use the token this time instead of wasting my feelings. Then John Wick revealed the information about the vampires. The owner of the Dragon Ball in London is a vampire, so ordinary firearms have a hard time inflicting damage on them. Of course, a powerful enough weapon would still be effective, such as blowing them to pieces. Their recovery abilities probably won't allow them to recover from being shattered. However, their status is not low, and they should have the support of their entire clan to collect the Dragon Balls. After hearing this, Su Xialing also understood. No wonder they chose to trade in the dark, and bullets had no effect. They were actually vampires. Now that you know their weaknesses, dealing with vampires is no longer difficult. Where's the gold coin? John Wick once again. Those are the tickets for the Dragon Ball battle that our leader gives to Dragon Ball holders. Only those who hold the tickets are eligible to participate in the Dragon Ball competition. Upon hearing this, Su Xialing asked, "I don't have a ticket, nor do I have a Dragon Ball. I tried to fight for the Dragon Ball today. Is there any punishment?" John Wick said nonchalantly, "Tickets have not yet been distributed, so this is a blank period. If you grab the Dragon Ball now and hold onto it for a certain period of time, our people will find you and give you a ticket. After hearing this, Su Xiling also understood and said, "Thank you for letting me know." At this time, John Wick said, "Have you figured out how to use the token now?" Su Xiling's mind was racing as to how to use the token. She also knew that she couldn't drag it on any longer and use the token to deceive people for information. "John, I want to exchange the token of the Assassin's League in my hand for a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle." After seeing how powerful the Dragon Ball holder was, Su Xiling was not sure she could snatch the Dragon Ball before all the tickets were distributed. After all, who knew how long it would take to distribute the tickets? After all, the vampire already had a ticket, and maybe all the tickets would be distributed tomorrow. John Wick felt relieved after hearing Su Xiling's request. At least the ticket issue wasn't that difficult to get. But he still asked seriously, "Su Xiling, are you sure you want to exchange your token for a ticket?" Su Xiling said, "I'm sure I'll exchange the token for the ticket." She wanted to exchange the token for Dragon Balls, or even get the qualification to make a wish directly, but it was obviously impossible. Even if the other party made a promise, the Assassin's League would not agree to it. There is a saying that goes, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who raised the problem. Come to New York, bring the token, and I will give you the ticket. Hearing John Wick's agreement, Su Xiling was delighted and said, "I'll be back tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, John Wick kissed his wife Helen on the forehead and walked out of the room. Seeing that the light in the guest room was still on, he knew that Koji's daughter Akira was still asleep and did not disturb her. John Wick went straight to the gravity room. He knew that the boss was still training at this time. Inside the gravity room, Smith Doyle saw John Wick coming to the door and asked, "Is this preparing to break through the limit?" John Wick said, "Chief, it's because of the token I handed over earlier." Smith Doyle stopped exercising, walked out of the gravity room, and asked, "It seems Su Xiling is finally willing to use it. What is she going to get in exchange for her promise?" Smith Doyle knew everything about the token handed over by John Wick. After all, he was the one who gave it away, and not everyone had it. Even the top leaders of the Assassin's League only had one each. The second token cannot be released until the first one is retrieved. Because of the relationships among all the members of the Assassin's League, it can be said that unlike the Blood Pact at the Continental Hotel, which is just a matter of the killer alone, this token is seen by the sender as something that can get the help of the entire Assassin's League if necessary. After all, the top brass are either the elders who raised Smith Doyle, or Wesley and Fox, who grew up with him as childhood playmates. If they asked, even Smith Doyle would help them personally. "Boss, Su Xiling wants a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle." Hearing this condition, Smith Doyle said nonchalantly, "No problem, promise her. P.S. I am a little tired these 2 days, so I will adjust my state and reply and update tomorrow. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 162 Raid. Chapter 162 Raid, first update, the other side. Lucien summoned all his men, and the doctor beside him reported, "We didn't find Les and his teammates. We haven't heard from them since we entered there. But Amelia is indeed dead, and even her blood has been drained. It can be said that the plan should have been successful, but there were some accidents. In fact, third generation or even fourth generation vampire blood also has an effect, but the effect is not as good as that of the two elders. If we can obtain Marcus blood, it will be the most powerful enhancement." Lucien, who had been waiting for a whole day, had already anticipated such a result. As expected, Les shot himself in the foot. "Since we don't have Amelia's blood, we can go to the castle and get it ourselves. Everyone, follow me. Also, bring this kid Michael with me." Lucien has no intention of letting Michael go. When he catches a vampire in the castle, he will directly use Markel's blood to match his werewolf troops, and his strength will be enhanced. At this time, 2 werewolves came over and directly carried Michael, ready to take him out together. However, as soon as they reached the vertical shaft leading upwards, they saw the werewolf's body falling down. Even during the mobilization meeting before the war, Lucien had guards stationed outside. The werewolf who saw the corpse immediately sounded the alarm and shouted, "Enemy attack, here in the shaft, hurry up." As they were talking, the 2 werewolves took Michael and retreated. The guy in front of them was the key to the evolution of the werewolf clan, and they would never give up. Lucien heard the movement of his men and was surprised that the vampire would attack first. He immediately started to curse, "These bat beasts, fight back now." At this time, Victor led a group of death walkers to the werewolf base. Because of the positioning device on Michael's body, they found this place directly. Soren looked at the vertical shaft below and threw a few grenades down with his men. The werewolf who was climbing saw the grenade falling from above and cursed, "No, damn it." Boom. The grenade exploded the instant it landed, instantly killing the werewolf in the shaft. The aftermath of the explosion shattered the windows of the room where Lucian was holding a meeting. "Lucian, do you think they will think you have a Dragon Ball? You know, Selena and I both thought you arrested me because of the Dragon Balls." Lucian's face darkened and he said, "Dragon Ball. Correct." Lucian looked at the protected Michael and said, "Since they think I have the Dragon Balls, I will take them from them." Lucian then walked to the weapons table nearby and picked up a special weapon specifically designed for vampires and the equipped ultraviolet bullets. Seeing this, the other werewolves also picked up their special weapons. With these weapons, vampires were no match for them. Michael looked at the two werewolves who were responsible for protecting him and asked, "Is there any secret passage?" The two shook their heads regretfully. "Sorry, you may even need to fight to the death." Michael looked towards the weapons station and said, "Maybe, I need some weapons." A werewolf asked, "Can you use it?" Michael shook his head regretfully. "I've seen quite a few in movies." The werewolf finally put a pistol with ultraviolet bullets in Michael's hand and told him to turn on the safety switch. Because Craven was not there, Lucian did not face the attack of defection and led the werewolves and vampires to fight in various parts of the base. Gunshots rang out everywhere, because both sides used weapons targeting the weaknesses of the other race. There were casualties on both sides, and the powerful recovery ability became a decoration. Soon in the melee between the two sides, the limited special bullets were used up, and the two sides began to advance. The werewolf began to transform into a giant wolf, but the vampire's Deathwalker took out cold weapons made of silver and launched an attack. At this moment, Victor also joined the battle, and his silver sword was invincible. As a second-generation vampire transformed by Marcus 1,500 years ago and an elder of the Blood Clan, his combat power was unique. Even some transformed werewolves could not survive 2 moves under Victor's sword and were cut in half and died on the spot. Although Victor is invincible, Lucian is no worse. As the leader of the werewolves, he even led people to attack the vampire castle and has the strength to crush the Deathwalkers. Victor saw Lucian in the melee and immediately rushed forward with a silver sword. "Lucian, you are not dead after all. Hand over the Dragon Ball, and don't even think about escaping this time." Lucian's heart sank. He had indeed come here for the Dragon Ball. He shouted at the same time, "Victor, this is not the time for you to wake up. How can you appear here?" Lucian didn't know the reason why Victor woke up. After all, according to vampire tradition, Victor should still be sleeping at this time. Without Elder Amelia, even Marcus would not be awakened for a while. With Craven as his accomplice, he should have the right time, place and people. Victor looked at the giant wolf that pounced in front of him, and swung the silver sword in his hand to chop it down at an extremely fast speed. Shoo! In an instant, the giant wolf was cut into 2 halves diagonally in mid-air, and its body fell from the air. Bump! Looking at his tribesman smashed in half on the ground, Lucian knew clearly that he was no match for Victor. He jumped directly to the side of a Deathwalker, grabbed the other's neck and bit it. Ah! The wolf's fang pierced the vampire's artery, and blood spurted directly into Lucian's mouth. Victor was stunned when he saw this scene. "Why, are you going to commit suicide?" The moment he sucked the other's blood, Lucian threw the Deathwalker to where Michael was. Since he could no longer obtain the blood of the second-generation elders, Lucian no longer cared about so much. As long as it was a vampire, it should be able to increase his strength. He needed the strength to fight against Victor. In Victor's eyes, Lucian, who had sucked the vampire's blood, immediately fell to the ground, and it was obvious that he didn't have much time left. However, he didn't know that this was his only chance to quickly kill Lucian, as the other party was currently evolving through blood fusion. "You're courting death. Do you think I won't be able to find the Dragon Ball if you commit suicide?" "Lucian, I don't know if you've become stupid from being underground, or if you've truly forgotten. I can browse memories through your blood. When a werewolf sucks the blood of a vampire, it will cause blood conflict, but as long as the vampire's talent does not undergo blood fusion and is simply about obtaining memories through blood, it will not be affected at all." Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 163 Killing. Chapter 163 Killing, Part 2. At this moment, the 2 werewolves protecting Michael immediately understood what their leader meant and were about to attack Michael. Ow! Michael raised his head and howled like a wolf, but the inhibitor in his body had lost its effect and he began to transform into a werewolf. Michael is about to become a werewolf, but since he is not a pureblood, he has no effect on the wolf clan. The 2 looked at each other. Since they couldn't turn into half werewolf and half vampire, they decided to let the guy in front of them improve his strength. The 2 of them directly drew the blood of the Deathwalker and injected it into Michael. At this moment, Victor came to Lucien and was about to grab him and suck his blood to obtain the memories related to Dragon Ball. Lucien stood up with a somersault and kicked Victor at the same time. Victor was caught off guard and was kicked flying, crashing into a wall. Looking at Victor being kicked away, Lucien said excitedly, "That's the power, that's the ultimate evolution." Bump! Victor stood up from the ruins, and the bricks on his body flew around. "How is that possible? How can you be fine after you've absorbed vampire blood?" Victor, who never allowed vampires and werewolves to mix, could not accept the reality before him. "Victor, this is the final evolution of werewolves. Die." After saying that, Lucien rushed towards Victor and shouted, "Everyone else get out of the way. Leave Victor to me." Lucien came in front of Victor and reached for his kidney with one claw. Clang! Victor blocked Lucien's attack with his sword and cursed, "I don't accept this bullshit evolution." Victor blocked Lucien's attack with one sword, and then slashed at the opponent with the sword. Boom! The imagined sword cutting in two did not happen, instead Lucien was chopped and sent flying. Lucien, who was knocked away, began to heal quickly from the sword wounds on his body. Ha ha ha, silver is no longer my weakness. Without the suppression of silver on his recovery, Lucien became even more excited. Bio, bio, bio. However, before his laughter had lasted 2 seconds, a volley of silver nitrate bullets hit him. But it was Selena who came with her deathwalkers. Lucien was knocked back a few steps by the impact of the bullet, but the burns from the silver nitrate did not appear on his body again. Selena didn't know about the other party's change, and asked in confusion, "What's changed about this guy?" Victor rushed forward and appeared in front of Lucien in an instant, and the sword in his hand slashed directly at Lucien's body. Swish, swish, swish. Sword marks appeared on Lucien's body. Although he tried his best to block it, he was always one step slower than Victor. Although Victor's silver sword no longer had a suppressing effect, its sharpness had not diminished at all. Victor pierced Lucien's abdomen with a sword, but Lucien did not dodge. Instead, he used the force of the sword to get closer to Victor and punched Victor in the heart. Boom! With a loud bang, Victor was knocked away directly, and the long sword in his hand also fell out of his hand and remained in Lucien's abdomen. Lucien pulled out his sword and threw it on the ground beside him. The wounds on his body began to heal automatically. Seeing this, Selena picked up her assault rifle and fired at Lucien, determined to stop him even if she couldn't kill him. However, through the combat power detector, Selena discovered that Lucien's combat power was not as good as Victor's, and was even 5 points weaker. Victor, who was blown away, also became angry. He obviously felt that he could suppress the opponent, but he was still careless for a moment and was knocked away by the opponent. "Ah!" Victor roared, no longer caring about elegance and appearance, and directly turned into vampire form. Victor's vampire form is very ugly, like a hairless monster with a ferocious expression and no wings. In Selena's eyes, Victor's combat power soared from 30 points to 40 points. However, only 3 people in the vampire clan have this transformation mode, namely Marcus, Victor, and Amelia. The 3 generations of vampires who are first embraced by Victor and Amelia will lose the ability to transform. Even Selena, a 3rd-generation vampire who was embraced by Victor for the first time, does not have such ability, unless she is embraced by Marcus, a 1st-generation vampire. At this moment, the battle between the 2 sides has moved to the underground cave. After transforming, Victor jumped in front of Lucien again, grabbed the other party with both hands, jumped up and smashed into the wall of the cave. Boom! The powerful force directly smashed a hole in the wall. Boom, boom, boom. Victor punched Lucien in the face again and again, hitting his head so hard that it was deformed. "Do you think you can defeat me by turning into a mixed blood beast?" After venting his anger, Victor pulled Lucien out of the wall and threw him to the ground. At this moment, Lucien fell in front of Selena, breathing in more than out. Victor looked at Selena and asked, "Did the black market buyer get the Dragon Ball?" Selena shook her head. "The other party doesn't have the Dragon Ball, but has heard of its magical properties and is trying to take advantage of the situation." Victor was a little angry when he heard this answer, but he also knew that Selena was not to blame. He then pointed at Lucien and said, "Drink his blood and find the location of the Dragon Ball." Because of his aversion to mixed blood, Victor originally planned to obtain the location of the Dragon Ball himself, but decided to let Selena do it. At this time, Lucien looked at Selena in front of him and said, "Yes, it really is. Haha, let me tell you a little secret about your despicable father. That's the story I got from Craven. Victor is a hypocrite. He never follows the rules he makes, which means he doesn't follow the rules of killing." Selena looked at Victor blankly. Victor was also stunned for a moment, but Craven was already dead. "Craven is dead, and he's using a dead man to sow discord between us." Lucian continued, so occasionally he would run out and taste human blood and have a feast. And the person who kept the secret for him and cleaned up the scene was Craven. It wasn't some werewolf who killed your family, it was Victor. That's him, sneaking from room to room, killing all your dear family members. But when he saw you, he suppressed the thought of sucking your blood dry. Because you reminded him of his old Sonia, his daughter, the one he had condemned to death. My wife too. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 164, 3 shots scatter the elder soul. Chapter 164, 3 shots scatter the elder soul, Part 3. Upon hearing this news, Selina shook her head and shouted, "Nonsense. It can't be true." Lucian said with a smile, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Don't you want to know the location of the Dragon Ball? Come, Selina, and you will know the truth along with it." At this time, Victor could no longer bear it and rushed directly towards Lucian. He wanted to kill this disgusting guy completely. Boom. Just as Victor was about to reach out and grab Victor's head, Michael, who had regained consciousness, knocked Victor out. After knocking Victor away, Michael said to Selina, "I know the reasons behind the werewolf and vampire war." At this moment, Michael has turned into a half-vampire, half-werewolf form, and his appearance is even closer to Victor. Under the combat power detector, he is very similar to Victor. As the source blood, Michael fused Lucian's werewolf blood and the Death Walker's vampire blood. The added power surpassed Lucian in one fell swoop and was extremely close to Victor. Victor, who was knocked away at this moment, picked up his silver sword and appeared directly behind Lucian. The sword directly cut off Lucian's head, blood spurted out, ending his life. However, Victor did not notice that the blood sprayed by Lucian splashed on the corner of Selina's mouth, and Selina subconsciously sucked the blood into her mouth to obtain the other party's memory. At this time, Victor set his eyes on Michael and said, "There are still mixed bloods out there. You deserve to die too." Victor rushed forward with his sword in hand, ready to kill Michael. Bump. At this time, a 3-stage bullet was shot from a distance, directly knocking the sword in Victor's hand away. Victor looked in the direction where the bullet came from, and saw that Mr. X was holding a special rifle in his hand. In Mr. X's hand, this gun was enough to shoot several kilometers away. This was why Mr. X, who was obviously much weaker than Victor, was able to shoot down the opponent's weapon with one shot. Next to Mr. X stood Alexei, the super soldier. The moment he saw the two of them, Victor's expression turned extremely ugly, and he asked, "This is a private matter between our two clans. Why are you two trying to stop me? This guy no longer has any Dragon Balls in his hands." Alexei made a gesture of picking his ears with his little finger, then blew on it and said, "We just heard a shocking story. Victor, you actually sucked human blood, brutally murdered a girl's family, and even trained them to be your tools. Victor, you will have to pay the price for your actions. The League of Assassins sentences you to death." Victor's face was gloomy, but he still explained, "This has been going on for hundreds of years. And it's just the other party's one-sided statement. How could I break the rules I set?" At this time, Mr. X said, "We just need to wait for Selina to wake up, then we'll know the answer." Victor looked in Selina's direction and understood at a glance that this was a state of recalling memory, and he had just come into contact with blood. At this moment, Victor's expression changed. He knew he was in danger and immediately gave the order, "All vampires, attack these two." Hearing the elder's order, the surrounding vampires turned their attention to Mr. X and Alexei and immediately rushed towards them. However, Mr. X swung the weapon in his hand behind him, and the weapon with a shoulder strap came behind him. X opened his windbreaker and pulled out 2 submachine guns with both hands, both of which were loaded with special bullets for dealing with vampires. X directly turned on his overclocking mode. The vampire, which was originally extremely fast, was like a snail in X's eyes. Duh. The bullets from the 2 submachine guns were fired in X's hands in an instant. He shot 3 shots at each vampire that rushed over, 2 shots in the chest and 1 shot in the head. All the vampires that ran over fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut, and died instantly. Bang, bang, bang. It happened in a flash, and Mr. X slaughtered all the vampires who had attacked him. Looking at his tribesmen falling to the ground, Victor was stunned. X's speed of action was so fast that even he could hardly keep up. Don't you only have 8 points of combat power?" Victor remembered what Selina had told him about the other party's fighting ability in the castle. Mr. X blew a puff of his gun and said disdainfully, "So what if it's 8 o'clock? Is it that hard to kill you?" At this moment, Victor began to understand why Alexei, who had a combat power of 50 points, focused on X. Selina soon woke up, looked at the stopped battle, and Mr. X and Alexei who appeared here, then looked at Victor with hatred in her eyes. It's you who killed my family. In Lucien's memory, Selena saw the conversation between Craven and Lucien, and even saw the contempt and amusement on Craven's face when he told her about this incident. After all, in Craven's eyes, Selena is a big idiot who recognizes her father's murderer as her father. At the same time, thanks to Lucien's memory, Selena learned that the other party did not have the so-called Dragon Ball, and the real reason for arresting Michael. Hearing Selena's accusation, Mr. X, who had turned on the overclocking mode, did not hesitate at all. He directly switched to a more powerful modified spear and fired 3 ultraviolet bullets at Victor. Bang, bang, bang. Still 2 shots to the heart and 1 to the head. Elder Victor was killed instantly by the special bullets. Seeing Victor being shot to death in the blink of an eye, all the werewolves and vampires present were stunned. Michael even speculated about the identities of the 2 people and what kind of big shots they were. His eyes could follow the other party's shooting, but his body was completely unable to react. At this time, Selena ran over and grabbed Victor, who fell to the ground. Victor felt the coming of death at this moment, and his life was constantly slipping away under the corrosion of ultraviolet rays. I haven't fulfilled my wish yet. Selena, collect all the Dragon Balls. She will inherit my position as elder. How much Victor hated this weakness of the vampires at this moment. If it weren't for this weakness, he wouldn't have died so easily. At the same time, Victor hopes that the vampires can get rid of this weakness. He does not expect Selena to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him, but he hopes that the other party can make a wish to change this weakness and be firm in her ideas. As for passing the position of elder to Selena, it was because for hundreds of years he really treated her as his own daughter, the daughter who was sentenced to death by him. Listening to Victor's words, Selena was stunned for a moment, but the next second she bit Victor's wrist directly. She wanted to obtain the other party's memory and learn more information. Alexei, who saw the scene, couldn't help but sigh. They are truly blessed with a unique talent in the interrogation world. No secrets can be hidden from them. Hearing Alexei's sigh, X also nodded. X, who had turned off the overclocking mode at this moment, also felt his own weakness. He had just turned the overclocking to the maximum and was afraid of a disaster. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 165 The Second Dragon Ball. Chapter 165 The Fourth Dragon Ball. As the blood entered her body, Victor's vast memories began to appear in Selena's mind, making her completely immersed in the ocean of memories. At this moment, Michael retracted his transformation and changed from a half-human, half-vampire state back to a human form. At this moment, the werewolves and vampires here were divided into 2 camps, and all the surviving vampires surrounded Selena. Just before his death, Victor passed the position of elder to Selena in front of everyone. The werewolves knew the importance of Michael, especially since he was now the strongest among them. After losing their leader Lucien, they spontaneously gathered around him, especially since the doctor and Connor all died in this battle. Michael looked at Mr. X and Alexei and said, "Gentlemen, we are not enemies." Alexei glanced at the bodies of Lucien and Victor and said, "All those who needed to be executed are already dead." Hearing this, Michael and all the vampires and werewolves present breathed a sigh of relief. After accepting all the memories, Selena stood up and looked at Victor's body with hatred and complexity. Because of her memory, she knew that her family was really killed by the other party. At the same time, she also knew one thing, that Victor's love for her over the past hundreds of years was also real. However, the other party had been killed by the members of the Assassin's League, and all the hatred disappeared. Selena came up to the 2 of them respectfully and said, "Thank you both for avenging me and upholding justice. I wonder if you 2 have any other instructions?" Mr. X glanced at the other person and then said, "After you've dealt with matters within the clan, prepare to head to New York. That will be the center of the upcoming battle for the Dragon Balls." After giving some instructions, Mr. X and Alexei left the place. As the 2 left, Michael took the werewolf and Selena took the vampire away from this place. In fact, Selena and Michael both wanted to make peace with the 2 tribes, but it was not appropriate at this time. As the 2 tribes left, less than an hour later, a large group of fully armed special forces arrived at the werewolf base with guns in hand. They collected all the remaining werewolf and vampire corpses, and then cleaned up the battlefield. All the packed bodies were transported out by armed helicopters. The other side, in the vampire castle, because no one collected Craven's body, his blood flowed into the coffin underground. The sleeping Marcus slowly woke up the moment he received the blood, and at the same time received all of Craven's memories. Because no one opened the underground mechanism for Marcus, Marcus broke through the ground and flew out. A pair of huge hairless wings shows the difference between Marcus and Victor. Vampires, werewolves, such a huge change has occurred during my sleep. Victor is such an idiot. He actually chose an agent for the werewolf trade. Marcus looked at the time and found that it was almost dawn. He called the vampires who stayed in the castle and asked about the changes in Victor after he woke up. Because Selena and others have not returned yet, Marcus knows nothing about the changes on both sides. Time soon came to daytime. At this moment, Smith Doyle, who had been training all night, received a message that the Dragon Ball in the cave had been obtained by someone. Through the perspective of Dragon Ball, Smith Doyle discovered an interesting thing. The one who obtained the Dragon Ball was none other than Bruce Banner. After the Hulk escaped from the factory, he went directly to the depths of the forest and hid in a cave. As the Hulk retreated, Bruce Banner regained consciousness and unconsciously grasped the five-pointed star in the cave. Bruce Banner, who had just woken up, froze in place, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. Bruce Banner picked up the Dragon Ball in his hand and observed it. There are such magical treasures in the world. Can any wish come true? If I collect all the Dragon Balls and make a wish to Shenron to destroy Hulk, will I be able to return to normal? At this moment, Bruce Banner was full of confidence in the future, and at the same time, Bruce Banner began to study the thing in his hand. I just don't know if this so-called Dragon Ball can release the corresponding energy band. If it can be detected, then the collection work will be much easier. Refer to Bruce Banner's global search for space gems through instruments. However, he did not have the equipment to detect Dragon Balls now. Thinking of this, he decided to go back to the place where he had conducted experiments before. Now he has two options. One is to continue researching with Mr. Lon to see if there is a solution, and the other is to collect all the Dragon Balls. Bruce Banner put away the Dragon Balls and started to head to Culver University in Virginia. The other side, Sue Ziling and her men arrived in New York. A convoy drove out of the airport, and Sue Ziling said, "Go find someone. He's my brother. He should be hiding in San Francisco. Find him, bring him to New York, and tell him I'm looking for him." Looking at the photos Sue Ziling took out, his subordinates took them and immediately started making arrangements. This was the power that Sue Ziling thought of borrowing on her way back to New York. As her brother, Sue Shanky received more training from Su Wenwu, and her brother was also stronger than him. If anyone could help him, it was him, and Sue Shanky would not refuse her because he owed her. The convoy arrived at John Wick's villa. Seeing John already at the door, Sue Ziling got out of the car. "You really miss this place. You always choose this place." John Wick smiled and said, "This is where dreams take off. Have you brought anything?" Sue Ziling took out the token from her arms and placed it in John Wick's hand. After taking the token and taking a look at it, John Wick took out the gold coin representing the ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. "This is your ticket. From now on, it means you will be eligible to compete for the Dragon Balls. You will be notified when the battle for the Dragon Balls begins." Sue Ziling carefully put away the gold coin. This was the ticket she exchanged for the token, so she had to be careful when it came to Dragon Ball. John Wick saw Sue Ziling take the gold coin and then said, "We're even now. Good luck to you. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 166 Sushanki. Chapter 166 Sushanki, 5th update. Wanted Smith Doyle found Bulma and said, "Bulma, do you want to go on a journey to find the Dragon Balls?" It was Smith Doyle who was preparing to fish out the Dragon Ball from the sea. Otherwise, without his intervention, he was worried that no one would find the Dragon Ball that fell in such a place. After all, it was outrageous that Bruce Banner found the one in the cave. It is impossible that someone else would find the Dragon Ball in the deep sea. Bulma immediately said excitedly, "That's great, I've been wanting to do this for a long time." As she spoke, Bulma took off her white coat and took out the Dragon Ball radar from the drawer. "Go, go, go." Seeing Bulma's excitement, Smith Doyle waved his hand, "Let's go." Because they were going to the sea to look for the Dragon Balls, Smith Doyle did not take Bulma directly to fly there, but asked Elena to drive a helicopter and take the two of them to the deep sea to look for the Dragon Balls. The other side, the Golden Dagger Club came to San Francisco. With Shang-Chi's photo, it is very easy for them to find a Chinese person in this land. Soon they found the downstairs of Su Shanky's apartment. At this moment, Su Shanky had changed his name to Sean and was exercising in the house. Su Shanky, who was doing push-ups quickly in the room, heard the doorbell ring. Thinking that today was a day off, could it be Katie coming to see him? Su Shanky stood up, his muscles showing that he had not given up on exercising over the years. He picked up a shirt from the hanger and put it on. He walked to the door and saw several Chinese people at the door through the peephole. Seeing that it was a Chinese person, Su Shanky relaxed his guard, but he still had doubts in his heart. Su Shanky opened the door, looked at the people in front of him, and asked, "Hello, who are you looking for?" Red-haired Sean looked at the boss's brother in front of him and said, "Su Shanky. Hearing this name, Sushang was angry and thought to himself that it was not good. Could it be that his father's men came to find him? He was not called by this name here. He had already used a pseudonym. No, you have the wrong person. I'm Sean. Boom. Sushang angrily closed the door, quickly put on a coat, and picked up a backpack. He was ready to escape through the window, even though he lived on the 16th floor. I'm Su Ziling's subordinate. Hearing the sound outside the door, Su Shanky, who was about to escape, stopped in his tracks, reopened the door and said, "Wait, who did you say you belong to?" The red-haired man looked at the reopened door and said, "Let me introduce myself again. I'm from the Golden Dagger Club, my name is Sean, and my boss is Su Ziling." Su Shanky was surprised. "Your name is Sean too?" He changed his name to Sean and lived in San Francisco. He didn't expect that his sister had someone named Sean under her, so they had the same name. Sean nodded. "I'm Sean, and it's your sister Su Ziling who sent us to find you." Su Shanky frowned slightly, not knowing what his sister wanted to talk to him about, and asked, "What evidence do you have?" Sean took out his phone and made a video call to Su Ziling. After the video was connected, he handed it directly to Su Shanky. Looking at the girl in the video, Su Shanky recognized her as his sister at a glance. He was still a little embarrassed when he saw his sister. He had agreed to pick up his sister and go together, but he ended up running away alone, leaving his sister at home. "Sister, ha ha ha." Su Shanky laughed awkwardly twice, then asked, "What do you want from me? You're not here to arrest me for Dad, are you?" Su Ziling frowned at the silly Su Shanky on the other end of the phone and said, "Su Shanky, come to New York. I need your help with something." Su Shang angrily refused. "I want to live an ordinary life and don't want to get involved in any messy disputes." Su Ziling said angrily, "Su Shanky, you owe me this, you have to help me. You promised to take me with you, and I waited for you night after night. Is this how you act as a brother? Do you know how much you've hurt me? After you ran away, my father became even more dissatisfied with me. Do you know what kind of life I have been living these years? Come to New York now, immediately, right now. And this matter is very important. I will tell you in detail when you come over." After saying that, Su Ziling hung up the video without caring about Su Shanky's reaction. Watching the hung-up video, Su Shanky scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking that he was indeed sorry for his sister and even cheated her. "Okay, I'll go to New York with you. But can you tell me what happened to Xiaoling?" Red-haired Sean thought for a moment and said, "The boss was buying something in London when he encountered a man who wanted to rob him and almost killed him. If it weren't for the brothers who risked their lives to protect you, you might not have been able to see the boss." Hearing Sean's words, Su Shanky put away the smile on his face and asked, "What did she buy? It couldn't be flour or something." Sean shook his head and said, "A bead called a Dragon Ball. It was previously listed on the dark web for $200 million, and the owner mentioned $500 million, but the other party didn't want to deliver. But I don't know what this thing is used for." Su Shanky was relieved to hear that it was not something harmful. At the same time, he was surprised that something was worth $500 million and his sister even paid for it. "Thinking about the fact that I am a parking attendant in San Francisco and my sister can actually spend $500 million to buy things, I feel like I am doing really badly." Thinking of this, Su Shang was so angry that his fists hardened. "Someone actually bullied my sister and wanted to rob me. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. Let's go to New York." Su Shanky turned around and walked to the wardrobe. He opened the wardrobe, grabbed a few pieces of clothes that were stacked together, and stuffed them into his backpack. He completely forgot that there was a round stone pressed in the middle of his clothes. The stone turned into a Dragon Ball at this moment, which he wrapped in the middle of his clothes and put into his backpack. The other side, Yelena drove a helicopter carrying Smith Doyle and Bulma across the sea. Bulma looked at the location on the Dragon Ball radar, came to Yelena and said, "Fly in the direction of this light and tell us when you get close." Yelena glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in front of her and nodded. "Okay, Bulma. We'll let you know once we reach this point of light." After Bulma placed the Dragon Ball radar in front of Yelena, she returned to Smith Doyle's side, leaned on him and started chatting. "P.S. Today's 5 updates are finished. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 167, 50 Combat Power Points. Chapter 167, 50 Combat Power. First update, an aircraft carrier is docked here in the English Channel of the Atlantic Ocean. A fully armed officer named Vali Roche entered a room on the aircraft carrier and saluted, "Sir." Alexander Corvinus looked at the man in front of him and asked, "How do you understand the situation?" Wole Roche began to report, "This war between vampires and werewolves involves 2 situations. Among them, the werewolves have found your descendant, Michael. The werewolf leader, Lucien, has studied him and wants to create a half-werewolf, half-vampire race while eliminating the shortcomings of both races. I want to use this to resolve the war between the two tribes. But the final result can be said to be both a success and a failure. Victor eventually killed Lucian, but Michael became a half-werewolf, half-vampire being. As for the vampires, they are collecting an item called Dragon Ball. They seem to think that the werewolves have it, so they started a war. But because of some of the things Victor did, the Assassins' League found out and shot him dead. During this period, Su Xiaoling, the owner of the Hong Kong Golden Dagger Club, tried to buy the Dragon Ball from Selena, but the deal fell through and a conflict ensued. Wole Roche told Alexander Corvinus everything that had happened between the two tribes during this period. Alexander Corvinus, as the father of the ancestors of the two tribes, has always been cleaning up the mess for werewolves and vampires. Obviously, the ancestors of both sides are his sons, but with the changes of the times, the two tribes have become blood feuds. The fact that werewolves and vampires can live undisturbed in London can be said to be entirely due to the hidden Alexander Corvinus. The werewolf clan hides underground and has no power. Although the vampires have made friends with many upper-class people and even cultivated the werewolf clan, it is mainly because of the protection of Alexander Corvinus. Alexander Corvinus, the father of the two ancestors, although he did not have the powerful physical strength of werewolves and vampires, still had a long lifespan. He relied on his own survival to build a huge force and became a vice admiral of the navy. His men monitored all communications equipment in England, and any words involving werewolves and vampires would be carefully observed. After confirming that they were correct, his soldiers would visit them and tell them to shut up. It can be said that in this small piece of land, his power is even greater than that of the British branch of SHIELD. But the endless war between the two tribes also made him feel bored, and he wanted to put an end to the war between the two tribes. With the emergence of God and Iron Man, he felt the changes in the world, just like the First and Second Industrial Revolutions. Investigate the Dragon Ball. I want to know why vampires collect this thing and what its specific use is. Also, please invite the two members of the League of Assassins in London. I have something I want to discuss with them. Wally Roach saluted and said, "Yes, sir." The other side. Marcus, who had just woken up, looked at Selena standing in front of him and said, "Victor passed the position of elder to you." Selena nodded and said, "Yes." There were quite a few Deathwalkers present at the time. Marcus didn't care that Selena took over Victor's position, but said, "This century, I should be the one to lead the vampire clan. Since you have taken over Victor's position, you should prepare to sleep after the succession ceremony and the announcement to the entire clan." Hearing that Marcus wanted to sleep, Selena absolutely could not agree. Although it was indeed the rule, she still said, "Elder Amelia died at the hands of a werewolf. Now there are only two of us left among the elders of the vampire clan. Besides, Lucian is completely dead this time. Victor chopped off his head completely." However, Selena was a little disappointed. She didn't care about Lucian Marcus. As the ancestor of vampires, his brother was the ancestor of werewolves. He transformed Victor in order to use the other party's power to build a residence that could control his brother's mad state and protect his brother, but the result was counterproductive. You have to know that more than 1,500 years ago, Victor was a king of this land with a large number of soldiers and subordinates. However, his younger brother William was different from him. After turning into a werewolf, he lost the ability to transform back into human form. He really turned into a giant wolf, and would go crazy and bite people at any time. Many ordinary people turned into werewolves and wreaked havoc with him in the village. Victor led his troops to wipe out these werewolves. It's rare that Victor did a good deed before his death. However, with only 2 elders left, we still have to abide by the rules we set. Obviously, without a good reason, Marcus would not agree to her breaking the rules. At this moment, Selena thought about it. There were many witnesses present at the scene about Michael being half werewolf and half vampire. Even Lucian had achieved such evolution, but Michael had been transformed. Without new pure blood, this path would not be feasible. The only thing left was the Dragon Ball. "I'm sorry, Elder Marcus. I need to participate in the Dragon Ball battle and cannot sleep. If an elder must be put to sleep, it must be after the battle for the Dragon Ball." And Elder Victor also died at the hands of the organizers of the Dragon Ball battle. Marcus knew everything about the League of Assassins, the appearance of God, Iron Man, and the combat power detector through Kraven's memory, but he knew nothing about the Dragon Balls and the battle for them. "Perhaps you need to tell me what happened after Kraven's death." Selena then explained everything to Marcus, but regarding the Dragon Ball, Selena only said that it could solve the vampire's weakness of fear of sunlight, and she did not tell him anything about fulfilling wishes. Marcus thought about it and said, "I can solve my own weakness. Are you sure that if you win in the end, you'll be able to resolve the weaknesses of the entire clan? Selena nodded and said, as long as I can get the win, I can do it. Marcus asked, does it have to be you? Although you have become an elder, the gap between you and me is still like a firefly and the bright sun. Even Victor is no match for me. Perhaps you could use the combat power detector to see my strength. In fact, Marcus was also a little curious about his own combat effectiveness. Selena nodded and tapped the combat power detector lightly. After locking onto Marcus, the value began to rise rapidly and directly reached 50 points. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 168, Planet 2. Chapter 168, Planet 2, Part 2. You should know that in the original book, Marcus alone defeated the evolved Selena and the half-werewolf, half-vampire Michael. If his body had not been cut by the helicopter propeller, he would definitely not have been defeated. 50 points, Elder Marcus, your combat power is as high as 50 points of combat power. Marcus also nodded with satisfaction. Among this vampire clan whose average strength was around 10 to 20 points, Marcus's strength could be said to be overwhelming. But unfortunately, I am the only one who can participate in the Dragon Ball battle, unless the other party also gives you a ticket. Marcus felt a little disappointed when he heard that he could not participate in the battle for Dragon Ball, but he still said, since I can't participate, you must win. I will use the power of my entire clan to support you in reaching the top. Your combat effectiveness still has room for improvement. The bloodline far away in Siberia possesses the ability to evolve. Although the results aren't particularly satisfying and are full of random surprises, it can still significantly improve you. Selena had learned about the abilities of the Siberian blood clan from the clan's historical documents, but she would not allow them to be used by the clan members without the permission of the elders. She had originally planned to do so after she completely inherited the position of elder. That's what I was thinking. After the succession ceremony, I will leave for Siberia. After strengthening myself, I will immediately go to New York to participate in the Dragon Ball battle. Marcus nodded, then follow your arrangement. By the way, in the previous century, Victor secretly built a special prison. Do you know where it is? But it was Marcus who wanted to release his brother, where William, the ancestor of the werewolves, was imprisoned. But Marcus never knew this address or the key to the dungeon. Selena looked at Marcus. She knew everything clearly through Victor's blood, but she still lied. I'm sorry, Elder Marcus, I'm not aware of the special prison you're talking about. Marcus looked at Selena deeply and said nothing more, but asked her to prepare for the inheritance ceremony. The other side. Yelena flew a helicopter to the coordinates on the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma, boss. We have arrived directly above the coordinates. Hearing that they had arrived at the destination, Bulma stood up and dragged out a box from the corner. When she opened the box, she found 2 diving suits. Brother Smith, let's put on our diving suits and go down to look for the Dragon Ball. Smith Doyle did not do anything to spoil Bulma's proposal, such as saying that he would fly down to get the Dragon Balls. Instead, he cooperated very well and put on a special deep-sea diving suit and carried an oxygen tank. After all, this was just an outing with Bulma. After the two changed their equipment, Yelena lowered the helicopter until it hovered 1 meter above the sea level. Bulma took Smith Doyle's hand, and the two of them flipped over through the hatch and into the sea. After entering the sea, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and dived towards the location of the Dragon Ball with Smith Doyle. As Smith Doyle dived, he gestured with his hands to show Bulma the beautiful scenery of the seabed, the seaweed, the beautiful corals and the colorful fish. Some fish even swam over and wanted Bulma to open sea urchins for them to eat. Bulma cooperated very well and went to the place where the sea urchins grew, cracked a few open and fed them to the fish. Bulma was also very happy about the beautiful scenery in the sea and the company of Smith Doyle. Of course, the two of them did not delay their business and found the second planet next to a coral. Then, before their oxygen tanks ran out, they returned to the surface of the sea. Without Yelena lowering the ladder, Smith Doyle carried Bulma and flew into the helicopter. Back in the helicopter, Smith Doyle took off his diving suit and said, "Yelena, return." After changing her clothes, Bulma excitedly told Yelena about the beautiful scenery under the sea, which made the other party very envious. London, Assassin Brotherhood. Mr. X and Alexei had not yet left when the phone in the room rang. Alexei picked up the phone and answered, "Hey." At this time, the front desk waiter said, "Your Excellency the Judge, an officer has arrived and wishes to see you and the elder." Alexei glanced at Mr. X, who nodded. Alexei then spoke, "Okay, take him to the reception room." As the call ended, the front desk staff said, "Sir, our people will take you to the reception room." The visitor was none other than Volroche, an officer under Alexander Corvinus. In the reception room, under the guidance of the staff, Wole Rokai came here. Looking at the two people in the room, Wole Roche said, "You two, I'm Major Wally Roach of the British Marines. Our unit is primarily responsible for matters related to werewolves and vampires, and our general wishes to meet with you two." Alexei was a little surprised to hear that a Marine Corps general was involved. He didn't know what the other party invited them to do. At this time, Mr. X asked, "Can you tell me what exactly happened?" Wole Roche shook his head. "I don't know what it is. I'm just here to inform you two." Alexei looked at X, who was standing beside him, and X agreed. "Okay, we'll go with you." Mr. X and Alexei did not leave because Smith Doyle had told him before they came that Alexander Corvinus, the ancestor of werewolves and vampires, was still alive and had extremely high power in Britain. He also planned to meet the father of the ancestor of the two tribes and discuss some things with him. The reason why werewolves and vampires are not widely known and can survive safely is not only because vampires have reached a non-aggression agreement with humans through Parliament, and because some politicians and nobles actively cheer for each other in order to prolong their lives, hoping to become part of the vampire race before the end of their lives, but also because of the protection and covering up for the ancestors of the two tribes. Of course, vampires have created cloned blood through research, which does not harm humans and adheres to the principle of non-killing, which also plays a certain role. Mr. X and Alexei followed Volodymyr Rock out of the Brotherhood. After going out, he and the other party took a car to a building with a helipad on the roof, and then took an armed helicopter to an aircraft carrier parked in the English Channel. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 169 Alexander Corvinus wants to retire. Chapter 169 Alexander Corvinus wants to retire. First update. At this time, Mr. X and Alexei followed Wole Rokai on an armed helicopter to an aircraft carrier on the English Channel. After getting off the helicopter, Mr. X and Alexei looked at the aircraft carrier under their feet and were surprised. They did not expect that the other party's power was so great. You have to know that this is an aircraft carrier. Only a few countries in the world have this thing. It is worthy of being able to clean up the messes of werewolves and vampires. It can be said that even if they set up a formation, the two of them are not enough to withstand the blast of this thing. After all, they can't fly or use Kamehameha. Following Wole Rokai, Mr. X and Alexei entered the aircraft carrier and came to an operations room inside. There were several armed soldiers around the room, and Alexander Corvinus was sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. Wole Rokai walked up to Alexander and reported, "Sir, these two are X and Alexei." After saying this, Wole Rokai stood in the corner of the room. Alexander did not wave his men away, but looked at the two men. "Please take a seat, both of you." After seeing the two of them sit down, he then spoke, "I believe that not many people in the world can believe that the former Red Guardian has joined the Assassins' League. Of course, I mean no offense to the League of Assassins, Mr. X." Mr. X looked at the man in front of him and asked, "Are you Alexander Corvinus?" Alexander looked at Mr. X and said, "That was my old name, now it's Lorenzo Maccaro." Of course, no matter what it's called, the name is just a code name, but the inheritance of the bloodline will not be severed. X looked at the man in front of him. If Smith Doyle hadn't told him this information, who would have thought that this was a human who had lived for more than 1,000 years, and even the father of the ancestors of vampires and werewolves? Your bloodline gave rise to the ancestors of vampires and werewolves. Alexei was also full of surprise. The old man in front of him turned out to be the father of werewolves and vampires. It was really outrageous. He didn't see any threat from the other party. Alexander Corvinus was not surprised when he heard this, but said, "Now that you know my relationship with them, I think the next thing will be much easier to discuss. For over 1,000 years, I've watched the birth of Marcus and William, and the passage of time. I watched my descendants kill each other, and even kill human beings. This was an outcome I never expected, and I tried my best to stop it. As the war spread, I cleaned up the aftermath for them, suppressed everything for them, and covered up the family's dark past. As time goes by, the hatred grows deeper and deeper. But recently, I have seen a glimmer of hope in your organization." Then Alexander Corvinus clapped his hands, and a non-commissioned officer came in with two men. The visitors were none other than Michael and Selina. They were on their way to pick up X and Alexei. He sent someone to invite the two of them over because they arrived first. He also told them his identity and his connection with werewolves and vampires. Seeing Selina and Michael appear, Mr. X and Alexei were both a little surprised, not knowing what the person in front of them wanted to do. Alexander continued, "They both already know the true history of the two bloodlines. Selina is about to become the elder of the vampire clan, and Michael has been elected as the leader of the werewolves. At the same time, under my suggestion, the two are willing to lead their two tribes and join Smith Doyle's army. Based on my understanding of the Assassin's League and your style of doing things, I think it is a good fit for both tribes. Nothing is real, everything is permitted. Walking in darkness, yearning for light. I believe that both werewolves and vampires would be willing to join such a big family that cleans up the filth of the world. Of course, the most important point is that I believe that with Mr. Smith Doyle's power, he can easily suppress the opponents and unruly people in the two tribes. Alexei was stunned for a moment, feeling a little confused. Why did the two tribes suddenly bow down to him, and this was even without seeing their leader? And this Alexander, does this old guy want to quit and retire, and directly leave the affairs of the two tribes to the leader? Although Alexei was complaining in his heart, he guessed it almost right. It was that Alexander was really tired of this endless cleaning behavior and didn't want to do it anymore. Even in the original book, Alexander gave up on himself. When Marcus came to him, he did not resist and chose to commit suicide and blow up the aircraft carrier. After he learned about the strength of the Assassin's League and the other organization's ideas and principles, he came up with the idea of leaving the two tribes to the other side. As for the matter of Dragon Ball, he also learned about it from Selena, and guessed that this thing was deeply involved with the Assassin's League, or even that it was released by them. With this kind of thing in hand, it would be no difficulty at all to gain the loyalty of the two tribes. Mr. X was also shocked when he heard the bomb that Alexander had thrown, but he still spoke. Selena and the vampire clan cannot join the Assassin's League until the battle for the Dragon Ball is over. And I need to report the matter of the two tribes joining forces to the leader. And Marcus, another vampire elder, would he allow Selena's behavior? Actually, I'm curious, Alexander, why don't you let your son lead the two tribes? Alexander shook his head. Marcus is not a man who stays put. As for my other son, William, he still hasn't regained his sanity. Maybe I still need your help in this matter. As for whether Marcus agrees, it depends on whether Selena's trip to Russia goes smoothly. However, Alexander had already prepared his own blood for Selena. As long as she took his blood, Selena would be able to start her own evolution and no longer be afraid of the sunlight. She would complete her strengthening among the vampires in Siberia, and then be injected with werewolf blood after returning. Marcus will no longer be Selena's opponent. After 3 enhancements, Selena's hope of competing for the Dragon Ball will be pushed to an extremely high level. At this time, Michael and Selena knelt on one knee in front of Mr. X and said, "Please accept our two tribes into the organization. We will pledge our loyalty and become the two gates guarding the Assassin's League." Mr. X did not agree directly and said again, "I will report this to the chief. Everything will be based on Smith Doyle's will." Hearing that God's approval was needed, no one present was surprised at all. Moreover, the main reason they pledged allegiance to the Assassin's League was because they had analyzed God's strength and believed that only He could lead them onto the ship of the new century. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 170 Banner and 039's Ticket. Chapter 170 Banner's Ticket, Part 2. The Other Side. Smith Doyle, who had returned to the Assassin's League, heard a dull voice in his ears. "Master, there's an incoming video call from Elder X." Smith Doyle said, "Get in." Soon Mr. X appeared in front of Smith Doyle. Because it was a video call, Smith Doyle saw Alexei next to him and the environment they were in. Chief, Michael, the leader of the werewolf clan, and Selena, the vampire elder, wish to pledge allegiance to you and lead their entire clan to join the Assassin's League and are willing to guard our two gates. X then briefly reported the current situation to Smith Doyle. After listening to X's report, Smith Doyle was certain that Alexander also wanted to give up. Knowing the original work, he knew very well that this was also a guy who wanted to retire. He had lived enough and didn't want to mess around anymore. He was a guy with similar ideas to Ancient One and Odin. However, Alexander did not have the strength of Ancient One and Odin, and in the end he committed self-destruction, which completely exposed the two tribes. But the changes are really big. Michael, the unlucky kid, has become the leader of the werewolf clan. It's really surprising. Selena has also become an elder. X, I accept their allegiance. But the vampire side needs to wait until after the Dragon Ball battle. As for Michael and the werewolves, they can come to New York for the allegiance ceremony and arrangements. Also, don't forget my rules. Smith Doyle then hung up the call, and since Alexander Smith was not mentioned, he did not ask any further questions. X looked at the two people who were still kneeling and said, "I'm sure you've all heard the leader's words. Michael, take your werewolves and go to New York with us." Michael nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. X. I just don't know what the rules are that the leader is talking about." X didn't hide anything and said directly, "Among the werewolves, How many are converted from black people? I heard from your Les before that it shouldn't be much. Michael thought about the remaining werewolf members and said, no more. They all died in the previous war. Mr. X waved his hand and said, in that case, there's no problem. The matter between the two tribes was finalized. After Alexander promised to give great care to the Assassins' League and even the Assassins' Brotherhood in England, he sent the 4 people off the aircraft carrier. As the 4 people left, Alexander stood up and said, finally, we've gotten rid of these 2 troublesome races. I can finally relax a bit. At this time, Wole Roche asked, Sir, do we still need to continue monitoring information related to the 2 tribes? Alexander said, let's continue with our previous work. Once the 2 tribes are completely dependent on the Assassins' League, they will no longer be our responsibility. 3 days passed in a flash. Mr. X and Alexei took Michael and the entire werewolf clan and chartered several planes to go to New York. The successive wars have caused a great loss in the number of werewolves. In addition, because they have always lived underground, the werewolves do not have much wealth compared to the Assassins' League. They do not have any enterprises, only a few underground bases, and some cash, precious metal antiques and other things. They packed up everything in 3 days and took it all out of London, carrying it with them or checking it in. This time, the whole family was moving. At first, some werewolves disagreed with Michael's decision. After all, they were unwilling to leave London. However, with Michael's fists and a team of soldiers supported by Alexander, the werewolves all obediently obeyed Michael's request. As for Michael's changes, the werewolves who pushed Michael to the top didn't know whether it was good or bad, but one thing was certain: when they arrived in New York, they finally didn't have to hide in places like sewers anymore. The other side. After evading the military's pursuit, Bruce Banner came to Culver University in Virginia. Looking at everything in the academy, Banner not only remembered every detail of his life here, but also remembered his lover. Just as Banner was thinking about the past, he suddenly saw his lover on a bench beside the college lawn. However, before Banner could get close, he saw that his girlfriend already had a new boyfriend. He felt a little disappointed, but thinking of his own situation, he did not blame Betty at all. After all, he was now a dangerous monster. However, touching the dragon balls in his pocket, Banner knew that as long as he could collect the remaining 6, he would be able to completely eliminate Hulk and become a normal person. Finally, Bruce Banner found his old friend, the owner of a pizza shop near the school, and finally transformed himself into a pizza boy. He bribed the security guard of the building with a box of pizza and entered the school laboratory. However, through computer search, he found that all his research and development records had disappeared. As for wanting to use the equipment in the laboratory, he found that the equipment was locked behind another door. Without his ID card, he could not enter, and naturally he could not lock the Dragon Ball. Bruce Banner walked out of the school building with a disappointed look on his face, but was blocked by a man. The person who came was none other than Smith Doyle. Bruce Banner looked at the man in front of him, even though he had seen news about him before in Brazil. Did General Ross send you to arrest me? Hearing Bruce Banner's words, Smith Doyle shook his head, took out the coin representing the Dragon Ball battle ticket from his pocket, and said, Bruce Banner, the owner of the Dragon Ball, I, as the Assassins' League, am issuing you a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. Ticket holders will compete for the Dragon Ball in pairs. The winner, after passing my inspection, will be eligible to make a wish if their wish does not involve destruction or evil. Listening to Smith Doyle's words, Bruce Banner was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted to the content. You mean Dragon Ball belongs to the Assassins' League? You actually released such a magical thing and even held a battle to get it? Smith Doyle looked at Bruce Banner in front of him, smiled and said, nothing is real, everything is permitted. Bruce Banner, here's your ticket. Bruce Banner took the gold coin representing the ticket from Smith Doyle and breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he didn't have to find equipment to search for the Dragon Balls and search all over the world. I just wonder what kind of strength the other people participating in the Dragon Ball battle have. P.S. I've been a bit busy these past 2 days, and will resume updating tomorrow. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 171, 52 Combat PowerPoints. Chapter 171, 52 Combat Power. First update. Bruce Banner returned to the pizza shop and looked at the gold coins in his hand. He had originally planned to escape, but decided to stay and fight for the Dragon Balls. Without packing his luggage, Bruce Banner decided to ask his old friend if he had a computer. He planned to look up some information and learn about Smith Doyle and the League of Assassins. After all, he was far away in Brazil and had only heard of the name of Smith Doyle and the Universal Capsule Group. He didn't know much about the Assassins' League and Dragon Ball. However, when Bruce Banner came down from the attic and opened the door to the back kitchen, he saw his ex-girlfriend Betty sitting in the living room. Knowing that he shouldn't disturb the other person's life, Bruce Banner turned and left. At this time, Betty saw Bruce Banner and immediately chased after him. Bruce Banner didn't know how to face Betty for a moment, so he hid under a trash can. Betty, who hadn't found anyone, returned to the pizza shop and asked the owner, "Tell me what I just saw was real." The boss said helplessly, "I do not know how to say it." Betty said with red eyes, "Please tell the truth." The boss finally nodded, indicating that Betty was not wrong. It was raining heavily outside at this moment, and Bruce Banner was walking aimlessly in the rain. At this time, Betty drove and found him. Betty stopped the car and got out. At this time, Bruce Banner looked back and saw Betty running towards him. He did not hide anymore, but ran towards her and hugged her in his arms. Betty hugged Banner and shouted, "Don't go any further, don't go any further." After the hug, Betty held Banner's cheek and said, "I want you to come with me, please come with me, please." Bruce Banner did not refuse again and took Betty's car to her home. Betty took out a box with a USB drive inside and said, "This is your experimental data. I copied it and brought it out before they did. Hopefully, one day it will give us some answers." Apparently Betty still doesn't know that the Hulk who attacked the laboratory was actually Bruce Banner. Banner took out the USB drive and looked at Betty with some concern. "Does the general know you took it out?" Betty shook her head. "He probably doesn't know. I haven't spoken to him in the past few years." Obviously, Betty was very angry with her father because Bruce Banner was wanted. She begged her father, but it was of no use. Not only did he not cancel the wanted order, but he continued to hunt her down. She had not communicated with her father about this for several years. Hearing Betty say this, Bruce Banner said seriously, "Don't let him know." Betty asked in confusion, "Bruce, why can't we go talk to him together?" Bruce Banner explained, "He told me he wanted the mutant cells in my body. He wants to analyze it and replicate it. He wants to turn the cell into a weapon. But don't worry, I've found a permanent solution. As long as I win in the end, the so-called mutant cells will no longer exist." While the two were talking, General Ross came to the armory, opened a room where the super soldier serum was stored, and took out the serum. Stark Industries was involved in the research and development of this super soldier serum. Arriving in the laboratory, General Ross looked at Bronsky and said, "This serum has some flaws that will amplify a person's personality. So I will only inject you with a small amount of serum. I need you to stay sane and obey orders. Once you experience any side effects, the program will be stopped and you won't be able to return until you recover." However, Bronsky raised his own objection and said, "General, if it's just a small amount of serum, it won't be effective against that monster. I hope to follow the normal injection dosage. If any side effects occur, I will suspend all my activities and make further arrangements after recovery." Hearing that Bronsky had the courage to fight, General Ross nodded in satisfaction. "Were you sure you want to do this?" Bronsky said, "Although I am nothing compared to that monster, I am also a transcendent. I am confident that I can control this power." General Ross thought that Captain America, a thin man, was able to handle it, so Bronsky, a transcendent, should have no problem. "I respect your choice." At this time, the doctor who was ready beside him said, "The injection is divided into two parts, one into the deep muscle and the other into the bone marrow. It's going to hurt a lot the second time, so be prepared." Soon the first injection began, and two doctors took the equipment and injected the super soldier serum into Bronsky's neck. Then he turned his body over and began injecting the bone marrow in his spine. Even a tough guy like Bronsky let out a groan of pain. After the two injections were completed, Bronsky's body began to change. The super soldier serum began to transform Bronsky, making his already strong muscles even more powerful. Seeing that Bronsky's transformation was complete, General Ross took the combat effectiveness tester and began testing. Bronsky, who originally had a combat power of 8.5, began to change on the combat power detector. 10 o'clock, 20 o'clock, 30 o'clock, 52 o'clock. The combat power stopped at 52 points. Before seeing the Hulk, General Ross would definitely be ecstatic about the combat power of 52. After all, in this world where 8 points are rare treasures, 52 points can be said to be astonishing. For other soldiers, it is absolutely possible for one person to take down an entire battalion. He is simply the second generation of Captain America. But with Hulk's combat power exceeding 150 points as an example, Bronsky's 52 points is far behind. As expected, they still have to capture Bruce Banner, study the cells in his body, and create a controllable Hulk. At this time, Bronsky had recovered, his face full of excitement. He felt the power of his own strength, and he felt that he could crush his former self like crushing an ant. With a slight force, all the bandages that were originally holding him in place broke, and Bronsky walked down. "General, what is my combat effectiveness?" Looking at Bronsky admiring his body, General Ross said, 52 points of combat power, increased by 43.5 points. When Bronsky heard that there were only 52 points of combat power, he thought of the guy who threw the forklift like a football, and his excitement immediately disappeared. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 172, Tickets for Sushanki on Planet 6. Chapter 172, 6 stars, Sushanki's Ticket, Part 2. Bronsky put away the excitement on his face and said, "General, according to the data released by the Universal Capsule Group, once the combat power reaches 1.3 times, it will lead to a crushing situation. Assuming Bruce Banner's combat power is only 151, then it would need to reach 116 points to be able to compete. With my current strength, I'm afraid there won't be much difference between being in front of it and before." With the intuitive data from the combat power detector, Bronsky is no longer so arrogant as to think that he can fight the Hulk alone. Ross agreed with Bronsky's words, but still said, "Bronsky, you have to remember that we are soldiers. The battle depends on the entire team, not on so-called individual heroism. This time we have prepared weapons specifically for the Hulk. With the sonic cannon, we can greatly restrict the opponent. The most important thing is, as long as we don't give him the chance to transform, he's easy to control with a combat power of 8. Bronsky looked at Ross and said, "General, if we had a team of super soldiers, we might be able to face Bruce Banner and future crises more calmly." Hearing Bronsky's words, General Ross also sighed. The military only has one super soldier serum, which was originally developed by Tony's father, Howard. However, due to the death of Howard and his wife, no new progress was made in this research, and the military researchers were unable to develop it. Note: Howard was killed by the Winter Soldier sent by Hydra because he had redeveloped the super soldier serum. There's only this one left, so we need to catch Bruce Banner even more. The other side. Sushanki followed Sean and others to New York. After meeting his sister, he learned about the Dragon Ball from her and knew that his sister had a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. Sushanki returned to his room, emptied the clothes from his backpack, and started to complain. "How can there be a dragon in the world that can grant wishes? I don't know who set up this trap to make Xiaoling believe this. If this thing really existed, wouldn't father have found it and used it to revive mother?" Obviously, Sushanki didn't believe in the so-called Dragon Balls and the dragon that could grant wishes at all. Sushanki is different from Su Xiaoling. He knows his father better and has even witnessed the power of his father with the 10 rings and the strength of the 10 rings legion. If there really existed such a magical object in the world that could fulfill wishes, his father would not be indifferent. With his love for his mother, he would definitely go and find her to resurrect her as soon as possible, instead of waiting for so many years after her death without any result. You know, when he was receiving training and completing the mission, he heard in the 10 Rings Legion that his father was looking for a way to resurrect his mother. Just when Sushanki was lost in thought, he saw beads rolling out of his clothes. Planet 66? Sushanki was completely confused. He was complaining 1 second, and the next second this thing appeared in his backpack. Sushanki picked up the Dragon Ball on the bed, and the next second the information about the Dragon Ball appeared in his mind. At this time, Cross and his son Wesley were in the lobby of the hotel where Su Xiaoling and Sushanki were staying. Wesley glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and started to complain. Thank goodness for the radar Bulma developed, otherwise it would be really easy to lose track. As soon as we arrived in San Francisco, we flew back to New York. At this time, Cross received a text message from the leader, allowing him to give Sushanki a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. The leader sent a message saying that the other party has come into contact with the Dragon Ball and can issue tickets for the battle. When he heard that the tickets were about to be distributed, Wesley smiled. It's finally over. Following this guy is so boring. I haven't gained anything. It's better to end it. I heard that Uncle X has a werewolf and a vampire this time. It's a pity we didn't choose London. After complaining, Wesley followed his father to the room where Sushanki was and knocked on the door. At this moment, Sushanki had already accepted everything related to Dragon Ball, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Just when he was about to find his sister, someone knocked on the door. Putting the Dragon Ball into his pocket, Sushanki opened the door, looked at the two strange men, and asked, "You are? What's matter?" Wesley said, "Sushanki, we are from the Assassin's League. As the holder of 6 planets, we are now issuing you a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. This battle will take place in New York. If you're not going to give up, please keep this gold coin. We will notify you when the battle begins." As he spoke, Wesley took out the gold coin representing the battle for the Dragon Ball and placed it in Su Shanky's hand. Su Shanky, who had learned about the ticket price from Su Xialing, put the gold coins into his pocket and said, "Thank you. I will join the fight." After handing the ticket to Su Shanky, the crossed father and son said goodbye and left without staying. After seeing the two leave, Su Shanky went straight to find his sister Su Xialing. Looking at the ticket Su Shanky took out, Su Xialing asked in surprise, "Su Shanky, how do you have a ticket?" As she spoke, Su Xialing took out her own coin, and was sure that it was not hers that had been taken away by the other party. The next second, Su Shanky took out the Dragon Ball from his pocket. Seeing the Dragon Ball, Su Xialing immediately reached out to grab it, but was dodged by Su Shanky. "You don't believe in this thing, just give it to me." Su Shanky dodged Su Xialing's attack and said, "I didn't believe it at first, but I never thought that a stone I once picked up would turn into a Dragon Ball. Now, I believe in this stuff." The other side, Smith Doyle brought Bulma to the Arctic Glacier, where there was also a Dragon Ball. It's a pity that it's not the Antarctic Glacier, otherwise it might fall near the captain's frozen area. However, Smith and Bulma also searched the Arctic Glacier, but found no trace of the Decepticons. They didn't know whether they had been dug up or were no longer in this universe. After all, vampires and werewolves have appeared, so he can accept the emergence of a Cybertronian or Harry Potter-type wizard. However, there seems to be no clue in this regard at the moment. After obtaining the 7 planets, Smith and Bulma did not stay here for too long and returned directly to New York. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 173 Human Transcendence. Chapter 173 100 Transcendence, Part 3, The next day. Assassin's League Base. In a large conference room, Michael led the werewolf clan, all kneeling on one knee to pledge allegiance to the man on the podium. "I, Michael, the patriarch of the werewolf clan, lead the werewolf clan and, in the presence of all the members of the Assassin's League, swear my loyalty to Smith Doyle. I will be forever loyal to you. I, John North of the werewolf clan, swear my loyalty to Smith Doyle in the presence of all the members of the Assassin's League. I will be loyal to you forever." All the werewolves present swore allegiance to Smith Doyle, cut their fingers, signed their names and pressed their fingerprints on a piece of parchment. Fox picked up the parchment with the signed contract and handed it to Smith Doyle. Looking at the parchment in his hand representing the allegiance contract, Smith Doyle looked at the werewolf below and said, "I accept your allegiance. From now on, the werewolf clan will become the gatekeepers of the Assassin's League and will be protected by me and the Assassin's League." Seeing Smith Doyle accept their allegiance, everyone smiled. At Smith Doyle's signal, all the werewolves stood up. Gunsmith, pharmacist. The training of this batch of werewolves is left to you. Everyone must understand the mission and code of conduct of the Assassin's League. Once they have passed the assessment, they will be assigned to the Assassin Brotherhood. A werewolf will be stationed at each Assassin Brotherhood hotel to be responsible for security and special events there. The gunsmith and the pharmacist received the order and said, "Yes, Chief." The other side, Trident Tower, headquarters of SHIELD. Coulson hurried to Nick Fury's office with the latest information. As soon as he entered the door, Coulson began to report. "Director, according to reports from our agents planted around the Assassin's League, a large group of individuals with combat power values between 12 and 15, as well as one with a combat power of 30, entered the Assassin's League headquarters this morning." Hearing this phrase a lot, Nick Fury lost his composure and asked, "How many people are there exactly?" Coulson reported, 100 of them, sir. However, Michael and others were subjected to combat capability tests by the SHIELD agents who were responsible for recording and observing when they entered the base of the League of Assassins. Naturally, they were greatly frightened by the results. Nick Fury was also surprised to hear such a large group of people. What a terrifying power 100 extraordinary people would be. Although they all have more than 10 points, the limit for ordinary people is only 8 points, not to mention that there is one with 30 points of combat power. You have to know that even SHIELD itself cannot have 100 people with combat power above 8 points. Who are they? Are they the members of the Assassin's League we know? Coulson shook his head. No, according to what we know, this group of people were brought back from London by the Assassin's League. We have records of their departure from London and their entry into the country. The identification information was provided by London and there is nothing unusual. But it's logically impossible for London to let such a large number of transcendents pass. But his identity was that of a werewolf, which was arranged by Alexander Corvinus, so there was naturally no problem with his identity. Nick Fury thought for a moment and asked, "Is it some special race?" "There are 100 transcendents, and I wonder if there are any with special abilities among them. This makes Nick Fury think of aliens. Coulson said, based on the current information, there is nothing special. They're all white people from London. When Nick Fury heard that they were all white people, his face remained expressionless. As far as he knew, there were more black brothers in England. Was this another case of Smith Doyle's terrible discrimination? Nick Fury knocked on the table and said, talk to the head of the London branch and see if they know anything about this group of people. We can also mobilize the agents lurking in the Assassin's League to find out what this group of people are like and whether they are members of the Assassin's League. If they are not members of the Assassin's League, why did they come to the Assassin's League? Coulson nodded and said that he would make arrangements immediately. Any results on the Dragon Ball matter? Coulson reported. Currently, it's based on phone surveillance, internet searches, and dark web information. It is clear that several forces are collecting Dragon Balls. The price of a Dragon Ball has been driven up to $10 million per piece. Now those underground forces and assassins are searching the world for Dragon Balls. But no one has publicly stated that they own the Dragon Balls. Compared to the last time Dragon Ball made a big appearance in John Wick, this time it's much more low-key and well hidden. We are still following up on the Dragon Ball matter. Nick Fury nodded. Continue to follow up and learn more about Smith Doyle's situation. If your undercover work doesn't lead to any progress, you can go talk to him. He's a member of the Avengers after all. Coulson looked at Nick Fury and was silent for a second. Smith Doyle was about to exercise his supervisory rights, and you said that the Avengers project had not yet been implemented, and now you wanted to know whether the movements of this group of people were a destabilizing factor, and the other party became an Avenger again. Let Coulson rush forward to do such shameless things. It is really true that the higher the official, the more powerful he is. Yes, Director. Although he had no choice but to accept the reality, Coulson hoped that Smith Doyle would not embarrass him too much when the time came. The other side. Bruce Banner wakes up in Betty's house. With Betty's identity, he can borrow equipment from the school laboratory so that he can test the Dragon Ball in his hand. Although he already has a ticket to the battle, as a scientist, Bruce Banner feels that it is more reliable to test it himself. If he can find the frequency band emitted by the Dragon Ball, even if he fails in this battle, it will be much easier to find it in the future. The two arrived at the school, and there were not many people around. Looking at Bruce Banner, who was constantly observing his surroundings, Betty asked, "Are you okay?" Bruce Banner looked around and said, "It should be fine." The two walked towards the school building. Betty saw Bruce Banner tucked his shirt into his pants and called out to him, "I want to help you sort it out." Watching Betty help him straighten his shirt, Bruce Banner did not refuse and enjoyed the warmth between the two. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 174. Still want to destroy me? Go away. Chapter 174. Still want to destroy me? Go away. First update. After Betty pulled Bruce Banner's shirt out, she straightened his shirt and said, "It looks better this way." Bruce Banner also smiled and nodded, "Okay." Just as the two men's eyes met, Bruce Banner saw the soldiers appearing around the school, and the expression on his face changed instantly. Betty noticed the change in Bruce's expression and asked, "What happened?" Bruce Banner looked at the soldiers in the distance and said, "They're coming." Betty also looked back and saw the soldiers appearing in the distance. Bruce Banner said, "Betty, listen carefully. Go away as far away from me as possible." Betty was puzzled. Bruce Banner interrupted. "Stop talking, go." After saying that, Bruce Banner didn't dare to stay next to Betty and immediately ran towards the empty playground. At this time, several military vehicles drove directly into the school square, and a large number of soldiers began to surround it. Armored vehicles, tanks, and sonic cannons all drove in. Ross saw Bruce Banner start to run and said, "Oh no, the sniper won't be in position for another 3 minutes. Which idiot acted without authorization?" Ross was obviously annoyed that Bruce Banner had discovered it in advance, and he felt like he was going to return empty-handed again. At this time, Brinsky rushed out of the woods with his soldiers and reported, he fled to Area 270. Bruce Banner looked at the soldiers coming from all around, and ran in the direction where there were fewer people, leading everyone to make a circle in the woods on campus. Ross looked at Bronsky, who was chasing after him with all his might, and warned him, "Brinsky, watch your distance." Bronsky stopped immediately, and the soldier behind him ran to his side after a while. It was obvious that he had used all his strength, but he was still far behind the strengthened Bronsky. "Sir, the best time is to knock him down with an anesthetic needle before he transforms." Finally, Bruce Banner ran into the library, with the soldiers following closely behind him. Bruce Banner hid in the library and looked at the two items in his hands. One was a Dragon Ball and the other was a USB flash drive containing information about gamma-ray experiments. Bruce Banner gritted his teeth and stuffed the USB drive into his mouth. But looking at the Dragon Ball, which was no smaller than a golf ball, he didn't have the ability to stuff it into the hole, whether it was his throat or below, he couldn't do it. Finally, Bruce Banner stuffed the Dragon Ball into his bag and hung it around his neck. He really had no better choice but to escape with the Dragon Ball. After doing all this, Bruce Banner ran forward again. At this time, a soldier discovered Bruce Banner's figure and shouted loudly, "Target found." Outside, Betty also ran all the way, stopped in front of a command vehicle, opened her arms and shouted, "Stop, stop." Seeing the car stopped, he shouted inside, "I know you're in there. Please, General." Ross looked at his daughter outside and fell silent for a moment. At this time, the non-commissioned officer next to him asked, "Sir?" Betty yelled, "Father." Hearing the word father, Ross finally opened the door of the command vehicle and walked out. Betty immediately walked up to General Ross and said, "Dad, please let him go." General Ross refused. "You don't understand, go in quickly." Then he turned to the soldier behind him and asked, "Where is he?" The soldier immediately reported, "The target is on the bridge connecting the two buildings. Please give instructions." Ross immediately took the intercom and shouted, "Don't attack him, don't attack him." Ross stopped the attack not to protect Bruce Banner, but to protect the soldiers. He knew clearly that after a fierce attack, Bruce Banner would turn from a normal person into a Hulk. Soon the soldiers sealed all the gates on both sides of the bridge, blocking Bruce Banner in the middle of the bridge. He's trapped in the middle of the covered bridge. Bruce Banner looked around and found that the high ground was full of gunners, aiming at him with assault rifles. General Ross immediately ordered, "Shoot 2 hypnotic bombs in. Since you can't attack directly, just stun it." At this time, several soldiers ran under the corridor bridge with grenade launchers loaded with hypnotic bombs. Emission. Bang bang. 2 hypnotic bombs shattered the glass and were fired into the corridor of the bridge, and white hypnotic smoke was released in an instant. Looking at the released smoke, Bruce Banner immediately took off his coat and covered his mouth and nose to avoid inhaling the gas. At this moment, Bruce Banner looked at Betty rushing over and seeing her being knocked down by the soldiers, and his expression immediately became nervous. As the gas enveloped the entire bridge, his eyes instantly turned green. Roar! Bruce Banner transformed into the Hulk and roared. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several non-commissioned officers equipped with combat effectiveness detectors had their instruments explode on the spot as the values exceeded 150 points. Ross felt a little sad when he saw the several combat power detectors that exploded. After transforming, Hulk took a step forward, and the glass immediately shattered and the bed frame flew out. Looking at the Hulk who appeared, Ross murmured, "Daughter, now you should understand." At this moment, Hulk had a canvas bag hanging around his neck. Except for his extremely elastic stretch pants, his shirt and shoes were completely scrapped. Betty also realized at this time that the green giant in front of her was actually Bruce Banner, which made her stunned and was carried away by 2 soldiers. Roar! Hulk roared at everyone. He was very angry at these things that kept attacking him as soon as they appeared. But the next second, Hulk pulled off the canvas bag from his neck, took out the Dragon Ball inside, held it in his hand, and wanted to crush it directly. However, even though Hulk clenched his fists tightly, the Dragon Ball in his hand did not change at all. Roar! Hulk roared angrily. At this time, General Ross frowned slightly, picked up the intercom and said, "What did he pull out of that canvas bag?" The soldier immediately reported, "General, our sight was caught in his palm, and we didn't see clearly what it was." The next second, Hulk saw that he had failed to destroy the Dragon Ball, and then he threw it away with all his strength. Whoosh! Hulk threw the Dragon Ball with all his might, and it flew towards the horizon like a meteor, disappearing from everyone's sight at such a fast speed. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 175 Assembly. Chapter 175 Assembly, Part 2. As Bruce Banner's second personality, Hulk, although he has only been born for a few years, he has some simple thinking. Although he is not as smart as when he was on the planet Sakaar, he also knows through Bruce Banner's thoughts that this thing cannot be kept. Although he couldn't speak fully, Hulk knew through Bruce Banner that the other party wanted to use this thing to make a wish to destroy him. How could Hulk accept such a thing? So the first thing Hulk did after taking control of the body was to throw Bruce Banner's Dragon Ball out. If it weren't for his lack of intelligence, Hulk's wish after stealing the Dragon Balls might be the same as Bruce Banner's, which is to destroy Banner and only keep Hulk. Ross looked at the Hulk's behavior and asked through the intercom, "What was that thing he threw?" The soldiers immediately reported, "General, it was a spherical object. It was too fast and I couldn't see it clearly." Then Brinsky spoke, "It's orange, the size of a baseball, with yellow stars inside. I don't know what it is." Obviously, after being strengthened, Brinsky could at least see clearly what Hulk threw. Unable to determine what it was for a moment, Ross stopped paying attention and ordered, Team A, full fire. Betty, on the other hand, noted the direction the Hulk threw it. Bang, bang, bang. Assault rifles and machine guns were fired at Hulk continuously. Although he was not afraid of these weapons and could not even break through their defense, Hulk obviously felt pain and dissatisfaction and immediately ran towards the direction of the shooting. Quick, concentrate your fire. Seeing that the machine gun and assault rifle were ineffective, Ross immediately shouted, "Where's the 50 caliber gun? Hurry." At this time, several off-road vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns rushed out and immediately shot at the Hulk, attracting his attention and preventing him from approaching the soldiers. Da. The muzzle of the machine gun was smoking, but the damage it caused to Hulk was like being hit by a beeping pistol. It was painful but could not penetrate his defense. Sparks flew all over his body, but he successfully attracted Hulk's attention. The soldier gave up shooting and rushed towards the jeep. Hulk quickly caught up with the car and knocked it over with a shoulder strike. However, one car after another was knocked over, and the attack did not stop at all. The angry Hulk came to the front of another car, stomped on it with one foot, picked up the car and started smashing it. After smashing the car, he picked up the engine and smashed it at the car on the other side. The enormous force caused the engine to penetrate both cars and even caused an explosion. Boom. At this time, several students from the school came here and were surprised to see the scene here. They immediately picked up their mobile phones to shoot videos and posted them on YouTube. Inside the villa, Tony Stark was experiencing the latest armor when he heard Jarvis' voice. "Sir, there's a video that just appeared on YouTube that I think you might be interested in." Tony said, "Let it out and see." The next second, the video of Hulk fighting the military appeared in front of Tony. "What time is this happening?" Jarvis said, "It happened just now. The battle shouldn't be over yet, but there are no public cameras nearby." Tony said without hesitation, "That big green guy actually managed to withstand the heavy machine gun fire with his bare body. I hope I can still make it in time when I get there." The next second, Tony flew out of the basement and headed towards the battlefield. During the flight, Tony asked Jarvis to send a message to Smith Doyle. "Hey, there's a big one over at Culver University in Virginia. A big green one that's sure to interest you. It's time for us to show our faces together." At this moment, Smith Doyle was planning how to inform Tony to let the other party get access to the Dragon Balls and start the battle for the Dragon Balls when he received the other party's message. The intelligent butler shouted blankly, "Master, there's a message from Tony Stark. Play." After hearing Tony's words, Smith Doyle reacted instantly. This must be because General Ross discovered that Bruce Banner had surrounded him in the school. Since Tony invited him, and he also wanted to talk to him about the battle for Dragon Ball, he directly used the sky dance technique and rushed towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, Bronsky asked a group of his soldiers who had reached their maximum combat strength to cover him, while he held a grenade launcher, ready to lead Hulk to the sonic cannon position that had been set up. Boom! A grenade exploded directly on Hulk, causing the unprepared Hulk to stagger, but when the smoke cleared, there were still no scars left. Brinsky's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. Can the grenade not hurt him at all? At the same time, he was envious of the other party's strength. Although he had become very powerful, he was still not enough in front of such a monster. At this moment, Hulk picked up a piece of scrap metal to use as a shield, and Bronsky took this opportunity to fire another howitzer. Boom! Hulk stumbled again, and Bronsky took advantage of the opportunity to launch a third howitzer. Boom! This time the grenade was blocked by the shield in Hulk's hand. Seeing that the thing in his hand was useful, Hulk immediately broke off another piece and held it in his hand. Now he had a temporary shield in each hand. He held two shields in front of him and glared fiercely in Bronsky's direction. "Still remember me?" Bronsky said this and fired the last grenade in his weapon. Boom! Then Bronsky ran towards the sonic cannon position while shooting. Knowing the gap between the two sides, Bronsky did not show off his pistol shooting skills. After all, even howitzers can't break through defenses, so pistols are even less reliable. Now the pistol is a prop for Bronsky to lure Bruce Banner. Bronsky ran as fast as he could, occasionally shooting with his pistol to lure Hulk out and make sure he wouldn't abandon him and run to someone else. Soon Bronsky arrived at the sonic cannon position and immediately shouted to everyone, "Fire!" Bronsky jumped up, then turned in the air and rolled to the side, leaving Hulk behind him defenseless and taking the sonic cannon. ZZ. Even though Bronsky dodged, he was still hit by the sonic cannon and covered his ears in pain. Compared to Bronsky, Hulk, who was hit head-on by the sonic cannon, was in greater pain. However, everyone did not know that the consequence was that Hulk became even angrier and his strength became even stronger. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 176 Tony and 039's Anti-Smith armor in full force. Chapter 176 Tony's Anti-Smith armor at full power, Part 3. Under the attack of the sonic cannon, Hulk threw down the shield in pain and then roared to the sky. Looking at Hulk holding his head in pain, General Ross smiled. At least the weapon worked. This is not like the previous howitzers, which hit the opponent without any expression of pain. Betty looked at the painful expression on Bruce Banner's Hulk's face and immediately ran to Ross, grabbed his clothes and said, "Please stop. Please stop." Ross naturally would not agree to his daughter's request. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he immediately ordered the soldiers beside him, "Take her away." 2 soldiers immediately pulled Betty away from General Ross. Betty roared angrily, "You'll kill him. Let go, let me go." Bruce. Hulk, who was lying on the ground at this moment, also saw Betty with a sad and grief-stricken face. As Bruce Banner's alter ego, he also inherited his love for Betty. At this moment, Hulk's anger reached its peak. He picked up 2 shields on the ground and held one of them in front of himself to reduce the damage of the sonic cannon to him. This scene made Ross a little stunned, and he actually blocked it. Hulk was seen blocking with a shield in one hand and throwing another shield towards the sonic cannon with the other hand. Boom! The shield instantly penetrated the sonic cannon tank, causing it to explode violently. The 2 soldiers in the car jumped out of the car to avoid Hulk's attack and saved their lives, but the soldiers inside the car were not so lucky. At this moment, another sonic cannon was still attacking. Hulk jumped up under the attack and smashed the sonic cannon on the chariot directly with his shield. General Ross, who saw the scene, immediately ordered, "Where's the attack helicopter? Blast him with missiles. Everyone retreat." The soldiers pulled Betty back with them, and even Bronsky did not try to stop them. Watching everyone retreat, Hulk held the only remaining shield and looked at the retreating soldiers around him. He did not chase them but paced in place. At this time, an armed helicopter flew over in the sky. After the pilot locked the electronic radar, he directly pressed the launch button. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 AGM-179 air-to-ground missiles were launched directly. Boom! Boom! Under Betty's incredulous eyes, the missile hit Hulk, and 2 huge fireballs rose up in an instant. The huge shockwave even knocked the people who were evacuating not far away to the ground. Bruce. Betty lay on the ground, calling Bruce's name in grief. Roar. A roar rose from the flames, and Hulk jumped directly to the same height as the helicopter, and punched the helicopter while hitting the ditch. Bump. The huge impact force directly knocked the helicopter down. At the same time, he stepped on the door of the helicopter and punched the fuselage with his fists. The helicopter lost its balance immediately and crashed into the ground. Boom! The crashed helicopter exploded on the spot, and the Hulk at the center of the explosion looked particularly ferocious. It was obvious that the 2 air-to-ground missiles had caused Hulk great pain, making him even more angry and unable to control his reason. Hulk looked angrily at the soldiers around him. Tony, who had just arrived at this time, saw Hulk attacking the helicopter. Seeing that the other party was looking at the surrounding soldiers, he immediately launched an attack. "Big guy, look here." Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A row of missile launch ports appeared on the shoulders of Tony's suit, and several micro-missiles were launched instantly. Boom, boom, boom. A row of missiles exploded around Hulk, setting off another burst of fire. Boom. The attacked Hulk roared again. At this time, Ross saw Tony Stark coming to the rescue and frowned slightly, and said, "Why is this guy here?" Obviously, Ross didn't want anyone else to interfere in the matter of Bruce Banner, and even the last time he approached Smith Doyle, he thought twice. Then he shook his head and said, "Tony is Tony, as long as he is not those bastards from SHIELD." At this moment, Betty was held tightly by 2 soldiers. With the general's order, they dared not let go. At this moment Bronsky came running over and said, "Sir, what do we do next?" Ross looked at Tony Stark fighting Hulk and said, "Let's see if our Iron Man can stop him first." At the same time, he picked up the intercom and said, "Send in the tanks, and send in a few more attack helicopters, and have the fighter jets ready to engage in combat at any time." At this time, Betty's current boyfriend, the psychologist, also rushed over. It was he who told Ross that Bruce appeared here. Tony was firing at full power at this moment. The palm cannons in both hands kept bombarding, and all the missiles on his body were launched out. Boom, boom, boom. I originally prepared these for Smith Doyle. Instead of his newest portable suit, Tony donned the anti-Smith Doyle 0.5 suit, designed specifically for Smith Doyle. Why is it version 0.5? Tony is not satisfied with the metal aspect, but the firepower has been greatly enhanced. Facing Tony's attack, Hulk did not dodge at all and took it all in. The grass under his feet was blown beyond recognition, revealing the soil underneath. Roar! Anger made Hulk's strength increase again. He jumped up and rushed towards Tony, wanting to kill the damn bug. Facing the rushing Hulk, Tony did not dodge, but ordered, "Jarvis, charge the chest energy cannon to 100%. Emission." Tony stretched his arms back, and a white beam of light from the energy cannon on his chest shot directly towards the chest of the Hulk who was jumping over. Boom! Under the bombardment of the energy cannon, a beam of light shot directly at Hulk, knocking him down, and lasted for several seconds. "Sir, energy consumption is 30%. This killer move consumes quite a bit of energy, and Tony has made many improvements to it, making it more durable and more damaging." The attack that was originally capable of melting steel did not penetrate Hulk's body, but it was not without any effect at all, at least it left some scars. Watching Tony display his prowess, Ross was somewhat dissatisfied. After Tony developed the battle suit, he chose not to sell it but to play with it himself. Especially seeing him effectively intercept Bruce Banner, this shows that the actual power of this suit is close to the so-called 1.3 times numerical theory. Although the battle suit does not have a combat power measurement, General Ross has his own corresponding conversion method. Obviously, Tony with full firepower is much stronger than Bronsky with 52 combat power points. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 177, Fighting with All-Out Efforts. Chapter 177, All-Out Battle, Part 4, Betty yelled, "No, stop it." However, no one present cared about Betty's words. Even Hulk was thinking about shooting down the disgusting fly from the sky first. Hulk looked down at the charred marks on his chest, but in less than a few breaths, the area that was originally burned by the laser was restored to its original state without any change. Roar! Hulk roared and ran towards where Tony was. Tony complained again. After the previous fight, Tony's ammunition supply has been almost used up. After all, his battle suit is so small that it can't hold much ammunition even if it is loaded. Tony put his arms together and a red laser shot out from the back of his hands. "Try this thing, big guy." A thin red laser shot out from Tony's arms and headed straight for Hulk. If the strength of the chest cannon just now was its power, then the strength of this red laser was its cutting ability. "How can it be?" Tony shouted. The previous attack could have knocked the opponent down, but this laser not only failed to penetrate the opponent's heart, but instead allowed Hulk to rush up against the laser and slap Tony Stark directly. Boom! Tony Stark was slapped down from the sky by Hulk and fell to the ground. At the same time, the laser chip on the back of his hand was burned and ejected directly. As for the fact that the first attack was successful, the second and stronger cut was not successful, because Hulk's strength increased again due to anger. Tony was slapped down by the other party, and he was a little angry, and said at the same time, "Jarvis, test the opponent's combat capability. I want to see how strong he is." He actually becomes more courageous as the battle goes on. Zlaw. The next second, the combat effectiveness detection module in the battle suit burned out instantly. "Sir, the combat power detection module is damaged." It reached 150 combat power points before it was damaged. Tony was also stunned when he heard the news. "Smith, you're such a jerk. You actually set a combat power limit." At this moment, Hulk rushed over again and kicked Tony. Tony also reacted quickly and took off directly to increase the distance. Hulk grabbed Tony's thigh, and the flames sprayed from Tony's flying position burned the back of Hulk's hand. Hulk exerted force and broke the flying device on his left foot. Looking at Tony who was struggling, Hulk threw him out angrily. "What?" The sudden weightlessness and rotation made Tony couldn't help but shout. At this time, Smith Doyle also rushed to the battlefield. Seeing Tony Stark being thrown out, Smith Doyle became furious and instantly appeared behind Tony and caught him. "Dude, how come I saw you being beaten up when I got here?" Seeing that it was Smith Doyle who took him over, Tony said stubbornly. "You're late then. You didn't see how I abused this big guy just now. I was just not careful at the moment and let him get close to me." Smith Doyle smiled and did not refute. Indeed, he did not see the fight between Tony and Hulk. However, without the Hulkbuster armor, it would be difficult for Tony to gain an advantage with his current outfit. After putting Tony down, Smith Doyle said, "Leave the rest of the battle to me." Smith Doyle has a great interest in the Hulk. It's a great opportunity to have a sparring match before the battle for the Dragon Balls. At this moment, Betty looked at Smith Doyle who appeared and said, "God is here. Bruce will be okay." At this moment, Betty no longer had the worries she had at the beginning. At the beginning, from the sonic cannon to the missile, and then to the appearance of Iron Man, Betty worried again and again, but now she found that there was not a single scar on Bruce Banner's body, and he had defeated all his opponents. Even Iron Man would be in big trouble if Smith Doyle hadn't appeared to save the situation. So at this moment, although Betty was worried about Bruce's safety and afraid that he would be caught, it seemed that no one could be Bruce's opponent. I just don't know if this god can be a match for Bruce. At this moment, General Ross looked at Smith Doyle, who appeared, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He had invited this person last time, but the other party did not agree. Are you here today because of Tony Stark or something else? After thinking about it, General Ross felt that it was more likely Tony. After all, everyone knew that the relationship between these two people was very close. They had held many parties together and even acted as superheroes together several times. Tony must have called me over. At this moment, Tony controlled the battle suit and used 3 flying devices to barely fly to Ross's side. Everyone, does anyone know the situation of this big guy? At this time, Smith Doyle, wearing a martial arts uniform, flew in front of Hulk. Hulk, it's my turn to spar with you next. When Smith Doyle called out the name, the Hulk was stunned for a moment, his eyes were a little confused, then he became determined and uttered a word. Hulk, roar. Looking at the excited Hulk, Smith Doyle swooped down and threw a punch. Boom. Hulk's huge fist collided with Smith Doyle's fist. A white air wave emanated from the two fists, like a strong wind that swayed the surrounding trees left and right. Haha, powerful. This time, let me go all out. Ever since he acquired the Sun bloodline, Smith Doyle has been eager to fight, but there has never been an enemy that he can really fight. Even against werewolves and vampires, Smith has no intention of moving, leaving it to X and Alexei. But Smith Doyle had no worries about the Hulk and just gave it his all. As for your question about whether he will be abused with a combat power of 220 points, if he is pissed off, he will turn into Giant Ape mode and no one will be afraid of him. Boom, boom, boom. Smith Doyle and Hulk exchanged several punches in a row, and he gave his all in every blow. The direct collision between the two produced a huge roar and explosion, like a strong wind blowing in all directions. Brinsky murmured, he actually has such strength. Ross picked up the intercom and immediately shouted, lock onto Smith Doyle immediately. I want to know how strong he is. At this time, the soldier beside him said, General, because of Bruce's transformation just now, our combat power detectors are all off the charts. Ross immediately ordered after hearing this. Where are the attack helicopters? Do they carry combat capability detectors? If you don't have one, bring one here immediately. I want to see his strength. Tony opened his mask and complained, it's obviously over 150. What's the point of sending it over? It's already over the limit. P.S. For updates today, keep working hard tomorrow. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 178, Extreme Burst of 4906 Combat Power. Chapter 178, Extreme Burst 490.6 Combat Power, First Update, Hulk. Roar. Facing the Hulk rushing towards him, Smith Doyle also used the air dance technique to rush forward. Boom. The two fists collided, and a huge roar came from where the two men were fighting. Haha, this is a fight. Boom, boom, boom. As the two men fought, the surrounding trees kept falling down, and the grass under their feet suffered devastating damage. Drink. Smith Doyle headbutted Hulk, knocking him flying and knocking down many large trees along the way. Boom. Looking at the rising dust, Ross and others once again felt the power of Smith Doyle. Betty shouted anxiously. Bruce. Brinsky sighed, he's really as powerful as Superman. However, the next second, Hulk rushed out from the dust and roared, Hulk. Hulk clapped his hands violently, and a strong wind carrying a shock wave swept towards Smith Doyle, directly blowing him away. Smith Doyle was like a kite with a broken string, retreating in the air for more than 10 seconds before he could steady himself. Drink. Smith Doyle roared, and a white air wave emanated from himself, then rushed towards Hulk, at such a speed that it formed a sound barrier in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Smith Doyle instantly came in front of Hulk and then used the Turtle School martial arts to attack Hulk with all his strength. Under the huge force, Hulk was beaten back step by step. Because Smith Doyle was extremely fast, Hulk did not block the attack, but instead took the attack head-on. Huge roars continued to come from the battle between the two men. Hulk, who had little combat experience, was obviously no match for Smith Doyle, and his face was full of anger. Roar. With Hulk's roar, Smith Doyle clearly felt that Hulk's strength had increased again. Smith Doyle frowned slightly. If Hulk continued to be so angry, he would not be able to suppress him. Does he have to rub the moon with his hands to activate the Giant Ape? The Giant Ape mode is his trump card to deal with emergencies, because it is not worth it to expose it to Hulk. Thinking of this, Smith Doyle decided to try using the Kamehameha wave. Smith Doyle put his hands together and hit Hulk out like a baseball. Boom! Looking at Hulk, who had been knocked into the air, Smith Doyle gathered his hands at his waist and began to gather all the energy in his body. Turtle-style Kigong wave. Ha no, ha no, ha. A white beam of light flew out from Smith Doyle's hand and directly chased the Hulk, who was knocked away. Smith Doyle, who was now using Kamehameha at full power, had reached a combat power of 490.6. Note, under normal circumstances, the maximum increase in Kamehameha is 2.23 times. When Hulk was hit by the Kamehameha wave, he did not explode instantly, but was pushed out by the Kamehameha wave. Hulk blocked the Kamehameha wave with his hands, but he had no support and could not fly, so he was unable to resist it and was pushed further away. After the Kamehameha wave pushed Hulk a distance, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out. Boom! A huge explosion rose up like a giant mushroom bomb. Ross, Tony, Betty and others who were watching the battle suddenly felt a white flash in front of their eyes, and the next second they saw a huge mushroom cloud rising. Tony immediately closed his mask and shouted, "The shockwave is coming, get behind me and take a defensive stance." Ross stood behind Tony, hugged Betty in his arms, and turned around to protect her behind him. Boom! A huge shockwave swept over, and Tony put his arms in front of him to protect himself, relying on the power of his battlesuit to avoid being blown away by the wind. Bronsky was lying on the ground, with his arms even digging into the ground beneath his feet. Crash! As for the teaching building in the distance, the glass was shattered all over the floor, and there was not a single intact window. Hulk, who was at the center of the Kamehameha attack, was blown far away by the violent explosion. It was also a tragic event. His defense was broken for the first time. His body was covered with scars from the explosion. The fallen flesh and blood was instantly vaporized. However, after landing, he was still repairing himself quickly. At this moment, Hulk was knocked far away by Smith Doyle's Kamehameha wave. After getting up, Hulk did not charge towards Smith Doyle this time. Instead, because the distance was far enough, his first reaction after getting up was to run away. With just a few jumps, Hulk's figure disappeared from Smith Doyle's eyes. At this moment, Smith Doyle was also breathing heavily. The previous attack had almost exhausted his energy. If someone was carrying a combat power detector at this time, they would find that Smith Doyle's combat power had dropped by 100 points. Watching Hulk fleeing the battlefield on his own initiative, Smith Doyle nodded secretly in his heart, thinking that this was a good thing. At least he doesn't have to transform into a giant ape. As for whether the Kamehameha attack with all his strength will kill Hulk, Smith Doyle has never worried about it. No matter which version of Hulk it is, there is no problem. As the shockwave dissipated, Betty looked at the scene that looked like a small nuclear explosion, and the Hulk who had not appeared again, and immediately screamed heartbreakingly, "Bruce!" Obviously due to the distance, no one saw Hulk escape. Smith Doyle used the air dance technique to fly to the crowd, and then landed steadily. Ross looked at Smith Doyle with eyes full of curiosity at this moment. This was a being more powerful than the Hulk, and he was able to maintain his sanity. He just didn't know how the other party became so powerful. Is the Hulk dead? Ross asked the question in his mind. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Smith Doyle shook his head, not at all. Although he was seriously injured by the attack just now, he still managed to escape. The person who was happiest at this moment was Betty when she heard that Bruce Banner was not dead. Great, Bruce is not dead. At this time, Ross frowned slightly. Such a powerful force could not kill Bruce Banner. How should he capture the other party? Should he really use a nuclear bomb or even a hydrogen bomb? Bruce is not going to run to the desert, and the places he hides are all in big cities. Even if he is a general in the military, he does not have that much power. At this time Tony was also surprised. What kind of monster is this? Even the attack just now was not enough to kill him. By the way, I heard you say his name seemed to be Bruce? What's your full name? Tony looked at Betty beside him, but Betty did not answer Tony's question. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 179 Tony and 039's Wish. Chapter 179 Tony's Wish, Part 2, Inside Tony's Beach House. Smith Doyle and Tony were drinking whiskey. The battle with Hulk was over, and Smith Doyle came to Tony's house at his invitation. As for the affairs of General Ross and Betty, neither of them paid attention. The aftermath was left to Ross, but the situation was not optimistic this time. It was really the battle between Smith Doyle and Hulk that caused so much damage. The small forest over there was directly destroyed. Even though the attack on Hulk was in the air, a deep pit was left underground, like a meteorite crater. Tony took a sip of whiskey and said, "Jarvis, release the information you found." Soon, the identity of the Hulk banner appeared in front of the two of them, including the identity of Bruce Banner, the wanted poster, some legends, and his identity as a former military researcher. Oh my god, it's actually a monster created by Ross and the others themselves. He's a genius with 7 doctorates. I can't believe he looks like this in his normal human form. It seems I have to develop a large-scale battle armor to target this guy. Hearing Tony's words, Smith Doyle looked at him, which reminded him of the battle suit that was torn apart by Hulk. The anti-Hulk armor that Tony created with the idea provided by Bruce Banner was very powerful at the beginning, but neither of them expected that if the Hulk did not break the defense at the beginning, but gradually increased the pressure, it would only make the Hulk more and more angry and his combat power would become stronger and stronger. Then you have to study it carefully and don't let that guy tear it down. Tony waved his hand and said, thanks to this battle, I have this guy's data. The strength of the armor I create will be even greater than his. Oh, and that combat power meter of yours? A combat power value of 150 is not enough. Hurry up and have Bulma arrange the upgraded module for me. Don't tell me you don't have a stronger product. I don't believe it. Hearing Tony mention the combat effectiveness detector, Smith Doyle nodded. Okay, others may not have it, but you absolutely must arrange it. Tony nodded in satisfaction. Smith Doyle was indeed reliable. He then asked, what about Bruce Banner? According to the information I just learned, this guy has been hiding for many years. He probably didn't actively sabotage the situation. He can be considered a victim of military experiments. Smith Doyle said, let it be, Bruce Banner isn't actually trouble. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Then Smith Doyle said, Tony, there's something special in your lab. I need you to pay attention to it. It's best to touch it now. Tony was puzzled. I attach great importance to my laboratory, whether it is the battle suit or the artificial intelligence. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, that's not it. I'll show it to you. Tony was a little confused, but still took Smith Doyle into his laboratory. Tony opened his arms and said, everything here is worthy of attention. I wonder what you mean? Smith Doyle pointed to Tony's workbench and said, third drawer on the left, open it. Tony was a little confused, feeling that Smith Doyle meant that there seemed to be something in his laboratory that he didn't understand. There's nothing else in this cabinet. It's just a gift from Pepper. That's the round stone you've seen. As Tony spoke, he opened the drawer, and 4 planets appeared in front of the two of them. What is this? Where is my stone? As Tony spoke, he picked up the 4-ball star from the drawer, and at the same time, the information about Dragon Ball entered his mind. In the living room, Tony poured himself a glass of whiskey, drank it in one gulp, and then said, so you're saying that the Dragon Ball is actually the sacred object of your Assassin's League, and you recognized it the first time you saw it. That guy John Wick actually used it to resurrect his wife. Smith, you are so generous and kind-hearted that you actually gave it away to help others realize their wishes. Smith Doyle shrugged his shoulders, took a sip of whiskey and said, wouldn't it be nice to make this world more hopeful? Tony flicked the gold coin in his hand that represented the Dragon Ball battle, and then said, looks like I'm going to compete for the Dragon Balls too. By the way, you said this thing can achieve anything. Can my parents be resurrected? When Smith Doyle heard Tony mention resurrecting his parents, he also began to think about it. The original setting of Dragon Ball was that only those who died within a year could be resurrected, and those who died after this time could not be resurrected. However, the main reason was not time, but because if there was no relationship, the soul would be reincarnated and cleansed in the underworld after more than a year. Without the soul, the dragon cannot resurrect people who have been dead for more than 1 year, so the key point is that the soul is still there. Moreover, Tony's parents have been dead for many years. It is unknown whether their souls have gone to hell, to Ms. Death, or to other dimensions, or have completely disappeared. Seeing Smith thinking, Tony did not interrupt and just waited quietly. Smith thought for a moment and then said, Tony, I can't promise you anything. The results might not even be ideal. Let me put it this way. There's a prerequisite for the Shenlong to resurrect the dead, and that's that the soul still exists and hasn't changed. After death, the soul exists. The soul may enter the dimension of hell, or it may enter the dimension of heaven, or even other dimensions, or return to the embrace of death. And the soul can also be destroyed. If the soul doesn't exist, then even the dragon can't resurrect it. The Shenlong mainly resurrects those who died within a year. During this time, the soul of the other party will basically not change. But your parents have been gone for so many years, maybe. Although Smith Doyle didn't continue, Tony understood. Tony's eyes dimmed a little. He didn't expect it was still a little late. After all, his father and mother had been dead for 18 years. Of course, if you have all the Dragon Balls, you can give it a try, but don't get your hopes up too much. For 18 years, Smith Doyle had no hope. Unless the Howard souls were very special and were taken in and kept alive by some big boss, there was little hope. Tony nodded. I understand, Smith. I just heard about John's situation and wanted to learn more about it. After all, so many years have passed. But the dragon is not omnipotent. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 180 Bruce Banner, I in 039 am in big trouble. Chapter 180 Bruce Banner, I'm in big trouble, Part 1. As Smith Doyle left, Tony held the 4-star ball in his hand and began to think about his wish. If I can't resurrect my parents, what else can I do with this wish? Thinking that no new element has been found to replace palladium, Tony's eyes lit up and thought that perhaps he could get the answer from the dragon. However, it has been almost a year since the birth of Mark I. Tony has tried all known elements, but still has not found a substitute product. This made Tony helpless. He didn't even know how long he could hold on. Perhaps knowing Smith Doyle and the Dragon Balls released by the other party also meant that God would not let him die. After all, it doesn't matter who uses the Dragon Ball of his good brother. My wish can be more reliable and not some messy wish. It seems that I have to give my all in this battle for the Dragon Ball. The other side. Agent Coulson of SHIELD, along with Hawkeye Barton and a team of special agents, arrived at the site where Smith Doyle fought the Hulk. Looking at the scene that had already been completely changed beyond recognition, Coulson stood beside the hole caused by Kamehameha and looked down. It's a terrifying power. It's unimaginable that such destruction could be caused by a human being. Hawkeye Barton observed his surroundings and said jokingly, he is a god, so he cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. God, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. But the guy who fought him was also very terrifying. It is said that he was not killed, but ran away. Coulson nodded, that's according to the intelligence we've received. Then he said helplessly, just thinking about how to write the report on this matter gives me a headache. The extraordinary people appearing now are getting more and more perverted. I really miss the days when my combat effectiveness was below 8 points. I hope the public can accept that this was damage caused by a laboratory explosion. Barton shrugged his shoulders and did not continue Coulson's topic. It would be better to leave things like mission reports to the guy in front of him. The other side. At Betty's home, watching her father searching the room, and knowing that it was her boyfriend who told Ross the information, Betty ran out right away. Ross didn't care about his daughter who ran away, but said to Betty's current boyfriend, you did a great job this time. Next time, remember to notify me as soon as you have any information. That guy is too dangerous. The psychiatrist looked at Ross and said, General, as a psychiatrist, I can see clearly who is lying. Ross glanced at the other party, too lazy to pay any more attention to him, and left with his men. Seeing that he was being ignored, the psychiatrist shouted, no wonder Betty never mentioned you in her life. I was curious why before. Now I finally know why. Hearing the voice behind him, Ross also complained before getting in the car, where did she find such a thing? After saying that, he got on the military vehicle and left Betty's house. His next step was to catch Bruce Banner while the other party was injured. At this moment, Betty drove out instead of running around, but drove towards the direction where Bruce Banner threw the Dragon Ball. Last night at home, Banner told him that he had found a solution to the green cells in his body, and even took out the Dragon Balls to show Betty. Although she didn't know why Bruce Banner threw away the Dragon Ball after his transformation, Betty knew that this thing was very important to Bruce Banner, even though Banner didn't tell her specifically how the Dragon Ball solved Banner's troubles. Betty drove while calculating on the tablet how far Bruce Banner could throw the Dragon Ball with his strength. At this moment, the sky outside was raining heavily, and the sound of thunder and lightning intertwined in the rainy night. Betty drove for several hours in the direction where the Dragon Ball was thrown. If my estimation is correct, it should be this area. Looking at the surrounding trees and a mountain wall in front, Betty felt uneasy. How could she find such a small thing in such a big place? You have to know that they have not yet entered the laboratory to use instruments to measure the fluctuations emitted by the Dragon Ball, and naturally they do not have anything like the Dragon Ball radar. Boom! At this moment, a muffled thunder exploded in the sky, followed by a flash of lightning that lit up the sky. Roar! The roar that followed made Betty's eyes light up. Bruce. Betty saw Bruce Banner transformed into Hulk at the entrance of a cave in the middle of the mountain wall. Obviously Betty's shout attracted Hulk's attention. Seeing Betty appearing alone, Hulk jumped over directly. Boom! Hulk jumped over directly, and the huge noise of landing almost made Betty, who was holding an umbrella and flashlight, fall. Hulk stretched out his fingers and gently supported Betty to prevent her from falling. Betty looked at the Hulk in front of her, shone the flashlight on his body and found no scars, then said happily, I'm so glad you're okay. Seeing the smile on Betty's face, his heart, which had been irritated by the thunder and lightning, calmed down. Then Betty took the Hulk to look for the Dragon Balls here. Because Hulk didn't know what Betty was looking for, he always followed her and guarded her. With Hulk's help, he could easily climb to the top of the cliffs that were impossible to climb, and he could also easily pull up and move away the trees that were in the way. Finally, when the sun rose, Betty successfully found the Dragon Ball. Seeing that Betty was looking for something he had lost, Hulk was very angry and didn't want to pay any attention to this woman. He simply shrank back into his body and transformed into Bruce Banner again. Betty looked at Bruce Banner, who had changed back to his original appearance, was silent for a second, and then took out the Dragon Ball. "You threw this thing away after you transformed, and I found it for you. It's just a coincidence, since you ran to the area where the Dragon Balls were thrown." Bruce Banner took the Dragon Ball from Betty and fell silent. Betty asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that you found the Dragon Ball? I remember you said that with this thing, you can solve your transformation problem." The reason why Bruce Banner is silent is that when Hulk took control of his body, he also had the other's memories. The two are like you and me and I and you. When he takes control of the body, Hulk is able to possess his memories and perceive his actions. When Hulk took control of his body and transformed into the Incredible Hulk, he could also feel Hulk's memories and knew what the other party had done. It was precisely because of the interconnection between the two that Bruce Banner knew he was in big trouble. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 181 The Battle for the Dragon Ball begins. Chapter 181 The Battle for the Dragon Ball begins, Part 2. Through Hulk's memory, Bruce Banner clearly knew that the Hulk did not accept the Dragon Balls, nor did he want to be destroyed by a wish. In other words, without Hulk in his body, he would have no hope at all in this battle for the Dragon Balls. If you don't transform into Hulk, you won't be able to grab the Dragon Ball. If you transform into Hulk, Hulk will throw the Dragon Ball away directly. Faced with such a result, Bruce Banner had to remain silent, and in Hulk's memory, Bruce Banner learned about the power of Smith Doyle, who gave him a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. Even when he transformed into Hulk, he was still overpowered by the opponent and even Hulk was beaten away. Could he still count on the other Dragon Ball winners, all of whom were ordinary people with poor physical fitness? "I'm in some trouble, and things might get tough." Betty looked at Bruce Banner, who was shirtless with only a pair of tattered pants left, and took off her windbreaker and put it on him. "No matter what kind of trouble you encounter, I believe you can solve it. After all, you are Bruce Banner, a genius with 7 doctorates. Let's get out of here and change your clothes." Hearing his girlfriend's encouragement, Bruce Banner nodded. Then Betty drove Bruce Banner away. The two found a hotel and asked Banner to go wash up first, while Betty went to buy him some suitable clothes. Bruce Banner was lying in the bathtub, feeling the water droplets from the shower head as if they had turned into bullets from a machine gun. At the same time, the memory of Smith Doyle beating the Hulk appeared in his mind. A huge fist suddenly appeared in front of him and smashed towards him, occupying his entire field of vision. Faced with this situation, Bruce Banner lay down in the bathtub. He knew that this was a physical reaction caused by Hulk's memory, which was somewhat similar to the soldier's post-war syndrome. Lying in the bathtub, Bruce Banner began to think about what he should do next. Or think of a solution that has the best of both worlds, a solution that allows Hulk to help him. Of course, if he fails in the end, he can only study on his own or ask Mr. Lon to see if there is any better solution. After all, he has already obtained the data from previous experiments, and Mr. Lon should have made good progress. Not long after, Betty came back with a bag of clothes. She opened the door and put the clothes on the bed. "Bruce." Seeing Bruce coming out of the bathroom wearing a towel and brushing his teeth, he asked, "Are you okay?" Bruce Banner took out his toothbrush and said, "It's okay. I feel much better. You were right before. No difficulty can defeat me." Betty also smiled and said, "That's good." Bruce Banner then took out a USB drive and said, "I just took the information out of my body." Betty was surprised. "You ate it?" Bruce Banner explained, "You know, the situation was very urgent, so I had to. Actually, I wanted to swallow the Dragon Ball, but I couldn't. If you hadn't found the Dragon Ball, I wouldn't even know what to do next. Luckily, I sewed the gold coin representing the Dragon Ball onto my waistband so I didn't lose it." Hearing about Bruce Banner's behavior, Betty was also amazed. "Wow. Fortunately, after you transformed, you didn't swallow the Dragon Ball but threw it away. Otherwise, I can't imagine how you would be able to take it out now." Then Betty turned to look at the bag of clothes on the bed and said, "There aren't many styles here, but you can still choose. First is this." Betty threw a box containing a heart rate monitor watch at Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner took the box, opened it immediately, took out the watch inside, and put it on his wrist. "Actually, I think it would be cool if you had a combat capability monitor. It's a pity that thing is too expensive. Bruce Banner also nodded. It's really expensive, $3 million. I heard they sold over 30,000 units. By the way, do you know how much combat power I have after transforming? Betty thought for a moment and then said, I don't know the exact number, but I heard it was over 150 points. By the way, the upper limit of the combat power detector is 150 points. If it exceeds this value, it will explode. The person who finally beat you away was Smith Doyle, the chairman of the Universal Capsule Group. He might soon launch a second-generation combat effectiveness detector. Tony said Smith Doyle's combat effectiveness is also over 150 points. As she spoke, Betty threw a huge pair of purple elastic pants to Banner. Bruce Banner took the pants, opened them and saw that they were more than enough for two of him. He then gestured in front of Betty and looked at her blankly. Betty smiled and said, What happened? No, this one is already the loosest one. Bruce Banner also smiled and said, Then I'll figure it out myself. Just then, Betty's phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Betty frowned slightly. Just as she was about to hang up, Bruce Banner said, Please answer it. Maybe someone wants to see you. Betty chose to follow Bruce Banner's advice. Hello. Hello, I'm Fox from the League of Assassins. I'm responsible for notifying Mr. Bruce Banner to participate in the Dragon Ball battle. Could you please have him answer the phone? Betty looked at Bruce Banner and said, Looking for you. It's said to be related to the Dragon Balls, and they want you to participate in the battle for the Dragon Balls. Hearing about this, Bruce Banner took the phone and said, Hello, I'm Bruce Banner. Fox said, Mr. Bruce Banner, I am Fox, the organizer of the Dragon Ball battle. I'm informing you now that the battle for the Dragon Ball will officially begin tomorrow. Our staff will be picking you up by helicopter later. Please bring your Dragon Balls and battle coins with you on board. We will then take you to the battle venue. Hearing that it was an official notice from the Assassins League, Bruce Banner nodded. Okay, I know. Do you know my exact location? Do you need me to tell you? Fox smiled and said, Mr. Bruce Banner, we know your exact location. Please be patient and our staff will arrive at your location shortly. At the same time, Tony Stark, Selena, Su Shang-Chi, and Su Xiaoling all received phone calls from the person who distributed the Dragon Ball battle tickets to the Assassins League. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 182 Spectator Quota. Chapter 182 Spectator Quota, First Update. On an isolated island in the Pacific Ocean. The middle of the island is the highest point and the surrounding areas are relatively flat. From a distance, it looks like a cone. Smith Doyle was on the top platform of the island at this moment. It was originally a raised area and not suitable for use as an arena or viewing area. However, he used the principle of Qi Yuan Zhan and threw a Qi Yuan Zhan over to cut it into a flat surface. At this moment, a large number of werewolves were building an arena and a viewing platform. A huge electronic screen was erected here as the place for the final decisive battle. Looking at the island below, Smith Doyle asked, How's the layout going? Bulma was holding a tablet computer on the side, which showed a map of the island, which was covered with dense red dots. The swarm reconnaissance aircraft have been spread across the entire island. Every move of all contestants will be captured by the swarm reconnaissance aircraft and transmitted to the big screen. The swarm reconnaissance aircraft is a product developed by Bulma. It is similar to Dr. Gallo's mosquito robot, but due to material problems, it is not as big as a mosquito but more like the size of a hummingbird. It flies at an extremely fast speed and has functions such as video recording, photography, blood collection, and information transmission. At the same time, each hummingbird robot is an information transmission source, and multiple units can build a local area network. We've divided the entire screen into 5 sections, corresponding to the 5 contestants. That way everyone can see how each contestant performs against each other. However, due to time constraints, the renovation of the viewing area is not perfect and there is still a lot of room for improvement. For spectators, in addition to the top brass and staff of the Assassins League, Smith Doyle will give each contestant a certain number of places, and the team that goes to pick up the contestants will inform them of this news. However, there probably won't be too many people that can be brought by the contestants. As for the vampires' viewing area, I've built a tent there using black, opaque fabric. When the sun rises, the tent will completely cover them, preventing any sunlight from coming in. But is there anything wrong with Selena from the vampire clan? Although the competition starts at night, the final battle will take place during the day. Smith Doyle explained. She has overcome her weakness to sunlight. The sun will no longer harm her. Bulma nodded. Otherwise this race would not have to fight for the Dragon Balls, they could just admit defeat. Perform an equipment test to ensure there are no issues on site. Bulma nodded and began to debug and operate the equipment. London. In the vampire castle, Selena, who returned from the Siberian vampire family, overwhelmed Marcus with her absolute strength. Marcus looked at Selena in disbelief and asked loudly, "Impossible, how could your strength increase so much?" "It's not like I haven't tried that place before, but the increase in strength isn't that much." However, it was in the Siberian bloodline that Selena awakened an ability similar to super speed. When she moved at full speed, she was as fast as a ghost, and even a trail of afterimages could be seen behind her. Of course, she was still much slower than the Flash and Quicksilver in the X-Men, but she could easily crush Marcus. The facts are right in front of you. Even if you can't accept them, you can't change them. At this moment, a Death Walker came over and reported to Selena. "Elder Selena, the envoys from the Assassin's League have arrived, and their helicopter is already outside the castle." Selena helped Marcus up and said, "Come with me to greet the emissary from the Assassin's League." Although Marcus was unwilling, he could only nod under the pressure of Selena's strength. "Okay." As the castle gate opened, Mr. X and Alexei walked in. "Welcome Mr. X, the elder of the Assassin's League, and Alexei, the judge." Mr. X looked at Selena and Marcus, then said, "Selena, the holder of the Dragon Ball, is officially notifying you that the battle for the Dragon Ball is about to begin. I will be taking you to the scene now. As a Dragon Ball battle ticket holder, you may bring no more than 10 spectators with you to the battle." Selena's face lit up with joy when she heard what Mr. X said. She had been a little worried that Marcus would do something weird after she left, so she suppressed Marcus as soon as she received the call. She hoped that he would behave himself after she entered the competition. "Thank you, Elder Marcus, Soren, and..." Selene called out the names of 10 people in succession and said, "Everyone, please join me and witness the arrival of this great era." Everyone who was called, except Marcus, nodded and said, "Yes, Elder Selena." Of the 10 people Selena chose, 5 were Marcus's confidants and the remaining 4 were her own confidants. The 11 vampires took a helicopter to the airport, and then changed to a passenger plane to the island where the competition was held in the Pacific. The other side, inside the motel, after Bruce Banner hugged Betty, he said, "Betty, believe me, after this time I will be able to change the status quo and return to my original state." However, when Bruce Banner gets excited, his heart rate will rise to 200 and he will transform into Hulk, which makes him unable to even play poker with Betty. This is one of the things that both parties cannot accept. Betty kissed Bruce on the cheek and said, "Bruce, come back safely. I believe you can solve your own problems." At this time, the sound of helicopter propellers was heard outside the room, and soon there was a knock on the door. Bruce Banner opened the door and saw the gunsmith and the repairman standing at the door. The repairman said, "Bruce Banner, holder of the 5 stars, the Dragon Ball contest is about to begin. I invite you to the competition venue. As a Dragon Ball contest ticket holder, you may bring up to 10 other spectators to participate in this Dragon Ball contest with you." Hearing that they could bring spectators, Betty on the side quickly said, "Bruce, I want to go." Bruce Banner asked, "Are there safety issues with watching the game?" The repairman said, "The Assassin's League will be responsible for the audience's safety, please don't worry." Bruce Banner nodded and said, "I'm only bringing Betty with me." Bruce Banner did not want to tell anyone else about the battle for Dragon Ball. Besides, he didn't have many friends he could trust except Mr. Blue. As for the temptation of Dragon Ball, it was better not to test people's hearts. The repairman nodded, "No problem, let's go now. The competition location is quite far and will take some time. Also, don't forget to bring your Dragon Ball and Scramble battle tickets. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 183 Rules of the Game. Chapter 183 Rules of the Game, Part 2. Soon Su Shanky and Su Xiaoling boarded the plane to the Dragon Ball battle. Since Su Shanky came to New York alone, he did not bring any spectators with him. After all, he didn't have many friends, only one in San Francisco, and he didn't want to involve the other party in this matter. On the contrary, Su Xiaoling brought with her 10 men from the Golden Dagger Club. As for the fathers of the 2 men, they kept silent about it and did not mention inviting them to be spectators. As for Tony, the people who went to invite were Melina and Elena, mother and daughter. Seeing that Smith Doyle was not the one who came, Tony complained, "I thought it would be Smith Doyle, but I didn't expect him to send you here." Melina said with a smile on her face, "Mr. Tony, the leader is arranging the battle and is currently at the competition site, so he can't make it." Tony just complained and didn't take it seriously. Okay. You can bring your audience, right? Happy, Pepper Potts, let's go and experience Smith Doyle's special party. Remember to cheer for your boss. Happy, remember to bring the box with you. Tony himself was wearing the latest Mark series battle suit and boarded the plane with the two of them. At this moment, everyone carried the Dragon Balls and boarded the plane to the competition venue. At this time, the Assassin's League staff responsible for the invitation came to each Dragon Ball holder and began to announce the rules of the competition. Everyone, I will explain the rules of this inaugural Dragon Ball competition. At this time, the staff took out the map of the competition and began to introduce it. The location of this battle is on an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. This is located in the high seas, and the island has been purchased by the Assassin's League. In other words, your battles on the island will not endanger ordinary people, so you can fight with all your might. There are 5 contestants in this competition. You will land on the island from 5 different locations. During this time, you will compete on the island for each other's tickets. Those who collect all 3 tickets will be able to enter the center of the island and qualify for the finals. At this time Bruce Banner asked, "Sir, there are only 5 tickets for 5 people. How can we choose 2 to enter the finals?" The repairman said, "Among your contestants, some have more than 1 Dragon Ball, and each Dragon Ball represents 1 ticket. In each battle, the winner can only take 1 ticket from the other party." This information was also passed on to other contestants, and Mr. X gave Selena a second ticket. Of course, after the defeated player hands over the ticket, staff will escort the defeated player away. If the opponent does not have a ticket, it means they are eliminated. In this battle, anyone who clears all their tickets will be deemed the loser. After surrendering and handing over their tickets, they may not continue the fight. After 2 people are selected, there will be a final showdown. The final winner will have the opportunity to make a wish to the dragon. As for the Dragon Balls in your hands, you need to hand them over to us for safekeeping. After hearing the staff explain the rules, everyone understood the rules of this battle. First, there was a melee to collect tickets, and 1 ticket represented 1 life. It is known that there are 5 contestants and 7 Dragon Balls, which means that someone owns 2 Dragon Balls. Since there is a need to compete, it means that no one owns 3 Dragon Balls, and only 2 people have 2 tickets. Soon Tony asked, 5 people, 7 tickets, 2 people 1, what about the remaining ticket? Yelena and other staff members on the plane explained, there are only 6 tickets for the entire stadium. When they heard that there were only 6 tickets, everyone was thoughtful. It seemed that a Dragon Ball was in the hands of the Assassin's League. Then the staff member in charge of the explanation took out a special watch and said, every contestant needs to wear this watch. It mainly displays a map of the entire island, and every half hour the watch will update you with the coordinates, locations, and number of participants. Bruce Banner looked at the watch the other party took out and asked, when I transform, my size will increase, and the strap will probably break. The repairman said, don't worry, Mr. Bruce. The special material used in this watch will stretch according to your body shape and will not be damaged or lost. Hearing that the other party actually had this material, Bruce Banner smiled. It would be great if this material could be used to make a suit of clothes. It's really good material, I like it very much. The staff member then continued. As for the spectators, we will take you directly to the summit, where there is a viewing area so you can see every competitor's performance. The other side. Ross is currently in the military's operations meeting room, making deployments. The FBI has monitored his cell phone, credit cards, and Dr. Banner's online accounts. The local police have also been put on alert and we will receive information from him at any time. At this time, General Ross said, he wouldn't just show up randomly. He's been traveling all over the place for the past 5 years, but he's never been caught red-handed. He definitely doesn't use a credit card. If he wanted to escape, he would have left long ago. But he had no intention of escaping. He returned to the United States this time, and there was definitely a reason why he had to come back. He's looking for help, and we can take advantage of this opportunity to catch him. We all know that he has been trying to figure it out, and we also know that he has been in contact with someone. You all have copies of his communication records. The aliases Mr. Green and Mr. Blue have been added to the SHIELD database. Once they make contact, we will discover his whereabouts. We will know what he said, and we will catch him when he reveals his weakness. At this time, Agent Sylvette, who was sent by SHIELD to attend the meeting, spoke up. According to the information we have, the object Bruce Banner threw out after transforming during this battle was a Dragon Ball. It was something released by Smith Doyle, chairman of the Universal Capsule Group. I wonder if there's a connection between the two. General Ross shook his head and said, I also sent someone to investigate afterwards, but I don't know what it was used for. However, it has been discarded by Bruce Banner. Also, during this battle, Mr. Smith Doyle showed up to stop Bruce Banner from causing further damage. In the conference room, Ross also spoke up for Smith Doyle for once. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 180 for the battle for the Dragon Ball begins now. Chapter 180 for the battle for the Dragon Ball begins now. First update, the sun sets and night falls. At this moment, all the spectators have arrived at the audience area, and the 5 contestants were sent to the edge of the island and landed on the island from 5 different directions. Smith Doyle stood in the ring holding a microphone with a huge screen behind him. Welcome to all the spectators who have come here through the contestants. The first Dragon Ball battle is about to begin. I am the host of this event, Smith Doyle. Now let me introduce to you the 5 contestants who will be participating in this Dragon Ball competition. The first contestant is Selena, the elder of the vampire clan. At this moment, the big screen behind Smith Doyle was divided into 6 parts, one of which was lit up. A photo of Selena appeared on the lit screen. Selena, the elder of the vampire clan, holds Dragon Ball Planets 1 and 3. She has 2 tickets and is very powerful. She has a strong self-recovery ability and extremely fast speed. As a Death Walker of the vampire clan, she has extremely rich combat capabilities. At this time, the lights on the ring illuminated Marcus and others in the audience, and Smith Doyle continued to explain, these are the spectators who arrived through Selena's quota. They are all members of the vampire clan. We hope that their elders can achieve good results in this competition. Pepper Potts looked at Marcus and others in the audience and said to Happy, "Oh my God, there are actually vampires in this world. Happy, do you know them?" Happy looked towards the area where the vampire audience was, then shook his head and said, "I always thought it was a fairy tale for children, and they look no different from ordinary people. I just don't know if they will turn into bats and fly away. I heard that vampires are afraid of sunlight and crosses. I wonder if it's true." Pepper Potts nodded. "I don't know either, but it's possible. Otherwise, Smith wouldn't have held it in the evening. Maybe he was taking care of the other party." Compared to the conversation between Pepper Potts and Happy, the members of the Golden Dagger Club looked viciously in the direction of the vampire clan. Through the photos on the screen, Sean recognized the seller who attacked them in London at a glance. They said they would sell Dragon Balls, but it turned out to be a case of thieves robbing each other. On the vampire side, Soren started chatting with Marcus. "Elder Marcus, it seems that Elder Selena has a great chance of entering the finals. As long as she gets one more ticket, she can move forward to us and compete in the finals." Although Marcus was unhappy that Selena was stronger than him, he hoped that she would win. After all, he also wanted to overcome his fear of sunlight. "I hope the rest of the contestants won't be too threatening. I just don't know how strong Selena is now." As the only audience member who entered here alone, Betty picked up her mobile phone and took a photo of Selena on the big screen. She didn't expect that there were vampires in the world, and they looked so cool. As for Bruce's safety, Betty is no longer worried. Bruce's strength after transformation is absolutely overwhelming. At this time, after Smith Doyle introduced Selena, he began to introduce the second contestant. Soon the second screen lit up, and Sue Xialing's photo also appeared on the screen. Sue Xialing, the previous owner of the Dragon Ball, obtained a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle through the Assassin's League token. She is the owner of the Hong Kong Golden Dagger Club. She possesses extensive combat experience and a profound family heritage. At the same time, the searchlight shone on Sean and others in the audience. These spectators here arrived through Sue Xialing's quota. They are all members of the Golden Dagger Club. We hope their boss can achieve good results in this competition. At this moment, Sean and the others suddenly took out their support cards and shouted loudly, "Sue Xialing will win! Sue Xialing will win!" Seeing the Golden Dagger members showing off, Soren from the vampire clan also recognized them. "I didn't expect that they could actually participate in this competition. As long as Elder Selena can meet them, they can enter the finals." Marcus became interested and asked, "How to say? Do you know anything about the owner of the Golden Dagger Club?" Soren explained. "Elder Selena once used the Dragon Ball to fish on the dark web, attracting the other party, who thought she had the Dragon Ball. Before the war with the werewolves, Elder Selena brought me and a team of Death Walkers to meet them. Their boss's strength is indeed impressive in front of ordinary people. He is even a transcendent, but in the eyes of the elders he is nothing but grains of sand." Marcus said thoughtfully, "So it's them? But he actually participated in this battle through the token of the Assassin's League. There must be some tricks. But it's useless if you don't have enough strength." As for Pepper Potts and Happy, they didn't know much about the Golden Dagger Club, but they were still a little surprised by the appearance of 2 female contestants in a row. They just didn't know what special abilities Sue Xialing had. Soon the third screen lit up, and Sue Shanky's photo appeared on the big screen. Sue Shanky, the holder of the 6-star sphere, is the older brother of the previous contestant, Su Xiling. He excels in combat and has a strong family heritage. Upon hearing that the second and third contestants were actually siblings, everyone except the members of the vampire clan was a little surprised. They even thought that if the other party united, it would be easy to send one of them to advance, just like Selena before, who only needed to get a ticket to send one of the siblings to the finals. However, everyone in the vampire clan showed joy on their faces. They didn't expect that there were actually 2 soft persimmons. As long as Elder Selena met one of them, winning would be easy. Because Su Shanky did not bring any audience with him, Smith Doyle began to introduce the 4th person, and a photo of Bruce Banner appeared on the screen. Bruce Banner, the holder of 5 planets, is a genius scientist with 7 doctorates. Of course, if you make him feel angry, you will witness his terrifying nature. At the same time, the searchlight shone on Betty in the audience. This audience member arrived through Bruce Banner's quota. I heard she's the contestant's girlfriend. She hopes Dr. Bruce Banner can fulfill her wish. Everyone in the audience looked at the gentle and scholarly man on the screen in surprise. 7 doctoral degrees really showed how talented he was. However, they were a little curious about the strength of this contestant. Was he a character similar to Iron Man? Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 185 Jarvis takes over the network here. Chapter 185 Jarvis takes over the network here, Part 2. Pepper Potts was surprised. My God, he actually has 7 doctoral degrees. He must be a genius. Does he also carry his own technological equipment like Tony? Happy shook his head. Sorry, I haven't heard of anyone developing mechas or battlesuits lately. Instead, I heard a giant green monster appeared at Culver University in Virginia. However, the relevant video was quickly deleted. Soon the 5th screen lit up, and Tony Stark appeared on it. Today's final contestant is Tony Stark, the holder of 4 planets. He has been called the superhero Iron Man, a playboy, a genius scientist, and a billionaire. At this time, the lights on the ring illuminated Pepper Potts, Happy, and others in the audience. Smith Doyle continued his commentary. This audience arrived through Tony Stark's quota. To be honest, in the eyes of most people, he probably doesn't have any wishes that need to be fulfilled, so let's look forward to this battle. At this moment, the last screen lit up. There was no one on the screen, but a map of the entire island appeared. At the same time, everyone could clearly see 5 huge red dots on the edge of the map. The screen with the 5 people's photos just now changed, and the figures of the 5 contestants appeared on the screen. All 5 of them walked out of the plane and began to observe the surrounding environment. At this time, Bruce Banner walked out of the cabin and came to the edge of the island. Bruce Banner raised his wrist and glanced at the watch on it. He touched the screen and a palm-sized virtual projection appeared on it. It was a picture of the entire island. There were also 5 red dots on it, marking the initial positions of the 5 people at that moment. Bruce glanced at one of the red dots with an arrow on it, which represented his own position. This red dot is closest to my position, so I choose you. After choosing a direction, Bruce Banner immediately ran towards the opponent's position. At this moment, Su Xiling and Su Shanky had discussed countermeasures on the way here. Because they were on the same plane when the rules were explained, they immediately chose a location after seeing the map. After landing on the island, they would first meet up, and then work together to defeat other contestants. Because they don't know the information of other contestants, they don't know who their opponents are. However, their idea is very simple. If the enemy is not strong, then they will work together to grab all the tickets, and the final wish will be theirs. If there is an injury during the battle, one of them must be guaranteed to advance. So after landing, the 2 of them determined their positions and headed towards the agreed location to meet up. Selena, like Bruce Banner, chose a nearby red dot and rushed towards it. Unlike the others, Tony Stark did not act immediately after coming out. After understanding the functions of the watches distributed, he said in his mark armor, Jarvis. I'm here, sir. Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Jarvis' signal was not blocked, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jarvis, start hacking into the network signal on this island. I want to know the information of all the contestants. At this moment, in the audience, Pepper Potts saw the positioning watches used by the contestants and the functions on them, and said, this watch developed by the Universal Capsule Group is quite advanced. That's a virtual screen projection, right? It's stuffed into such a small watch. I haven't heard of any company achieving this technology. And now that the sun has set, it's incredible that the quality of the video feed is so high and clear. As a bodyguard, Happy didn't know how to respond to these words, so he just nodded in agreement. It's indeed very advanced. After all, the chief scientist of the Universal Capsule Group is a genius recognized by Tony. In this regard, Pepper Potts knew that there was nothing to discuss with Happy, so she did not talk in depth, but instead looked at the situation of each contestant. Betty was amazed at everything here. She took pictures with her mobile phone, searched for information about other people, and also paid attention to Bruce Banner's performance on the screen. At this time, the artificial intelligence robot was stunned and ran to Bulma, who was checking the operation of all equipment in the background. "Master, there's a strange guy plundering our signal source on the internet." When Bulma heard that someone was causing trouble on the internet, the first thing she thought of was Tony Stark's artificial intelligence Jarvis. After all, Tony was the only one who had this ability among those who came here. "Day-Day, kick him out." Day-Day scratched with his two robot claws and said cutely, get out, this is my territory." At this moment, Tony Stark was still standing there, but not too long after, Jarvis' voice rang out. "Sir, that little guy Day-Day kicked me out. This is his territory, and he has the home field advantage. Although he blocked the network here, I still got some information before the fight." Jarvis showed Tony Stark the information of the other 4 contestants. Tony was surprised to see Bruce Banner among them. "Banner is here too. If he transforms, who can be his opponent?" "No, I need to collect the other 2 tickets quickly." Tony had fought with the transformed Bruce Banner not long ago and knew his opponent's strength well. Moreover, due to time constraints, he had not yet developed the anti-Hulk armor, so he had to ensure his advancement first. The next second, Tony Stark flew up and began searching for the remaining contestants on the island. At this moment, Vampire Selena relied on her new abilities to move quickly across the island, rushing towards the nearest target point. Although she was very fast, she still aimed to leave here when she rushed over. Selena lowered her head and looked for the other person's footprints. As long as she found any traces, she believed she would be able to find the other person soon. "Got you." It was Selena who found the traces left by Sushenki when he left. Just when she was about to chase him, she looked up and saw Iron Man flying in the sky. It is really an isolated island in the ocean, and Tony in the sky is very conspicuous. "Shit, Iron Man is here too." Selena was speechless. This superhero who was famous and promoted together with God actually appeared here. If the other party is not a staff member, then he is a contestant. Without any hesitation, Selena plunged into the woods and moved quickly. At this time, Tony Stark, who was flying in the sky, heard Jarvis' voice in his ears. "Target detected, the opponent is moving quickly, coordinates. P.S. 5 more chapters tomorrow. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 186 The Importance of Air Supremacy. Chapter 186 The Importance of Air Supremacy, Part 1. Tony immediately locked onto Selena below through the auxiliary system and radar. Looking at the fast-moving opponent, he couldn't help but sigh. "So fast, I can see some new things here." Without any hesitation, Tony Stark dived towards Selena. Boom! A very classic Iron Man appearance, standing in front of Selena. Selena frowned slightly, looking at the Iron Man who appeared in front of her, and instinctively drew out the double pistols she carried with her, but looking at the other party's armor, she silently put the double guns back into her waist. Even though she was in London and Iron Man was in New York, she still knew clearly that the pistols did not pose any threat to the Iron Man in front of her. If she wanted to defeat him, she had to take off the armor as well. "My beautiful lady, I don't mean to be violent. Hand over the gold coin that represents your ticket." Seeing his opponent put away his weapon, Tony was still sighing in his heart that what a sensible woman she was. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he really wanted to get to know her. However, what greeted Tony was not Selena's surrender or gold coins, but a lightning-fast collision. Bump! At Selena's speed that was like teleportation, the unprepared Tony Stark was knocked away. The extremely fast speed brought huge kinetic energy, but Selena found that although Tony was knocked away, he was not hurt under the protection of the battlesuit. Tony slumped on the ground, with a broken tree behind him. "What? Is it reasonable that a vampire can have such speed? Jarvis, help me analyze his weaknesses." At this time, Tony stood up and said, "Girl, you pissed me off." Tony immediately fired 2 palm cannons at the opponent. Boom, boom. However, Selena's reaction was not slow at all. Although she had just acquired this extremely fast ability and had not yet fully developed it, it made it much easier for her to dodge attacks. The moment she saw Tony raise his hand, she quickly changed position and moved. The 2 palm cannons did not hit the target, but instead destroyed the trees behind Selena. "Sir, according to online legend, vampires are supposedly afraid of sunlight and crosses, or things like the holy water of the Vatican. Tony controlled the suit and flew into the air, while complaining. Do you think I can simulate sunlight now? Or should I put myself in the shape of a cross to scare the other party off? As he spoke, 2 miniature missile launchers rose from Tony's shoulders. The missile tubes looked densely packed, and one could clearly feel that Tony had increased the armor's ammunition capacity. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several satellite missiles flew towards Selena and bombarded her. Do you think she'll turn into a bat and fly towards me? Jarvis said, Sir, even if she turns into a bat, I can still track her whereabouts. Just as Tony and Jarvis were talking, the micro-missiles exploded instantly. Boom, 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 boom. Missiles tracked Selena and exploded, destroying the surrounding environment. Selena was at full speed, dodging the incoming missiles, but Tony's loadout had obviously increased significantly, and missiles continued to bombard Selena. In the smoke, Selena was swept by the shock wave of the explosion and flew out directly. At this moment, all the vampires in the audience, as well as Pepper Potts and Happy, were keeping a close eye on Tony and Selena, and they all became nervous when they saw the two of them meet. Marcus asked, Sauron, this Iron Man is carrying so many weapons and ammunition, even missiles. Is this considered a foul? Sauron shook his head. Elder, there is no such requirement in the rules of the competition. Elder Selena also carries firearms and cold weapons. Marcus nodded and said, it seems Selena can only rely on her abnormal speed to consume his ammunition reserves. I just don't know if Selena has a new form or the ability to fly in her last evolution. Otherwise, she would be at a great disadvantage. It can be seen that except for the initial collision, Tony did not fall to the ground and kept attacking with firepower in the air. Compared to the worried expressions of the vampires, Pepper Potts was much more relaxed, but still couldn't help asking, with Tony's firepower coverage, will he be able to kill this vampire directly? Happy said uncertainly, probably not. This is a vampire, and her abilities are terrifyingly powerful. If it weren't for the slow motion just now, we wouldn't even be able to see how she knocked Tony away. If there's a risk to life, the organizers will stop it. When the rules were announced, they said they would ensure the safety of the participants. Pepper Potts nodded and returned her gaze to the screen. Compared to the situation of these two parties, the people in the Golden Dagger Club were a little furious. After all, they also saw the fight between Tony and Selena. After all, the other contestants were still looking for opponents, so their attention was drawn to Tony. Sean of the Golden Dagger slapped his face and said, it's careless. The boss is armed with cold weapons. If he were to face these two, he wouldn't stand a chance of winning. The people of Golden Dagger also realized that the doctor was still unclear about the situation, but Iron Man and the vampire boss were definitely no match for him. At the same time, they were also puzzled by Selena's strength. If Selena had shown such strength at the beginning, they would definitely not have been able to escape. At this moment, Smith Doyle handed over the hosting job to Fox, and flew over the island, paying attention to the battle between Tony and Selena below. If anyone on either side was in danger of life, he would take action in time to save one side's life. Tony flew in the air, looking at Selena who was blown to pieces, and said, Selena, this is just the appetizer. If you don't have the ability to fly, then you'd better hand over a gold coin and end our fight this time. Obviously, through the series of fights just now, Tony discovered that this vampire did not have the ability to fly, which made him invincible as he had control of the air. Selena touched the black ash on her face and said, I don't believe your ammunition load is enough for you to keep squandering it. At this time, several metal plates on the back of Tony's battlesuit opened, revealing densely packed special high-explosive bombs. My ammunition is beyond your imagination. This is what I prepared for another big guy. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 187 You should have stabbed the reactor, not my abdomen. Chapter 187 You should have stabbed the reactor, not my abdomen. Part 2. Selena looked at Tony's performance in the sky and felt so angry that her teeth were itching. She felt completely restrained. It wasn't that her strength was completely inferior to Iron Man's, but the other party didn't come down to fight her, which made it impossible for her to fully exert her strength. This evolution did not give her a second form. She still had a human appearance and did not have another form and wings like Elder Marcus, so naturally she could not fly. It seems that we need to find a way to lure this guy down. Selena took out a gold coin from her waist, then held it in her hand and said, Tony, if you want it, just come down and get it yourself. Then Selena put the gold coins back into her pocket and ran quickly into the distance. Sir, she's trying to run away. I saw. Tony instantly accelerated to Mach 3 and chased after Selena, while throwing the high explosive bomb on his back. Boom, 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 Tony threw a high explosive bomb in the direction of Selena's movement from the air. In the blink of an eye, a roar and flames shot up into the sky. The explosion this time had a wide range. Tony predicted the route and delivered the weapon in advance, locking Selena within the explosion range. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Tony Stark saw Selena, whose clothes had been tattered, lying in a pit. She was curled up inside and motionless, but the rise and fall of her chest and the healing of her injuries told him that she was seriously injured but not dead. Sure enough, the feeling of firepower coverage is really comfortable. It seems that I need to design a support satellite that can provide me with aerial support for equipment and ammunition delivery. Jarvis, record this in the memo and remind me. Sir, this has been recorded. Tony flew to Selena's side in his battle suit and reached out to touch her lower back. I remember she placed it here just now. I hope it wasn't knocked away by the aftermath of the explosion. At this moment, the audience in the stands were all sighing that Tony Stark was going to win the first gold coin. However, before Tony could touch Selena's lower back, Selena suddenly jumped up and stabbed Tony's abdomen with an alloy dagger in her hand. Clang! The collision of metal and metal immediately sent sparks flying. The huge impact force caused Tony to be stabbed away, and the long sword in Selena's hand was directly destroyed. How could it not have been penetrated? Selena's alloy dagger is not simple. It is a sharp weapon that can cut iron like mud and stone. With the blessing of her strength, she should be able to successfully launch a sneak attack. Looking at the hilt left in her hand, Selena threw it away and rushed towards Tony. The sudden reversal also amazed the audience. They didn't expect that Selena deliberately got injured to lure Tony down, but she obviously underestimated the defensive capabilities of the suit. In the blink of an eye, Selena rushed to Tony and punched him at the arc reactor before he could stand up. If I destroy your energy source, I wonder how you can fly. However, before Selena's punch landed, a laser shot out from Tony's chest and pierced Selena's abdomen. Fuck. Selena looked down at her abdomen. There was a fist-sized hole there, where Tony's chest laser had penetrated. Bang. Selena's limbs suddenly became weak and she fell to the side. With that sword strike just now, you should have stabbed the reactor directly. What a pity. Looking at Selena falling to the ground and the hole in her abdomen, Betty and Pepper Potts both screamed and covered their eyes. Marcus and others also looked regretful. It seemed that Selena was going to lose a gold coin this time. Fortunately, she still had a second one and there was still hope of turning defeat into victory. On the battlefield, Tony did not take action, but asked, this time, I should be the winner. At this moment, Smith Doyle's voice came from above Tony's head. Selena battles Tony Stark, and the winner, Tony Stark, gets the second ticket. Smith Doyle fell from the sky and landed next to the two of them. He then announced Tony's victory, took out a gold coin from Selena's body, handed it to Tony Stark, and then picked up Selena and flew into the air. At this moment, a huge plane was above, and Smith Doyle flew in with Selena in his arms. Put her in the treatment chamber. In 10 minutes, we'll drop her into the no man's land and rejoin the battle. After hearing Smith Doyle's instructions, several staff members immediately took Selena and put her into the treatment cabin. Selena was not unconscious at this moment, and the wound on her abdomen was healing. Although she would not die without a treatment cabin, she would not be able to fight the second battle. Tony looked at Smith Doyle without any communication or saying much, but began to search for the second target. As long as he got one more ticket, he would be able to enter the finals. At this moment, Bruce Banner was still running in the woods. Although he did not see the battle between Tony Stark and Selena, he heard the explosion clearly. After all, on this isolated island, the transmission of sound was still very clear. He couldn't imagine how a person could have caused such a long explosion. He couldn't possibly have carried an arsenal on his back during the competition. He couldn't help but complain, who is this contestant? Did he bring an artillery battery with him from the sound of the explosions? At this moment, Bruce Banner understood that the contestants in the Dragon Ball battle were definitely not easy to deal with, and everyone except him was definitely not ordinary. At this moment, Su Xialing and Su Shanqi had already arrived at the meeting place. As soon as they met, Su Shanqi asked, Xiaoling, did you hear the continuous explosions just now? Su Xialing rolled her eyes and said, that sound, I believe no one on the entire island could not hear it. Su Shanqi spread his hands and complained helplessly, I simply can't imagine what kind of enemy this is. Do you think our two bodies can withstand an explosion like that? Su Xialing also fell silent. She was self-aware and did not pretend to be afraid. With so many contestants, I don't believe they are all at the same combat level as the one just now. As long as we win one ticket, we can enter the finals. As for who we'll face in the finals, we'll see when the time comes. The second position update will be carried out soon, so be prepared for battle. P.S. There will be updates later. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 188 Hulk, no. Chapter 188 Hulk, no, Part 3. Time quickly came for the second location update. At this moment, Selena has rejoined the battlefield, and her damaged black tights have been replaced, and her figure appears again on the screen representing her. Betty in the audience exclaimed, "Oh my God, she showed up, and she's intact." Hearing Betty's voice, everyone looked at Selena's screen. They found that Selena in the video had indeed reappeared in everyone's sight intact, and the fatal piercing wound had actually recovered as before. Everyone was amazed at the vampire's recovery ability, which was simply a guarantee of survival. Drip, drip, drip. At this time, all the contestants' watches rang again, and the second location update had appeared. Everyone clicked on the map to watch. There were 2 red dots on the map that almost overlapped, and another red dot was very close to these 2 red dots. It could be said that the 3 tickets were gathered together. At this time, Tony found that his position was the farthest away from everyone. Even Selena, who had just been released, was much closer than Tony. Looking at the updated position, Sue Xialing and Sue Shanky immediately rushed towards the red dot not far away, and the person on the other side was none other than Bruce Banner. At this moment, Bruce Banner saw that the distance between himself and the other 2 red dots was very close, and then he rushed towards each other. Anyway, he couldn't avoid them, and he also needed to compete for a ticket. If he got the tickets of the 2 people, he could directly advance to the finals. On the other side, Selena and even Tony Stark also rushed towards the location of the 3 red dots. Soon Sue Xialing and Sue Shanky saw Bruce Banner running towards them, and the 3 of them immediately stopped not far away. Sue Xialing looked at the bookish man in front of her, and did not take it lightly but said, "Can you give us the tickets in your hand?" Bruce Banner looked at the 2 of them, then asked uncertainly, "Are you in the same group?" At this moment, everyone in the audience also saw this scene and said, "If this man doesn't have any special abilities, he's going to be in danger. 1 against 2 is not an advantage." People who don't know Bruce Banner are worried about him and are curious about the strength of this contestant. Betty, who knows the Hulk, is worried about these 2 people. If Bruce Banner transforms into the Hulk, she is really worried that he will kill them with 1 punch. Sue Xialing wrapped the dart rope she carried with her around her hands, and Sue Shanky also made the Wing Chun's opening move, the asking for directions hand. Bruce Banner looked at the 2 men posing for battle and said, "You 2, leave your tickets. I believe you absolutely don't want to see me angry." Sue Shanky and Sue Xialing ignored Bruce Banner's words and slowly approached each other. At this moment, everyone in the audience was curious about what Bruce Banner meant by angry. After all, in the previous introduction, it was said that an angry Bruce Banner was very scary. Looking at the 2 people approaching, Bruce Banner said to himself, "Hulk, you're needed now." Bruce Banner immediately started breathing rapidly and increased his heart rate, preparing to let Hulk appear. At this time, he could not make Hulk appear anytime and anywhere, as his heart rate needed to reach over 200. At this time, the distance between Sue Xialing and Bruce Banner reached the attack range. She immediately swung the dart rope in her hand and rushed towards the other party. Whoosh! The dart rope flew towards Bruce Banner with a sound of breaking through the air. Seeing that Hulk showed no sign of showing up, he could only roll over in embarrassment to avoid it. Snapped! Under the puzzled gazes of the audience, Bruce Banner slapped himself. "Come out, Hulk." The next second, Bruce Banner's head turned green, which gave Betty hope. "No!" Hulk roared, then returned to his body. However, Hulk also knew about the Dragon Balls and even Bruce Banner's plan, and he didn't want to disappear because of Bruce Banner's wish. So as long as there is no threat of death, Hulk has no intention of coming out to help. Sue Xialing and Sue Shanky were both shocked by the change in the man in front of them. Sue Shanky even asked, "What it is?" When Bruce Banner saw that his attempt to call Hulk to fight for him failed, he turned around and ran out without stopping. Bruce Banner has realized that Hulk has his own consciousness, so he has to do some ideological work on the other party and convince Hulk before the enemy in front of him catches him. Looking at Bruce Banner, who turned and ran away, Sue Shanky and the others did not hesitate at all. Chase! Bruce Banner was fleeing in front, while Sue Shanky and Sue Xialing were chasing him from behind. The 3 of them were running very fast. Bruce Banner ran while whispering, "Hulk, I need your help to defeat these enemies. You've always wanted to come out, right? This time you can come out and fight as much as you want. No one's going to stop you, I just need those tickets." However, Hulk was unmoved by Bruce Banner's words, and seeing this, Bruce Banner took out his trump card. "Hulk, Dragon Ball is not just for me to make a wish, you can make a wish too. Don't you want a chance to make a wish?" At this moment, Sue Shanky caught up with the fleeing Bruce Banner and knocked him down with a flying pounce. Bump! Bruce Banner was knocked to the ground, and Su Shanky immediately pressed on him. Then Bruce Banner also reacted quickly, rolling to the side, and got up to continue running. At this moment, Bruce Banner, who had a normal combat power of 8 points, showed the strength to face the army's capture. He just ran wildly and made promises to Hulk, and did not fight with Su Shanky and Su Xialing at all. Bruce Banner is very clear that in his normal state, although he knows some boxing and kicking and has good physical fitness, he is definitely no match for these two people. As long as he can convince Hulk, he will be the winner. Su Xialing saw that chasing like this was not a solution, so she immediately gave Su Shanky a look, signaling him to drive Bruce Banner to the left, while she would go to the front to block him. Seeing his sister's gestures and eyes, Su Shanky immediately nodded, and then consciously controlled Bruce Banner's escape direction, throwing stones at Bruce Banner from time to time as weapons. P.S. I was too boastful yesterday and didn't finish writing it. I will continue to work hard tomorrow. This chapter is considered yesterday's. Sorry. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 189 Hulk forced me to show up, and I in 039 LL leave you with nothing. Chapter 189 Hulk forced me to show up, and I'll leave you with nothing. Part 1. Although Hulk did not respond at all, Bruce Banner continued to negotiate, but to no avail. Hulk didn't buy into Bruce Banner's promise at all. Even when Bruce Banner said that they would each control the body for one day, Banner was unwilling to come out to help. Hulk knew that he couldn't even speak a complete sentence, let alone make a wish to Shenlong, so even the pie he wished for from Shenlong couldn't impress Hulk. Moreover, once he helped Bruce Banner win, and returned to his body due to fatigue or sleepiness, he couldn't even come out on his own initiative. So the so-called wish is just a pie in the sky that you can't see or eat, and in the end, the one who made the wish was Bruce Banner. Hulk is very clear about Banner's wish, which is to destroy himself. Through this incident, Bruce Banner also became very clear about one thing, that is, Hulk has his own consciousness and can even refuse to fight. This also makes him even more worried about Hulk. In his eyes, Hulk is a beast and an unstable factor. If Hulk wishes to destroy himself, or separates himself and Hulk through the Dragon Balls, then no one will be able to stop Hulk's destruction. If he couldn't get the Dragon Balls to destroy Hulk, he could only contact Mr. Lon through the original information and work out a way to destroy Green Cell. Just when Bruce Banner was ready to give up the Dragon Ball, Su Xialing ran all the way and finally blocked Bruce Banner. I'll see how you can escape this time. Bruce Banner stopped and looked at the two people attacking him from the front and back. He made a decision in his heart, since you don't want to come out, I will force you out. Bruce Banner had done an experiment early on. He tried to commit suicide by swallowing a gun, but Hulk spat out the bullet. Su Xialing used the dart rope to attack again and went straight to Bruce Banner, while Su Shanky behind him was always keeping an eye on Bruce Banner's movements. Once the opponent dodged and changed direction to escape, he would pounce on him immediately and block Bruce Banner's retreat. However, what the two did not expect was that Bruce Banner did not dodge this time, but instead straightened his chest and charged towards the sharp dart head on the dart string. If it hit the ground firmly, it would leave a bloody hole, and if it hit the chest, it would be fatal. Under Su Xialing's astonished gaze, Bruce Banner directly used his heart to block Su Xialing's attack. This sudden scene surprised the audience. They didn't know what was going on with this Bruce Banner. No one noticed anything special about his escape just now. His speed and endurance were decent, but that was just the limit of an ordinary person, no more. Happy was also surprised. At this speed, the organizers won't be able to stop it in time. He's definitely dead now. In a flash, the dart rope pierced Bruce Banner's chest. The moment it cut through his clothes and touched his skin, Bruce Banner's body turned green and became stronger, and he transformed into the Hulk in front of everyone. Feeling the changes in his body and feeling that his consciousness had lost control of his body, Bruce Banner smiled inwardly. As expected, if he dared to risk his life, Hulk would come out. Clang! Su Xialing's dart rope seemed to have touched steel and was instantly bounced away. Looking at the huge monster that appeared in front of them, Su Xialing and Su Shanky were both stunned. Depend on. Happy, who was in the audience, looked at the Hulk who appeared and immediately said, he turned out to be the green monster. It turns out that none of these scientific researchers are simple. At this moment, the vampire clan looked at the Hulk who was full of tyranny after his transformation, and thought to themselves that as expected, none of those who participated in this battle for Dragon Ball were simple. If it weren't for the great improvement in Elder Selena's strength, there would be no hope at all. Then, Soren looked towards the Golden Dagger Club members with a playful look. As far as he knew, the club's boss was only average, even weaker than the Wolf Cubs. Sean and the others from the Golden Dagger Club also looked disheartened. Their boss was doomed to lose. Seeing this, Su Xiling turned around and was about to run away. However, to everyone's surprise, the transformed Hulk did not attack, nor did he snatch the opponent's ticket. Instead, he took out the gold coin tied to Bruce Banner's waistband and threw it directly at Su Shanky. The reason why he didn't throw it to Su Xiling was because this guy had just stabbed him with the dart rope, which made Hulk a little unhappy. Su Shanky, who was about to escape, was stunned when he saw the gold coins thrown in front of him. If he was not mistaken, this thing was a ticket. Su Shanky subconsciously picked up the ticket thrown by Hulk, and the audience present was also stunned. "I thought you transformed to give us a big one, but it turned out you pooped a big one." At this moment, only Betty reacted. Hulk didn't let Bruce make a wish. No wonder he threw away the Dragon Ball as soon as he transformed at school. At first, she thought it was to protect the Dragon Ball from being picked up by the military. After all, Hulk finally ran to the place where the Dragon Ball was thrown away, but she didn't expect it to be this reason. No wonder Bruce Banner said he was in big trouble after he turned back. At this moment, after Hulk threw the gold coin representing the ticket to Su Shanky, he directly retracted his body and returned control of his body to Bruce Banner. "Xiaoling, there's no need to run. He gave us the tickets." Hearing Su Shanky's cry, Su Xiling also stopped and stood there in a daze. She knew every word clearly, but she didn't recognize the whole sentence at all. "Pa, pa, pa." At this time, applause sounded in the woods. Selena came out and said, "Wonderful, really wonderful. But your luck ends here." The next second, Su Shanky, holding the ticket in his hand, flew out without warning, and the gold coin in his hand fell into Selena's hand. Bump! At this moment, Su Shanky was directly knocked away by Selena at an extremely fast speed. He felt like a speeding truck hit him, and all his internal organs seemed to be displaced. Puff! After landing, Su Shanky spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. However, before he could get up, a foot stepped on him, making him unable to move. The sudden change made Su Shanky, who had just been overjoyed for getting a ticket, feel very depressed. Even Su Xiling felt a mixture of emotions. Her face was full of disbelief. This woman didn't have such strength when they fought last time. P.S. There are 2 more chapters to come later. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 190 Preliminary Round ends. Chapter 190 Preliminary Round ends, Part 2. At this moment, everyone in the audience was shouting that it was wonderful. They didn't expect that things would be so full of twists and turns. Marcus and other vampires also smiled. The moment Su Shanky got the ticket, they all thought Selena was going to be eliminated. As long as the 2 of them combine their tickets, the one who gets the ticket can advance on the spot. As for Selena, who lost to Tony Stark once, no one can predict that she will be able to defeat Tony twice in the next duel and get the chance to enter the finals. At this moment, Bruce Banner's upper body was naked because of the transformation. He squatted aside and watched the changes happening on the scene without any hope. Bruce Banner sighed. He knew that although he had successfully forced Hulk out, the outcome was not what he had hoped. Not only did Hulk not help him get the tickets, he even handed over his only gold coins. "It seems that there is no hope for me to make a wish through Dragon Ball. I still have to study how to destroy Hulk with Mr. Lon." At the same time, Bruce Banner was also a little curious about what kind of wish the final winner would make. He hoped that it would not be something shocking. Su Shanky, who was being stepped on at the moment, still wanted to resist, but Selena knocked him out with one punch and at the same time searched out the last gold coin from his body. After obtaining 3 gold coins in a row, Selena snatched the dart rope from Su Xiling, who rushed up to rescue her, and kicked her away at the same time. She crushed the 2 people with such speed that they looked as weak as babies in front of her. Bump! Looking at Su Xiling, who was kicked away, Selena had no intention of snatching her ticket. She ran straight to the center of the island at full speed. She had now qualified for the finals and just needed to step onto the stage in the center of the island. Su Xiling, who had just landed, got up from the ground, and Selena was no longer in her sight. After looking around and not finding the other person, Su Xiling ran towards the fallen Su Shanky. Looking at Su Shanky, who had fainted with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Su Xiling was also very nervous. Just when she didn't know what to do, Smith Doyle fell from the sky. "Su Xiling, Su Shanky has lost his eligibility to fight. Leave him to me." Su Xiling looked at Smith Doyle, who appeared, nodded, and left Su Shanky's side. "Mr. Bruce, your battle is over. Come with me and leave." When Bruce Banner heard Smith Doyle calling him, he also walked out from under a big tree nearby. Smith Doyle grabbed Su Shanky with one hand and held Bruce Banner with the other, flew directly into the plane above his head, threw Su Shanky into the treatment cabin, and then waited. "Wait a little longer, the preliminary round will be over soon. I'll take you to the finals later." Not long after Smith Doyle took the two away and Sue Xiling hadn't run far, Tony Stark flew over. Jarvis, scan for any moving creatures nearby. Soon, under the radar detection, Jarvis quickly locked onto the moving Sue Xiling. Because of Selena's attack, Sue Xiling was seriously injured, which caused her movement speed to slow down a lot. Tony looked at Sue Xiling, who appeared on the screen, and a smile appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth. Found you, my third ticket. Tony Stark didn't do anything sudden this time. Having suffered a loss before, he directly launched a long-range attack and launched several micro-missiles. Sir, this is your last batch of micro-missiles. Tony said nonchalantly, let's test her strength. I hope she's not some tough character. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Seeing Tony greet him with missiles as soon as he met them, Smith Doyle above was stunned for a moment. I rely on. Smith Doyle cursed inwardly and rushed towards Sue Xiling below in anger. Sue Xiling is not Selena. I'm afraid that after this wave of missiles, there won't even be enough corpses to put together. At the critical moment, Smith Doyle came in front of Sue Xiling. Ha ha ha. Smith Doyle fired several gas bombs, directly detonating Tony Stark's micro-missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Although Smith Doyle blocked her, the shock wave of the explosion still blew Sue Xiling away. However, because Smith Doyle took most of the shock wave for her, Sue Xiling was not killed on the spot by the explosion. Tony looked at Smith Doyle, who blocked his attack and opened his mask in surprise. What's wrong, Smith? Smith Doyle pointed at Sue Xiling, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, and said, you beat Tony. She couldn't withstand your attacks. Tony Stark flew down, landed next to Smith Doyle, and said, looks like I can make it to the finals. Tony then walked to Sue Xiling and said, Sue Xiling, please give me the ticket in your hand. Sue Xiling slumped on the ground, looking at Tony Stark, who was walking towards her. She no longer had the energy to play tricks, so she obediently took out her ticket from her pocket and threw it to Tony. Tony didn't catch the gold coin. Instead, he saw it fall at his feet and then bent down to pick it up. Tony showed his 3 gold coins and said to Smith Doyle, I'm going to the center ring. I'll leave this chick to you. After saying that, Tony Stark didn't even look at Sue Xiling. He simply closed his mask, activated his suit, and flew out. For Tony, those who came to participate in this battle were not easy to deal with. He didn't expect that there would be 2 ordinary people coming in to rub shoulders with the enemy. She couldn't even withstand his wave of microbombs, and she still dared to say that she had a profound family background. She was far inferior to that beautiful woman in leather jacket. At this moment, Sue Xiling was also full of regret. This time, she and Sue Shanky had 2 tickets, but she didn't expect that they would both be executed in the preliminary round. She simply couldn't accept such a result. Smith Doyle stepped forward, picked up Sue Xiling, and flew directly onto the passenger plane in the air. After Sue Shanky was released, she was placed in the treatment cabin and is now returning to the base. At this moment, Selena and Tony rushed to the ring on the top of the central mountain at full speed. At this moment, Fox took over the host's job and said, everyone, the finalists have been successfully selected. They are Iron Man Tony Stark. Please give him a round of applause. At this moment, the 6 large screens were turned off and became one screen, and the settlement screen appeared on the screen. A still photo of Tony flying his suit, dropping bombs and launching micro-missiles. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 191 Remote support is imminent. Chapter 191 Remote support is imminent, Part 3. The people in the audience immediately gave warm applause. Everyone saw Tony's strength this time. Compared to the publicity on the internet, this time everyone can see it for real. The charm of technology is demonstrated before everyone's eyes. Relying on the power of technology, Tony can be said to be the undisputed number 1, except for Bruce Banner, whose specific strength is unknown. Fox continued. The second finalist is Selena, the elder of the vampire clan. Let's give her a round of applause and congratulations. At this moment, the screen also showed Selena's highlights, knocking Tony Stark away, stabbing Tony's abdomen with a dagger, and quickly dodging under the bombardment of missiles, and even showing the scene of stepping on Sue Shanky. Everyone present gave Selena a warm round of applause for her performance. As the applause stopped, it didn't take long for Selena to be the first to arrive at the ring. With Selena's appearance, everyone present gave warm applause again, and soon Tony Stark also flew over in his battle suit. Tony was a little surprised to see that the person who appeared was Selena. He thought the next opponent would be Bruce Banner, who transformed into the Hulk. Fox saw the 2 of them coming and said, you 2, give me the gold coins you collected. Selena and Tony took out their 3 gold coins and handed them to the host Fox. Congratulations to both of you for entering the finals of this Dragon Ball competition. The finals will begin in an hour. You two can take a break first. Staff will notify you before the final begins. Hearing that there was an hour's break, Tony and Selena came to the audience area. Tony came in front of Pepper Potts and Happy, opened his visor and said, "How about it? Your boss performed handsomely." Pepper Potts said with a smile, "Handsome, Tony, you are the most handsome." Tony shrugged his shoulders and asked, "By the way, what's going on with Bruce Banner? How come it was Selena who I defeated who made it to the finals?" After knowing the list of contestants, Tony thought that his biggest threat was Bruce Banner. After all, he had fought against the Hulk and knew very well how difficult the other party was. Hearing Tony asking about Bruce Banner, Happy said Dr. Banner was pursued by Sue Xiling and Sue Shanky, brother and sister. However, after transforming, Dr. Banner did not fight back. Instead, he gave the gold coin in his hand to Sue Shanky. But Selena arrived and defeated Sue Shanky and took the 2 gold coins from him. To be precise, it should be that the gold coins of Bruce Banner and Sue Shang-Chi were taken away. It's probably because Bruce Banner's gold coins haven't been counted for Sue Shanky yet. Otherwise, when he lost one, he wasn't taken away like Selena and re-entered the battlefield. Happy told Selena what he knew in his analysis. After all, Sue Shanky was knocked out by Selena the moment he got the gold coin, and the gold coin fell into Selena's hands. It should be that the battle was not over yet and the organizer did not belong to Bruce Banner. After all, if Hulk had changed his mind at that time, it was possible that he could have snatched back all the gold coins from the 2 people. After hearing Happy's analysis, Tony also sighed. "What a lucky girl." Pepper Potts said jokingly, "Girl. Tony, the other person's age might be enough to be your grandmother." Tony turned his head and looked in the direction of the vampire Selena. It seemed that if their lifespan was really as the legend said, it would really be that of his ancestors. However, she was wearing a black tight leather jacket and had a hot body, which was really cool. She was completely different from the cover girls he had met before. Pepper Potts rolled her eyes when she saw Tony looking in Selena's direction. She probably guessed what Tony was thinking at the moment. The other side. Selena was warmly welcomed when she returned to the vampire crowd. Everyone congratulated Selena on entering the finals. However, Marcus still expressed concern about his opponent in the final. "Selena, you lost to Tony Stark in a previous battle. Have you figured out how to deal with him in the final?" When Selena heard Elder Marcus mention Tony Stark, her expression turned serious. Although entering the finals was something worth celebrating, without a way to deal with Tony Stark, she would not be able to make her final wish. After thinking for a moment, Selena realized the biggest problem in modern warfare, logistics and ammunition supply, and asked, "Tell me, how many missiles and bombs does Tony Stark have left from the previous battle? Is there any possibility of resupply here?" The other side. After Jarvis's reminder, Tony Stark also knew that he was now facing a situation of insufficient firepower. All the micro-missiles were used up, and even the aerial bombs were all thrown out when they were surrounding Selena. Now the only energy that was still sufficient was the energy of the arc reactor. This energy was enough for him to face the next final, but there was no hope of using the missile to seriously injure Selena. "Jarvis, how long will it take me to get home from here and restock my ammunition?" Jarvis immediately calculated it and said, "Sir, if we return to the villa for supplies, there won't be enough time and we might be declared a forfeit." Tony felt helpless after hearing the result. It seemed that he could only rely on the remaining means of attack. The issue of long-range equipment supply must be put on the agenda. Half an hour passed quickly, and the plane that Smith Doyle was on returned to the sky above the finals venue. Smith Doyle flew down from it with 3 people. Seeing Sue Shanky and Sue Xiling coming down, everyone was also surprised. Through the video, they saw that the 2 people were breathing out more than breathing in, and they might die at any time, but now they all walked out intact. Before, Selena was able to return to the battlefield quickly, and everyone thought it was because of the vampire's recovery ability. After all, according to legend, if a vampire is not dead, the wounds on his body will heal quickly. But looking at the situation of Sue Shanky and Sue Xiling, it should be that the Assassin's League has mastered extremely strong healing abilities. Sue Shanky and Sue Xiling returned to the members of the Golden Dagger Club, while Bruce Banner walked towards Betty. P.S. This chapter makes up for yesterday's, and there will be an update today. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 192 Sue Xiling, Sue Shanky, I really look down on you. Chapter 192 Sue Xiling, Sue Shanky, I really look down on you. First update. Betty looked at Bruce Banner, who had returned, and gave him a warm hug, then said, "I wish you could come back safely. You didn't see the other 2 battles. Tony just blew up people with bombs. It was terrifying." Bruce Banner was surprised. "Is Iron Man Tony Stark also a contestant?" Betty nodded. Yes, that's Tony Stark who stopped you back at the school. Bruce Banner did not see Tony Stark during the competition, but he saw the other three. Except for the lady who arrived last and had special powers, the other two did not seem special to Bruce Banner. But if Tony Stark collected all the Dragon Balls, he probably wouldn't make random wishes. So it's him. Looks like he has a good chance of winning the finals. Betty also nodded. He's the favorite. Selena, another finalist, was defeated by Tony before. Bruce Banner nodded. It was indeed similar to what he guessed. Then he asked, "Where is the backstage? I want to borrow their computer." Betty pointed to a place where staff members frequently came and went and said, "That's the way it should be. Do you want me to go with you?" Bruce Banner looked at the place Betty pointed, and then said, "Wait for me here, don't move, I'll be back soon." Betty nodded and sat quietly in the audience area waiting. Bruce Banner came to the backstage area where the staff were. There were many people busy here, and he also saw some idle computers. "Hello, I want to use my computer to send an email. Is that convenient?" A staff member saw that it was contestant Bruce Banner and said, "There's a spare computer over there you can use." Bruce Banner expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Bruce Banner walked to the computer, inserted the USB drive, opened the email directly, and started sending messages to Mr. Lon. "Mr. Lon, the information is all here. It's time for us to meet." After sending the message, Bruce Banner unplugged the USB drive, then walked back to the audience area and sat next to Betty. Betty saw Bruce Banner coming back quickly and asked, "Is the matter done?" Bruce Banner nodded and said, "It's done." But Bruce Banner didn't know that a large number of staff in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s logistics department were constantly searching the internet for the words Mr. Blue and Mr. Green. They detected the keywords as soon as Bruce Banner sent the message, and found out that the recipient address was Grayburn College based on the IP address. And through searching, I identified Dr. Samuel Stern in the Department of Cell Biology. Betty took out her phone, turned on the selfie mode, put her arms around Bruce Banner's neck, and said, "Come on, look at the camera and smile." With the cooperation of Bruce Banner, Betty took a photo together. After the photo was taken, Betty asked, "Bruce, you didn't make it to the finals, which means you failed in your mission. What are your plans next?" Bruce Banner looked at Betty and said, "After the competition, the organizers will send us away, and I need to go to New York to meet someone. Maybe he has a solution to the Hulk. He's an online friend of mine. He's very talented in cell research." Betty nodded, shook Bruce Banner's hand and said, "I'll go with you." The other side. Compared to Bruce Banner's calmness, Tony Stark's confidence in victory and Selena's countermeasures, Sue Xialing and Sue Shanky were in a low mood. The people in the Golden Dagger Club didn't know how to comfort their boss. They knew that their boss had paid a huge price to get the tickets, but obviously this result was not what the boss wanted to see. Sue Shanky broke the silence and said, "Xiaoling, what should we do next?" Sue Xialing gritted her teeth and said, "Prepare for the next Dragon Ball battle, and even collect the Dragon Balls before anyone else." Sue Shanky was surprised and said, "Wait, are you saying that the Dragon Balls will appear again?" Sue Xialing looked at Sue Shanky and said, "I am the holder of the Dragon Ball from the previous generation, not the current one. This is written on my introduction. The last person to make a wish with the Dragon Ball was John Wick, and he took the Dragon Ball from me. And I used the token he left behind to get the ticket this time. And the interval between the two is just over a year, or even a year. That means after this wish, Dragon Ball will be available again in about a year at most. So for the next year, we must focus on collecting Dragon Balls and preparing for the battle." After hearing Sue Xialing's explanation, Sue Shanky also understood. He then glanced at the other people competing and said, "This time the enemy is so formidable, do you think we still have hope next time?" Hearing Sue Shanky's words, Sue Xialing was also speechless. The collection of Dragon Balls in the previous world was the easiest. John Wick didn't even encounter any powerful enemies. If he had known the function of the Dragon Balls at that time, he would have had the best hope of collecting them all. But in this session, it is obvious that the enemies are no longer ordinary people. There are vampires, Iron Man, and the big green guy. Sue Xialing couldn't imagine how strong the next contestants would be, and whether even aliens would appear. Sue Xialing thought for a moment and then said, "Let's go find my father. I believe that with his strength, those contestants will definitely not be his match." Hearing that Sue Xialing wanted to find Su Wenwu, Sue Shanky immediately refused. "No, absolutely not. If he knew about the existence of the Dragon Ball, he would definitely not honestly participate in any battle for it. There will definitely be a big mess then. You have no idea what kind of missions he had me perform when he trained me. He is the biggest source of danger. That Smith Doyle is definitely not capable of handling the situation." Sue Shanky has an instinctive resistance to Su Wenwu. Although they are father and son, since his mother's death, what he feels is no longer fatherly love, but hard training. Su Xiling looked at Su Shanqi and said with disdain, "Isn't it killing people? So that's why you ran away and left your sister behind. Su Shanqi, I really look down on you." Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 193 Flexible Bottom Line. Chapter 193 Flexible Bottom Line, Part 2. Then Su Xiling changed the subject and continued, "Originally, I wanted to use the Dragon Ball to revive my mother, and then bring her to see my father. It will definitely shock him and make him dare not underestimate or despise me anymore. But since my plan has failed, I can only ask him to do it himself. From what I understand, he has been looking for a way to resurrect his mother over the years." Then he looked at Su Shang and said, "Don't you want to revive your mother?" Hearing Su Xiling mention his mother, Su Shanqi lowered his head, thinking of the peaceful life their family of 4 led when his mother was alive. His father even gave up the 10 rings for his mother and stopped using violence and killing. "I want to, but I'm afraid of my father." Su Xiling rolled her eyes and then cursed, "Who made you such a loser? If you could defeat that Selena, make it to the finals, and then defeat Iron Man, you wouldn't have to look for father. We wouldn't even need him to know about the Dragon Balls." Su Shanqi was speechless after being rebuked. He knew that he was no match for the other contestants. "I understand. Then we will go find father together. No matter whether he wants to beat me or punish me, I will accept it." Looking at her brother's appearance, Su Xiling was furious. What a piece of shit. When she heard Sean say that Su Shanqi actually worked as a parking attendant in a hotel, her 3 views were completely shattered. If it was a hotel like the Assassin's Brotherhood, she would have accepted it, turned a blind eye, and chosen it as a good source. But it's just an ordinary hotel, not even a 5-star hotel. Su Xiling was really disappointed with her brother. An hour passed quickly and Smith Doyle appeared on the ring again with the microphone. "Dear guests, the finals are about to begin. Now, please welcome our Iron Man, Tony Stark and Deathwalker Selena." Accompanied by Smith Doyle's voice, Tony Stark flew into the sky and made a very cool Iron Man classic appearance. Looking at the smashed tiles on the ring, Smith Doyle quipped, "Tony, remember to ask Pepper Potts to compensate you for the venue fee later." Tony stood up and said jokingly, "I just tested the quality of the arena for you. It seems that they cut corners in their construction. No need to thank me." At this moment, Selena came to the ring like a ghost, leaving behind a series of after images. The 2 people's appearance immediately attracted exclamations from the crowd and applause. Looking at the enthusiastic audience below, Tony said to Selena, "Beautiful lady, why don't you just give up? You are no match for me anyway, otherwise you will be seriously injured later. Why don't we go have a drink later and get to know each other before the sun comes up?" Hearing Tony's ridicule, Selena said with a cold face, "You probably haven't replenished your ammunition on this isolated island in the Pacific. I wonder how much you have left from the battle just now." Hearing the other party going straight to the vital point, Tony did not tease him, but said, "You are no match for me. Anyone defeated by me will never have a chance to catch up with me again." Smith Doyle did not allow the 2 to continue their verbal battles, but instead said, "This final battle is a ring battle. Falling off the ring will result in loss. If you are unable to stand for more than 10 seconds, you lose. Surrender is allowed. If there is a danger to life, I will make a judgment and stop it in time." Hearing that the decisive battle area was the entire arena below, Tony Stark opened his mask and said, "Smith, this is unfair. What if I fly out of range?" Smith Doyle said, "If you don't land on the ground, you're not considered out of the ring. However, to prevent you from flying too far, beyond the audience area, if you don't return within 3 seconds, you'll automatically forfeit." Hearing that he could still fly in the air, but his range was limited, Tony smiled and immediately closed his visor. "Players, get ready. The game starts now." As the match began, Smith Doyle left the ring area, and as soon as he finished speaking, Selena ran at full speed and rushed towards Tony Stark. However, Tony did not attack or defend, but directly accelerated vertically starting at Mach 1. Selena rushed to where Tony was and saw that he had already flown into the sky. Selena took a lunge and leaned down, then jumped up with her own strength. "Don't even think about running away." Selena is very fast and can reach a very high altitude when jumping upwards. However, this height cannot compare with Tony's flying height. After reaching the limit, she begins to fall. Tony was startled at first when he saw the other party jumping up, but when he saw the other party start to fall down, he suddenly laughed. He immediately changed direction, aimed at Selena and used the palm cannon. Boom, boom. Selena was unable to dodge effectively in the air and was knocked back onto the ring. However, Selena was not seriously injured. She immediately stood up from the ground and looked up at Tony and said, "It seems that your ammunition has been used up in the previous battle." Selena jumped up to see if Tony Stark had any ammunition left. If he had enough ammunition and dropped bombs directly onto the ring, it would be difficult for her to avoid losing. If she didn't dodge, she would probably be blown to death. But if she dodged, the shockwave generated by the explosion of the bomb would definitely blow her out of the ring area. You know, she didn't have the ability to fly. Now seeing Tony Stark using the palm cannon, an attack used against ordinary people, against her, she knew she was right, the other party had run out of ammunition. Tony fell silent at this moment. Selena was right. Her ammunition had indeed been used up in the previous battle, and because of the geographical location of the island, it had not been replenished. "Jarvis, how long until the sun rises?" "Sir, given the geographical location here, the sun will rise in an hour." Hearing that the sun would rise in an hour, Tony said, "Don't blame me for being mean. I can only take advantage of your racial weaknesses." However, during the break, Tony noticed that the audience area where the vampires were located was different from that of other people. There was a black tarpaulin that could be raised and lowered. He asked the staff about it. After learning that the vampires were afraid of sunlight, he had the idea of using the sun to win. After all, this is a competition for Dragon Balls. Taking advantage of the weaknesses of the other race is not a despicable thing, and his bottom line is very flexible. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 194, Stealing a Chicken, Losing the Rice. Chapter 194, Stealing a Chicken, Losing the Rice, Part 3. As time passed, everyone present discovered something wrong. Tony Stark was flying in the sky, not attacking, and no one knew what he was waiting for. Selena was even more direct. At first, she looked up at Tony Stark, but later she lay on the ground and looked at Tony Stark in the sky. Sean of the Golden Dagger saw Tony's behavior and shouted, "Isn't this cheating? Bullying everyone for not being able to fly?" Pepper Potts looked at Happy and asked, "Happy, why do you think Tony did this?" Happy thought for a moment and then said, "They're probably waiting for the sun to rise. I saw the boss ask what the tarpaulin under the vampire audience area is used for." Hearing that Tony was planning to use the sun to defeat his opponent, Pepper Potts stopped talking. As long as he could win, it would be fine, and that was not despicable. At this moment, not only Pepper Potts and Happy knew Tony's plan, but everyone in the entire audience understood Tony Stark's plan. Although they felt that the other party won unfairly, no one said anything like cheating. After all, there is nothing in the rules of the game that prohibits delaying time. At this moment, the vampires were a little excited. Sauron said, "Elder, this is too disadvantageous for us. The sun will rise soon." Marcus also frowned slightly. He didn't know that Selena had developed the ability to not be afraid of the sun. "Let's wait and see. If we can't win, it means we don't have the fate to change our race's weaknesses." At this moment, Selena also guessed Tony Stark's plan. If he wanted to delay time, then let him delay in the sky. Anyway, she had long lost her weakness of being afraid of the sun. Now she was no longer a night walker but a day walker, and could walk openly under the sun. Moreover, Selena hoped that Tony Stark would just fly in the sky. She would lie on the ground without any consumption. On the contrary, Tony Stark was different. His battlesuit relied on energy. The opponent's energy has been consumed since the preliminary round, and maintaining flight in the sky will also consume a certain amount of energy. If Tony Stark's energy can be completely consumed, then he will really make a big profit. You have to know that when Tony Stark leaves that battlesuit, he is just an ordinary person and will not be his opponent at all. And if the battlesuit loses its energy source, it is just an iron can. In this way, two people with ulterior motives began to drag out time. Although the audience felt bored, they had no choice but to accept this reality. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky slowly turned from dark to bright. The vampires in the audience area were approached by staff and raised a black tarpaulin for them. They will then watch the progress of the game through the screen inside the tarpaulin. As the dark tarpaulin rose, everyone present knew that vampires' fear of sunlight was real. However, everyone was also curious whether vampires were still afraid of the cross and holy water, and since vampires existed, where were the werewolves? No one knew that the werewolf they were thinking about was right next to them. Some of the staff members were the werewolves who had just joined, but they had not transformed. In addition, no one was carrying a combat power detector, so no clues were discovered. The vampires did smell the scent of the werewolves, but they also learned from Elder Selena that the werewolves had joined the Assassin's League, so no one spoke out. Tony looked at the pale sky rising from the edge of the sky and shouted to Selena below the ring, "The sun is about to come out, just admit defeat. Your leather suit is very airtight, but it doesn't cover your head, hands, and feet." I don't want you, a beautiful vampire lady, to turn into ashes. Tony reminded the other party that he really didn't want Selena to die from the sun's rays. That would be such a shame. However, Selena didn't respond to Tony's words. Instead, she stood up from the ground and prepared for the next battle. After all, the other party would soon find out that she was not afraid of the sun. As everyone waited, the sun climbed above the sea level and its sunlight spread over the entire island. However, the scream that everyone expected did not happen. There was no change in Selena's body. She even enjoyed the sunshine on her face. Everyone who saw this scene felt cheated, and then they all looked at the black tarpaulin on the side. The vampire members inside were the most confused. Soren exclaimed, Elder Selena, she is not afraid of the sun. Marcus's face lit up as he stared at Selena on the screen. I can see that. I didn't expect that she actually found a way to not be afraid of the sun. I just don't know what she relies on. Tony in the sky also cursed, damn, what's going on? She's not afraid of the sun? Jarvis' voice sounded at this time, sir. According to some film and television works and novels, vampires are divided into daywalkers and nightwalkers. Daywalkers are not afraid of sunlight and will never see it. Perhaps this lady Selena is the legendary daywalker. Tony Stark looked at Selena below and shouted, I'm really surprised that you're not afraid of the sun. The point is that you actually cooperated with me and waited. Selena smiled and said, I don't mind you flying in the sky like this at all, and the longer you fly, the better. It's best if your energy is used up like your ammunition. When Tony heard Selena's plan, he knew he was being tricked. Jarvis, how much energy do I have left? Sir, you still have 65% energy. Hearing this number, Tony was puzzled. Why does it consume so much? Sir, the chest shot in the preliminary round consumed 10% of your energy. At this moment, Tony felt what it meant to lose more than what you gain. However, 65% of the energy was enough for him to finish the war. Since sunlight is useless, let's have a showdown. After saying that, Tony Stark drove the Iron Man suit and rushed towards Selena. Facing Tony Stark, who was rushing down, Selena smiled and drew out a long sword. This was Victor's former weapon, which she gave to Soren as a reward, but she borrowed it before the game. At the same time, Selena's other hand was behind her back, and her palm was shaking at a high frequency. It could be seen that the palm was moving very fast, but it was just an afterimage and not clear. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 195. Are you cosplaying as the Flash? Chapter 195. Are you cosplaying as the Flash? First update, facing Selena's one-handed sword, Tony did not drive his battle suit to crash into her, but instead fired 2 palm cannons. Selena could only dodge Tony's attack. She saw that the area on Tony's chest became brighter. As long as she dared to withstand the palm cannon, what would greet her next would be Tony's chest laser cannon, which was enough to penetrate her body and cause her serious injuries. Boom, boom. 2 palm cannons hit the ring, bricks and stones flew everywhere. It was obvious that Tony Stark's palm cannon was not weak at all. Tony saw that Selena chose to dodge. Although he was a little disappointed, he still drove the battlesuit forward. With the battlesuit protecting him, he didn't care about the sword in the opponent's hand. As long as it was not inserted straight into the arc reactor, it could not break the defense at all. And if the opponent dares to stab his reactor with a long sword, he will let him see the power of the chest cannon that can melt metal. The wound on the abdomen can be healed, but he doesn't know if the vampire can grow a new arm after it is gone. Facing Tony, who was pressing towards her, Selena held the sword in her backhand and slashed at Tony's chest. Boom. Tony didn't choose to take it head-on, but instead fired a palm cannon at the sword. Clang. The sword body broke directly, and half of the sword body rotated and stuck on the ground arena. Then, in this gap, Selena's reverse-held hilt of the sword rotated in her hand and was thrown out like a dart, heading straight for the arc reactor in Tony's chest. At this critical moment, the reactor in Tony's chest lit up and a laser shot out directly. Fuck. The half of the dagger thrown by Selena melted on the spot, turned into liquid and fell onto the ring. At this moment, Tony and Selena were very close. Sparks flew from the 4 propulsion devices on Tony's body. He accelerated and grabbed Selena's shoulders, pressing her down directly and rubbing her against the ground. At the same time, the other hand was charging a palm cannon, ready to attack Selena. Although Selena was pressed to the ground, she reacted very quickly. She grabbed Tony's wrist with both hands and twisted it to the side. Boom. The palm cannon missed again and hit the ground of the ring nearby. At this time, Selena retracted her legs and kicked Tony Stark's abdomen hard. Bump. The huge force directly kicked Tony Stark away. After breaking free from the restraints, Selena jumped up from the ground and then caught up with Tony Stark. She used a set of smooth combos to hit Tony's suit. Bang, bang, bang. Selina's strength is indeed great, and the huge force hitting the battlesuit made a clanging sound. With the assistance of Jarvis, Tony blocked Selina's attack. At the same time, he stopped firing palm cannons and instead condensed a laser beam. Facing the laser beam that Tony lit up, Selina simply raised Tony's wrist and let the laser beam shoot into the sky. Then he punched Tony Stark in the chest, and the huge force made Tony Stark take several steps back. Facing Selina's pressure, Tony said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, control the attack diameter to the entire arena." Then he half knelt down, clasped his arms together, and a red laser appeared on his wrists, sweeping across the ring at an extremely fast speed. Selina's reaction was also very quick. The moment Tony Stark half-crouched and shot out lasers from his arms, she crawled directly to the ground. It can be said that if Selina had reacted just 0.3 seconds slower, she would have been dismembered. Collapse. 2 chips popped out from the back of his hand and were destroyed on the spot. Apparently, the laser beam that had just controlled the range had burned the chips directly. At this moment, the people in the audience area did not know that they were almost taken away by Tony's ultimate move. Only Bruce Banner showed a look of shock here, because he knew that Tony's attack just now could even penetrate Hulk's body. Smith Doyle in the stands was also a little frightened. Fortunately, Tony controlled the range of the attack, otherwise something serious would have happened. Tony Stark felt helpless when he saw Selina dodge the attack. This is the trouble with speed-type opponents. However, before he could react, Selina had already stood up and rushed over, leaving behind a trail of after-images. Selina appeared in front of Tony in an instant, her palms vibrating rapidly, and at the same time stabbing towards Tony's chest. Clang! There was a sound of metal collision, and it was obvious that the effect was not what Selina had expected. Tony Stark saw Selina's behavior and mocked her. "How? Are you cosplaying the Flash?" Tony has also watched DC Comics, otherwise people wouldn't have teased him and Smith Doyle as Superman and Bruce Wayne. However, the next second, Jarvis' voice sounded from inside the battlesuit. "Sir, the breastplate is damaged, and the defensive capability is reduced." Although Selina did not perform a penetrating attack like the Flash, she still broke through Tony's suit defense. Tony's face changed when he heard the result. "Jarvis, analyze her attack pattern." Scanning. At this moment, Selina saw the crack on Tony Stark's chest armor and attacked again, attacking the same part. Selina knew that attacking Tony's arc reactor would be more effective, but every time she aimed there, she had a premonition that if she dared to hit it, she would be greeted by a laser beam the next second, enough to melt off one of her arms. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 consecutive high-frequency shock attacks, Tony's breastplate was directly damaged. Under Jarvis's battlesuit model, the breastplate position had turned completely red. Recording complete. "Jarvis, I leave it to you. Start fighting back." When Selina was about to hit the same place for the 4th time, Tony Stark's arm suddenly blocked his chest, and Selina's poke hit his arm. Tony then quickly fired a palm cannon, hitting Selina's abdomen and knocking her back several steps. Tony followed closely behind, and with his backhand, he hit Selina in the face with a pendulum, then followed up with a palm cannon with his other hand, and rushed forward to knee her again. Obviously, Jarvis's operation was much faster than Tony's. The sudden increase in speed caught Selina off guard, and the rhythm of the battle was interrupted. Fortunately, her recovery ability was strong enough, and although she looked embarrassed, the injuries were not fatal. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 196 Champion Announced. Chapter 196 Champion Announced, Part 2. Selina put her hands together to block Tony Stark's knee strike, and then used a scorpion tail kick to kick Tony Stark in the head, forcing him to retreat and create distance. Selina wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her fist, but her eyes fell on Tony Stark's breastplate. The crack there was already very obvious, and the structure inside could be seen. She believed that with just one more blow, she would be able to break Tony's breastplate and win the final. At this moment, with Jarvis's reminder, Tony also knew that he was in great danger and that his suit could malfunction at any time. He did not dare to delay and rushed towards Selina. The two sides soon started fighting together. With the assistance of Jarvis, Tony no longer thought about saving energy. He attacked the opponent with palm cannons, palm laser beams, and chest cannons without any hesitation. After all, if the situation drags on, it will not benefit Tony Stark at all. Facing Tony Stark's attack, Selina did not have the opportunity to launch high-frequency attacks for a while, and ordinary attacks had little effect on the opponent's suit. Instead, she had to try her best to avoid the opponent's attacks. The palm cannon didn't matter, as it didn't have much impact on her abnormal self-healing ability, but the charged laser beams and chest cannons were not something Selena could withstand with her body. In an instant, the ring was shattered by Tony's laser, and there were no intact bricks under the feet. During this period, Selena also thought about using her speed to knock Tony Stark out of the ring to win, but every time she was about to rush forward, the energy beam on Tony's chest would light up. As long as she rushed forward, she would die and Tony would fly away. Faced with this kind of fighting style, Selena could only fight rovingly, not daring to let the opponent seize the flaw. Tony, with the assistance of Jarvis, opened fire at full power and suppressed Selena for a while, feeling very comfortable. But one thing that is very obvious is that the energy of his arc reactor is rapidly decreasing. Sir, if you continue to attack like this, our chances of winning will continue to decrease as our energy decreases. After hearing Jarvis's reminder, Tony knew that this would consume energy very quickly, but he had to continue doing so because his ammunition had been used up before. The attacks between the two sides continued for a while. The closest Selena came to a successful sneak attack was when she was almost hit by a chest cannon. If she had not dodged in time, she would have died on the spot. Just as the two sides were distancing themselves and Selena was about to charge again, Tony Stark suddenly stopped attacking and opened his visor. Selena, what is your wish? Seeing Tony suddenly stop and even open his visor, Selena did not use her speed to launch a sneak attack. Instead, she also stopped and answered seriously, "My people long for sunlight, but sunlight is our people's greatest weakness and danger. I hope to improve this fatal weakness of our clan, so that everyone will no longer be a night walker and can accept the sun's rays and walk under the sunlight." Hearing Selena's answer, Tony Stark shrugged. What a great girl for her race. I'd like to have a drink with you after the game. Everyone knows that I'm a billionaire, a genius inventor, and the Iron Man who saves the world. Obviously, I don't have any wishes that require external forces to fulfill. In that case, let me help you and change your clan's plight. Smith, I abstain. After saying that, Tony walked out of the ring, quickly reached the edge of the ring, and jumped down. Seeing that Tony chose to abstain, everyone present was stunned for a moment and then applauded. At this moment, Sushanki looked at Tony Stark's performance, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, Xiaoling, if we make it to the finals and tell him our wish is to revive our mother, will he give us the chance to make a wish as well? Su Xiaoling rolled her eyes and cursed, idiot. Smith Doyle appeared on the ring. Selena was not in good condition at the moment. She had many abrasions on her body. Even her extremely strong recovery ability seemed to be overdrawn at this moment. Many wounds had no longer healed as fast as they did at the beginning. Although he was not directly hit by the laser beam in the 1-hour fight with Tony, he still received a lot of scratches and palm cannons, and his combat suit had long been tattered. Smith Doyle grabbed one of Selena's arms and announced, the winner of the first Dragon Ball contest, Selena. Please give her a warm round of applause. Pa, pa, pa. There was immediate warm applause at the scene, and everyone was very excited. The game finally welcomed its final champion. At this moment, the vampires in the tarpaulin were also extremely excited. They finally had the opportunity to change the shortcomings of their race. From now on, they would no longer be afraid of the sun and would be able to walk in the sun like other humans. Selena was very grateful for Tony Stark's actions at first, but when she saw him walking down the ring step by step and his cool landing when he came out, she knew that it was not Tony giving up to her, but that he had run out of energy. But even so, Selena accepted the other party's kindness and gave him a grateful look. After Tony Stark walked down from the ring, he walked back to Pepper Potts and Happy step by step. Looking at the boss walking back, Happy said puzzledly, Boss, I didn't expect you to be so caring. You are worthy of being Iron Man. By the way, why did you walk down from the ring? I thought you would fly straight back. Tony glared at Happy and ignored his bodyguard. If his energy hadn't been exhausted, would he have chosen to abstain? If Tony hadn't run out of energy, would he have chosen to walk off the ring or even back to the audience area? It is true that under full power combat, the energy consumption rate is a bit fast. It is too disadvantageous to fight against such a speed-type opponent by relying solely on palm cannons and chest cannons. Jarvis, open the suit. With Tony Stark's order, Jarvis used his last energy to open the battle suit for Tony Stark. Tony walked out of the Iron Man suit. Now his arc reactor could only prevent the shrapnel in his body from entering his heart with the flow of blood. It was no longer enough to control the Iron Man suit. After Smith Doyle announced Selena's victory, he said, the first Dragon Ball contest is now over. Staff will escort the other contestants and spectators off later. You can tell the staff which city you need to return to. If there are no special requirements, the staff will take you back to the place where you were picked up for boarding. The winner and any accompanying spectators can stay. The runner-up has the right to watch the ceremony and can bring his own audience to stay on site. After Smith Doyle announced the end, although everyone wanted to stay to watch the ceremony and make a final wish, they were powerless and were taken to the plane by the staff and flew off the island. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 197, Second Wish. Chapter 197, Second Wish, First Update. With the end of the competition, except for the champion Selena and the runner-up Tony Stark and the audience they brought, all other people left the island under the arrangement of the staff. Sue Shanky and Sue Zeiling returned to Hong Kong with their men, while Bruce Banner and Betty went directly to New York. At this moment, Tony walked onto the stage in a suit and said, "When does the final stage begin? I can't wait to see that dragon." Selena on the side also looked at Smith Doyle. She had been fighting until now just for this last wish. Smith Doyle snapped his fingers, and Bulma came up with the robot Day-Day. Day-Day was holding a tray in his hand, on which were 7 dragon balls. "Selena, I will confirm your wishes with you again." Selena looked at the 7 dragon balls that were brought up and said, "My wish is that vampires will no longer be afraid of sunlight and be able to walk in the world like normal people." Smith Doyle looked at Selena and asked, "No changes?" Selena nodded seriously. "No changes." Seeing that Selena's will was not shaken in the slightest, Smith Doyle nodded with satisfaction. As the staff evacuated, only the champion and runner-up, along with the spectators they brought with them, and the remaining members of the Assassin's League's senior management and core personnel remained. Smith Doyle placed all 7 dragon balls on the ground, and then shouted in the expectant eyes of the crowd, "Come out, Shenlong." As these words were shouted out, the dragon ball emitted a golden light that shot straight into the sky. At the same time, the originally clear sky became as dark as night. As Smith Doyle's strength increased, the dragon became even more powerful. This time, the darkness enveloped the entire earth. At this moment, the golden beam of light that rushed into the sky turned into a green dragon. Seeing the huge dragon appear, even the top leaders of the Assassin's League were extremely shocked when they saw it again. Even Tony, who was used to seeing the world, was surprised. "It really is a dragon." The other side. Half of the earth was in panic, and the day suddenly turned into night, especially during the morning rush hour. Bruce Banner and Betty, who had just arrived in New York at this moment, also looked blankly at the sky that suddenly turned dark, not knowing what was happening. Inside the Trident building, Nick Fury looked out the window with a serious expression. He didn't know what the sudden darkness meant, but no matter what it was, he had to investigate it. At this moment, not only organizations like SHIELD, the CIA, and Krebuk, but also the Skrulls, Asgardian Berserkers, Eternals, Wakanda, Kamar-Taj and other forces hidden on Earth all set their sights on the sky above their heads. The mages of the 3 major temples of Kamar-Taj immediately checked the protective barriers to ensure that it was not an invasion by dimensional demons. At the wishing scene, Selena also widened her eyes. She thought that after gathering all the dragon balls, she would make a wish to the dragon balls, but she didn't expect that she would actually summon a dragon. Looking at the behemoth in the sky, she simply couldn't imagine the power of the dragon. At this moment, Pepper Potts covered her mouth in astonishment, unable to believe the scene before her. She felt that her worldview had been shattered. Happy was no better, staring in amazement. The vampires inside the tarpaulin came out after seeing the sun disappear, and looked at the huge dragon above their heads at a loss. Tony Stark was a little curious. He really wanted to use the combat power detector to check the combat power value of the dragon. However, he did not have a combat power tester, especially one with more than 150 points. As for the first-generation combat power tester, Tony thought it had no effect and was afraid that it would explode on the spot after a test. At this moment, a cold voice came out from the dragon's mouth, "Human who summoned me, I will grant you any wish." Smith Doyle no longer cared whether the appearance of the dragon would attract the attention of other forces. As long as he fulfilled his wish this time, his strength would be greatly improved. He would not be afraid even if Su Wenyu came with 10 rings, unless his luck was so bad that he would draw only junk people and items from the wishing pool 3 times. The entire scene fell silent, and everyone's eyes, including the dragon, fell on Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle looked at Selena and said, "Selena, tell the dragon your wish." Selena looked at the huge dragon above her head, took a step forward and said, "Great dragon, I hope that our vampire race will no longer be afraid of sunlight, and will be able to walk in the sun like normal people without being harmed by it." Upon hearing Selena's wish, a red light flashed in the dragon's eyes. "It's very simple, your wish has come true." The next second, all the vampire members around the world felt the changes in their bodies, and a mysterious will told them that with Selena's efforts, they would no longer have the weakness of fear of sunlight. At this moment, the dragon in the sky reappeared and turned into 7 dragon balls, flying to all parts of the world, and the dark sky turned into day again, and the sun shone on the earth. The sky suddenly turned from black to white, and the vampires present subconsciously stretched out their hands to block, but found that they were not hurt. All the vampires knew that their wish had come true. Tony Stark looked at the flying dragon balls and the vampires who were doing nothing in the sunlight, and he knew that the other party's wish had come true. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that a major flaw of a race would be such a simple thing in the eyes of a dragon. I thought some earth-shattering changes were going to happen, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Smith Doyle smiled but did not respond to Tony's words. For the dragon, any wish that could be fulfilled was very simple. The rewards for this championship have been distributed. The wish has been granted. Let us look forward to the next Dragon Ball contest. After hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone nodded. Marcus stared at the direction where the Dragon Ball flew away, lost in thought, wondering if he would have a chance to enter the next Dragon Ball battle. Thinking of Selena's extremely dangerous strength, Marcus sighed. Is there really a chance to participate in the next session? Tony was surprised. You just let the Dragon Ball go. Oh my god, you're actually going to hold a second session. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 198 Global Attention. Chapter 198 Global Attention, Part 2, Trident Building. Nick Fury looked at the recovered sky and called Coulson directly. Coulson, regarding the changes in the sky and the sun just now, arrange for personnel to investigate and understand what caused this phenomenon. Mission codename, Sky Curtain. Coulson nodded, received the task, and arranged for the agents to conduct an investigation. Comatage. Baron Mordo came to Ancient One and reported. Supreme Lord, the 3 great holy temples have reported that they have not sensed any dimensional intrusion or the sneaking in of demons from other dimensions. We haven't found the reason for this phenomenon yet. Gui picked up the teacup in front of him, drank a sip of water calmly, and then said, since it's not a dimensional invasion or an alien demon, it has nothing to do with us. Hearing that the Supreme Sorcerer was not paying attention to this moment, Baron Mordo did not say anything more but bowed and stepped back. The other side. The Asgard Berserker, who had become a history professor, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the sky recovering. He didn't want to pick up the stick and join the battle again. Hopefully, the creatures involved in this change won't disrupt his life. Some of the major supernatural forces and figures were extremely worried about the changes in the sky, while others did not care at all. At this moment on the island, with the wish fulfilled and the dragon leaving, Tony Stark also left the island with Pepper Potts and Happy. Watching the runner-up leave, Selena came to Smith Doyle and knelt on one knee again and said, Respected God, thank you for giving our clan the opportunity to fulfill their wish. Later, I will integrate my entire clan and pledge allegiance to you. I hope we can become one of the gateways to the Assassin's League. When Marcus saw Selena's behavior, he was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. He couldn't accept that an entire race, even his own bloodline, was swearing allegiance to another person. However, the other party's strength, power and the dragon balls in their possession made him unable to object. Looking at Selena kneeling down to pledge allegiance, Smith Doyle said, Since I promised you that I would accept your allegiance after the game, I will not break my promise. I, Smith Doyle, accept the allegiance of the Vampire Clan and allow you to become one of the gateways of the Assassin's League. We also have the Werewolf Clan as our clan. From now on, the 2 clans will coexist peacefully and no one will invade us. Selena nodded and said, Yes, Chief. When I return, I will bring all the members of the Blood Clan to New York to pledge allegiance to you and become the most loyal members of the Assassin's League. Smith Doyle nodded, then looked at Selena and then at the vampires who had all knelt down, including the elder Marcus, and then said, Selena, the prison your parents built for Victor holds Marcus's brother, William. Take him with you, I will find a way to solve his sanity problem. At this moment, Selena and Marcus both showed surprise. Selena knew about William and her 2 keys because of Victor's blood. She didn't understand how Smith Doyle knew it. Marcus had a look of gratitude on his face. He had always wanted to release his brother William and restore his sanity. He had thought about borrowing the power of the Dragon Balls, but he didn't expect the other party to actually bring it up. Thank you, Chief. After arranging matters with the vampires, Smith Doyle had someone send them away, and all members of the Assassin's League also left the island by plane. Over the next year or so, the Assassin's League will arrange personnel to continue repairing the island and building the arena and audience area. Perhaps this place will be used in the second Dragon Ball battle. On the plane, Smith Doyle did not chat with Bulma and others, but closed his eyes to rest, and his consciousness entered the system space. With this wish for the Dragon Ball and the Dragon Ball's departure, the 3 dark wish draws that were originally unusable were lit up again. Smith Doyle first clicked on the character wish lottery. Coming to the bottom of the lottery, Smith Doyle looked at the meteorite above his head, but found that the characters this time had changed more significantly than before. People like Young Goku, Young Krillin, Master Roshi, Tao Pai Pei and the like were all gone. The people in front of him were adult Goku, Piccolo, Yamcha of the Kame Senryu school, Young Gohan, Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, Tien Shinyan, and even Vegeta, Sabo, and Dodoria were seen in the light ball deep in the meteorite. Looking at the changes above, Smith Doyle knew that this was the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z chapter, with the invasion of Raditz, the invasion of Vegeta, and Frieza's men all appearing, especially Sabo and Dodoria in the deep. Although they are just minor villains, they also have terrifying combat power. Dodoria's combat power is 22,000, and Sabo's combat power reaches 30,000 in his transformed form. With such terrifying combat power, it can be said that it can easily destroy the Earth. However, looking at the characters that are easy to obtain in front, their combat power is probably only a few hundred points. If it is when Raditz just appeared, Goku should be 924, Piccolo 1020, and the Young Gohan's burst is 710. Raditz has 1500 points of combat power, Nappa has 4000 points of combat power, and the Vegetable Man has 1200 points of combat power. As for Tien Shinyan and Yamcha, they only have 200 to 300 points. Looking at the characters above, all of them can be accepted except the Vegetable Man Smith Doyle. Well, even if it is a huge increase of 1200 points for the Vegetable Man, he can accept it with gritted teeth, but if there is a better choice, he will definitely not choose the Vegetable Man. Seeing that Xian bloodline occupied the majority, Smith Doyle guessed that the possibility of obtaining a Xian was higher, and it could even strengthen his Xian bloodline. As for Yamcha and Tien Shinyan, their combat effectiveness in the Z period was only stronger than his normal state, but anything they got was a great enhancement for him. As for the 3 with tens of thousands of combat effectiveness points in the depths, Smith Doyle didn't think much about it. After observing for a while, Smith Doyle did not hesitate any longer and directly launched a full-strength Kamehameha towards the top of his head, and a ball of light in the meteorite also broke. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for receiving a copy of the character Kabuk. A card appeared in front of him, and the character on it was the second-generation Piccolo in purple clothes and a white cloak. Skills: Magic Flash, Magic Piercing Light Cannon, Flight, Light Eyes, Magic Electric Shock, Magic Light, Regeneration. After using the character card, you will gain Piccolo's abilities and Namek bloodline. It can be seen that the character drawn for the wish this time is the second-generation Piccolo, and the opponent's strength is 1020 points of combat power when Raditz debuted. This strength is very strong for the current Marvel Universe. At the same time, with the supplement of regenerative ability, Smith Doyle does not even have to worry about injuries such as broken arms. The only thing he needs to worry about is whether the increase in bloodline will turn him into a Namekian. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 199 Great Harvest. Chapter 199 Great Harvest, Part 3. Through systematic understanding, Smith Doyle learned that the subsequent fusion of character cards would no longer change his appearance, and what would be increased were mainly his bloodline potential, combat power, and moves. Smith Doyle breathed a sigh of relief after getting this answer. Although Piccolo is very strong at this stage, it is a bit unbearable for him to become a Namekian. However, Smith Doyle did not perform the blood fusion immediately. He still remembered that he was on the plane. Otherwise, a burst of anger during the fusion would cause the plane to crash. With the replenishment of Namek's blood, Smith Doyle's survivability was greatly enhanced. The character wish draw was over, and Smith Doyle turned his attention to the item wish draw. Click on the item wish lottery and look at the meteorites above your head. There are all kinds of items in each ball of light, including senzu beans, a bag of senzu beans, a jar of senzu beans, a Xian single-person spaceship, a Namek spaceship, a Frieza large spaceship, super holy water, first and second generation combat suits, a treatment cabin, a gravity chamber, a space capsule, a second-generation combat power tester, and a third-generation combat power tester. In addition to these common items, Smith Doyle also saw spirit tree fruits, spirit tree seedlings, Kaioshinken, Rui rod, Potara earrings, and a time machine in the depths. Looking at the things in the depths, Smith Doyle's eyes lit up. The time machine could allow him to travel to other parallel universes. As for the spirit tree fruit and spirit tree seedlings, the fruit could enhance strength, and the spirit tree seedlings could even be planted on other planets. Even the Kaishan sword and the Rui Buddha. As Smith Doyle drew the lottery, the figure in front of him blasted a Kamehameha towards the celestial body above his head, and then shattered one of the light spots. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for winning the Senza-bean. When Smith Doyle saw that it was Senza-beans, and just one Senza-bean at that, he was stunned for a moment. It was not that Senza-beans were bad, but just one Senza-bean was really hard to accept. If it was a bag of Senza-beans, he could imitate Sun Wukong and go to Namek. But since there is only one Senza-bean, it seems that it can only be used as a life-saving trump card. One Senza-bean can be regarded as a life. In fact, he wanted the spirit tree fruit seedlings more, so that he could even learn from Frisia and engage in space real estate, and plant spirit fruit trees all over the universe. You know, the spirit fruit tree is much more convenient than the chakra tree. It takes root as soon as it hits the ground and grows into a towering tree in a short time. If the planet has enough nutrients, it can bear fruit on the spot and be eaten to enhance combat effectiveness. However, the sacred tree needs 1,000 years and even requires the sacrifice of an Atsutsuki. This comparison is simply better than the other. There are no side effects from eating the fruit of the spirit tree. It is said that it is a fruit that only gods can enjoy. I wonder if it was once exclusively for the Kaishan to eat in the Kaishan realm. Although there was no chance this time, Smith Doyle believed that as long as he appeared there, he would have a chance in the future. Of course, the sooner the better. In the Marvel Universe, Smith Doyle knows several very good planets that can be used to grow spirit trees. 2 of the 3 wish draws had been completed, and Smith Doyle's eyes fell on the partner draw. The last partner in the partner lottery was Bulma, which was of great help to him. The Universal Capsule Group was born because of her, which greatly accelerated the development of the Assassins' League. Clicking on the partner wishing card draw, Smith Doyle looked up, hoping to see some deeper characters. Karen Sage, Android 8, King Bailoff, the martial arts tournament host, Dandy, the Namekian elder, Yama King, and in the depths of the planet, Smith Doyle even saw Zamesu, Babadai, Old Kai, Evil 2-Star Dragon, Ultimate Shenlong, Whis, etc. When Smith Doyle saw the host of the martial arts tournament, he was delighted. Would he bring him over to be the host of his Dragon Ball Championship? Would it be a waste of the partner's lottery quota? However, after seeing the Evil 2-Star Dragon and the Ultimate Shenlong, he was stunned for a moment. The Dragon Ball that appeared with him would not evolve into the level of the Ultimate Shenlong one day, right? Smith Doyle knew very well that the Ultimate Dragon in GT would fly across the universe after making a wish, and if it could not be found in time, the planet under its feet would be sacrificed and exploded. The evil dragon is even more powerful. Ordinary Super 4 is no match for it. If it appears in the Marvel Universe, few people can withstand it. It seems that we need to pay attention to 2 things when the Dragon Ball recovers in the future. One is to make sure that it will not directly evolve into the Red Dragon Ball of the Ultimate Dragon. The other is whether the evil aura is born in the Dragon Ball to nourish the evil dragon. As for the Namekian Grand Elder and Old Kai, they both have the ability to develop potential, and Vespisk is even able to train and cultivate the god of destruction. At this moment, the level of the partner's wish lottery was raised to an infinitely high level, and those behind it were really terrifying. He wasn't even sure whether there were high priests, gods of destruction, god of time, and omni-kings in deeper places. After all, he hadn't seen them. Although he was somewhat surprised by the person above, Smith Doyle knew that the big guys behind were too powerful, and he didn't think that his Kamehameha wave could hit the light ball at that position. Since there was no expectation, Smith Doyle gave it his all and fired a Kamehameha wave, and a partner summoning card appeared in front of him. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for acquiring the support-type combat partner, Karen the Immortal. Seeing that the one he got was Immortal Carlin, Smith Doyle opened his eyes wide. This is a great harvest. If I remember correctly, the combat power of this cat fairy is 190 points. More importantly, it has 2 partner skills, Super Divine Water and Fairy Bean Planting. With the presence of the Immortal Kalen, his subordinates can improve their strength through the Super Divine Water and even save their lives through the Senza Beans. I just don't know how long it will take for Master Kalen to grow the magic beans here. You know, in the last few years of Z, there may only be a few magic beans produced. But no matter what, it is a huge boost for Smith Doyle and the Assassins' League. They will no longer be short of super holy water and Senza beans in the future. This wave can be a great harvest for him. The only drawback is that the Senza beans just obtained in the item category will no longer be worth anything in front of the Sage Karen. However, it takes time for the Immortal Kalen to grow the magic beans, and he even has to consider the environment here. Before the magic beans are mature, this life-saving magic bean still plays a huge role. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 200 Rebuilding Kalen Tower. Chapter 200 Rebuilding Kalen Tower, Part 1, Assassin's League Base. After returning to the base, Smith Doyle gave some instructions and then went straight into the training room. As his consciousness sank into the system space, Piccolo's character card appeared in Smith Doyle's hand. He chose to use it without any hesitation. Use. The character card in his hand turned into a light spot and merged into Smith Doyle's body, and his overall energy began to increase rapidly. 22000220300600950124. The terrifying aura spread out from Smith Doyle as the center. Everyone in the entire base felt a huge pressure, and this sense of oppression spread outward from the base. When Smith Doyle saw that his combat power was 1,240 points, he smiled with great satisfaction. Even though it is only 1,240 points, which seems far from the combat power of tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions, in this situation, Smith Doyle is completely fearless of any conventional weapons on Earth, and a nuclear bomb explosion cannot hurt him at all. At this moment, he can flatten the entire New York with a Kamehameha wave. It can be said that except for those hidden ones, no one in Marvel Earth can be his opponent. If he didn't consider Big Mom, he could fly directly to the Trident building, give Nick Fury a few big nose chops, take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments, and the other party would not be able to hurt him at all. As for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s energy weapons, they can't break Loki's defense, so he should be able to withstand it. Smith Doyle gathered his scattered thoughts and ideas, and calmed his anger, no longer in the violent state he had just experienced when the fusion took place. As Smith Doyle restrained his breath, everyone in the base felt as if the huge stone pressing on their chest had been removed. After fusing the character cards, Smith Doyle directly materialized the Sage Karen in front of him. Looking at the white cat standing in front of him holding a scepter-like object, Smith Doyle stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, Karen Immortal." Immortal Kalen looked blankly at the surrounding environment and the information in the recipient's mind. Looking at the palm extended by the man in front of him, he also stretched out his cat claws and shook it. "Hello, Mr. Smith. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the days to come." After the initial shock, Karen immediately accepted the reality that he had left the Earth, come to a new universe, and depended on the man in front of him. At the same time, Karen felt Smith Doyle's unfathomable aura and power. At the same time, he felt the aura of Son Goku, Sion, and God, Namek, on the other person. Smith Doyle was not surprised to hear the straightforward words of the immortal Kalen. This was the guardian of the temple who had lived for who knows how many years. He was no rookie. "Master Karen, I need you to stay at the Assassin's Alliance base for the next few days. If you have any requirements for housing, you can put them forward and I will have the staff build it for you. And the fish here will be purchased and delivered to you for your consumption." Seeing Smith Doyle directly bring up his own salary, Immortal Kalen did not hide it and asked directly, "What do you need me to do?" Smith Doyle, considering the terrifying combat power of 190 points of Karen Immortal, said, "To protect the safety of the base, although I don't think there will be any risk, we still need to be prepared. The trial of the immortal Karen can also continue here to improve everyone's strength. I still need to ask you for the super divine water and senza beans." After hearing the requests made by Smith Doyle, Immortal Kalen thought for a moment and then said, "I will protect the safety of the base. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies, I will destroy them." Smith nodded. With the fighting power of Master Kalen, he could eliminate most of the hidden dangers. As for the bombing of the base, he should not encounter it. As for the trial, you may need to build it according to the standards of Kalen Tower. When Smith Doyle heard about the standard construction of the Karen Tower, he felt his scalp tingling instantly. How high was this thing after little Goku climbed it for 2 days? Cough, cough. According to Kalen test standards, this might be difficult to achieve here, and it would take a long time. Immortal Karen thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's build a smaller version. It shouldn't be too difficult at a height of 3,000 meters. You can't ask me to train those ordinary people who have no basic knowledge." I heard that Master Kalen lowered the standard to 3,000 meters. Although it still sounds exaggerated, it is much lower than the original version. Okay, I'll have someone build the Karen Tower in this world. However, even a 3,000-meter stone tower would become a very eye-catching landmark building in this world. However, considering his current strength, it would not be a problem for him to build a Kalen Tower, and private territory must not be violated. Karen continued. "The reward for the Karen Ta trial is super holy water. This thing is just ordinary water, without any special effects. It is mainly enhanced through special training. As for the super divine water, this is a kind of divine water specially formulated by my divine position and my own abilities. After coming to this world, my divine status and abilities have not disappeared. I can still create super divine water. The super divine water has the ability to trigger one's own potential and greatly improve combat effectiveness. However, the super divine water is highly toxic. Those who drink the super divine water must have extraordinary willpower, vitality, and mental strength. Otherwise, they will be poisoned to death by the super divine water. If one does not have potential power, even if they survive, nothing will change. Immortal Kalen explained to Smith Doyle the effects of the super divine water and the super holy water. If he wanted to give it to his subordinates, he needed to choose someone with strong will and potential. Hearing the words of Immortal Carlin, Smith Doyle thought of the Cross, Mr. X, Wesley, werewolves, and vampires. He believed that these people all had potential and could be tapped through the super divine water, but whether to take it or not needed to be carefully considered. I understand that those who consume super divine water need to consider this carefully. Immortal Karen nodded, and then said again, as for the senza beans, I can't do anything about it. When I came to this world, I brought nothing with me except this scepter in my hand. Planting senza beans requires seeds, and I don't have the ability to create things out of thin air. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.